There we go. So, good morning, everybody. Um, we are at day 10 for Hannah Reid. I put closing arguments out at the bottom because the judge even said it yesterday that closing arguments would happen today. I don't know how much more the state has left to present in their defense, but we'll find out. The defense has left in their case because really, how much more can they have? After the way things went yesterday, I'm really I don't know what more else they can do. I really don't know what else they can do at this point. Um, really, really. We're going to go through some of it because we do have a lot of time this morning. Um, the judge wanted everybody, the jury, to be here at 8:30, so that's 10:30 Eastern time. So we're gonna have a chance to see what's going on. But for right this second, there's no updates. Court is out. So Selena says, I'm sure they could drag it out. Yeah, but if they drag it out, this does not help them at all. This does not help them at all. Yesterday was I would argue overall became an unmitigated disaster. And then, yes, real quick, Charlie's saying the Ashley Merkin Georgia Senate hearing is kind of crazy, just showing how corrupt Finney and Wade really were. So here's the deal. Ashley Merkin is testifying. I'm going to probably do a live stream of that later today, maybe this afternoon, this evening sometime. We'll go through it. We'll talk about it. But for right now, because at that point, she's not bound by the rules of evidence and can talk about whatever she wants. We are not going to talk about that right now just because we have time. We have time only for the trial, but we will get to that. So sometime this evening, I'm not sure when, because I don't know how long this is going to go. Maybe the judge is going to let them do deliberations for a while. We don't really know what's going to happen. So we're just going to put a pin in that one. All right. So what do we have for this point? Well, we're just hanging out. You know, to quote the County Crows, we're just hanging around. Now, remember, guys, she's facing 2 counts. One count of tampering with evidence and 1 count of parallax. Is it not uploaded? I uploaded it. Let me double check on the YouTube thing here because it should be in there. Anyways, she's facing 2 counts. 1 count of tampering with evidence and then 1 count of involuntary manslaughter. Now, it is, you might think, okay, well, the manslaughter sounds really bad. I mean, yes, on its face, you're involved with manslaughter. It's a homicide type of offense. But in reality, for Hannah, she faces the same level of punishment for both. She faces up to 18 months in prison on each count. Now, in her situation, could those get stacked up? Without knowing specifically, without knowing, I was about to say Georgia. No. Without knowing New Mexico law, there might be some intricacies of their sentencing that prohibit that. But generally speaking, that could always be possible. There are a lot of things that go in Hannah's favor. She doesn't have any record. This wasn't intentional. There's all the things that you would normally think of somebody getting their sentences maxed out on them. Well, this isn't one of them. Okay, so this is not one of them. Where are we at here now? So that helps her in that regard. So she's not going to go away for probably 3 years. If she gets sentenced, it'll probably be some time of like less than 18 months. I could see like probably a little more than 12. Because remember, she has not spent a day in jail or a day in custody. She was never under arrest. She was brought to the police station for questioning the day of. Excuse me. She was brought to questioning the day of. Then she was released. So is anything going to happen there? I mean, she's probably going to go away for a little while. Do I think it's going to be the full 18 months? Probably not. It'd probably be anywhere from like 12 to 14 months, I could see. And why am I already talking like this? Because she's presumed innocent. I have the feeling she's going to get convicted. I'm not like, ultimately, do I think she should be going to prison for this? No. But I have the feeling this jury is going to convict her. This whole thing was a disaster. The scariest part about it though is she is so bad at her job, and I don't know if she understands that. Now, granted, she can't go up, she isn't taking the stand from what we know. But I don't know if Hannah truly understands how bad she fucked things up and messed things up. We have no indication of that. And that's something that really, really concerns me, because if she doesn't know what happened, that's a very big problem for me, because she, has she learned from what she's done? And I don't know if she has. That's a very big concern for me. Hold on here, guys. I am trying to take care of that there. Um, uh, Charlie, I asked about that earlier. Apparently, the prosecution's offer her was 18 months. Well, that's the other problem, though, too. If the prosecution only said, you're going to plead guilty and we're going to recommend 18 months, part of that, I mean, that's a poor offer. That's a poor offer when you think about it. Why is it a poor offer? Well, at the end of the day, if all you're giving me is take it or leave it, and it's not really that, like, my odds of trial are just as good. And yes, I get it. The state's going to come in and they'll scream and jump up and down saying, oh, she should go away forever. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. She's not going away forever. But this ideal plea, and we'll recommend 18 months, that's not a deal for anybody. Nobody would think that's a deal. Nobody in their right mind would think that's a deal. Nobody at all. Nobody at all would think that's a deal. And I think we can all agree nobody would think that's a deal. Also, by the way, Parallax, and you guys have tried again. The Clyde emoji should work now. I think I tried it again. I did everything again. Let's see if it works. So, yeah, if it really was an 18-month sentence, that it doesn't do anything. That's a poor bargain, because why risk? Why not go to trial? There's no change. That is a very Charlie's like, why do you think she shouldn't be jailed? I mean, I'm not as strong on this as I was before. Because at the beginning, I'm like, well, how bad could it have really been? Like, something happened here. I will say my position on this was really, really worn down throughout the course of this trial because of the way she governed herself in this case. She completely bumbled this. She had no idea what she was doing. She seems like she doesn't care. But at the end of the day, I still think yes, she's responsible, but it ultimately comes down to Alec Baldwin pointing a gun at somebody when he wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't planned, and he pulled the trigger. I think he's the one who ultimately should be falling for this. That's why. The more I've watched it, the more I've looked at it, that's who I feel like should have the problem there. Yeah, guys, if you don't have everything and it's letting you do something, refresh your page and it'll let you do it. So that is kind of the issue. Now, I did want to say also, if you guys are new out there, hello, welcome. My name is Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney out in Ohio, and I am I focus on criminal defense work, but obviously, this is a defense situation here. But talk about other legal topics as well. We do shows every week at Thursday at 9:30 here on YouTube. That's always a fun time. That's 9:30 p.m. Eastern time in the evening. It's always a fun time. We'll be doing it this week. I'm sure if we get a verdict today, which I don't know how long I can't imagine they're out forever. We'll probably get a verdict very quickly, I think, one way or another. Either somebody's going to say, look, I can't be convinced to convict her, or they're going to be like, yeah, she did this. I think that's how it's going to go. I don't think they're going to come back and acquit her. The best case scenario for her is to get a hung jury. If she gets a hung jury, I don't think they retry her. So we'll be covering that. We'll be covering a couple of other things that are going on. It's been quite a bit of interesting news out there. And then we also are available over on Locals. If you guys aren't aware of what Locals is, that's at potentiallycriminal.locals.com. It is basically Patreon without a lot of the oversight, censorship, and viewpoint harassment that they have over on Patreon. Locals doesn't care what you say as long as you stay within the terms of service. And the terms of service aren't amorphous. They don't slip around. And they don't give you crap if you say something that's not popular. So we're over there on Locals. You can join for free. It costs you nothing to become a member. You can hang out for free. If you'd like to support, it is $3 a month. You pay for that's the least they let you charge. And if you pay for 10 months, you get 2 months free. What you get for those $3 a month is you get access to the live streams. So we do a live stream every Monday. That's at 8:30, and then we do a live stream every Thursday after we do the YouTube show. And what do we do on those shows? Well, we get to hang out, have fun. We talk about topics. We talk about a lot of things that don't apply here or wouldn't necessarily be things we'd want to talk about or might not be appropriate or YouTube would let us talk about. In addition to that, if we go live for other reasons, and sometimes we do for different kinds of things, those are also only for supporters. So you get quite a bit if you're a member, but you miss out on a lot if you're not a supporter. So something to think about. If you guys aren't sure if you want to do it, you can pay month by month. Or if you're really not sure, if you're not sure what you want to do at all, period, you can use the promo code Criminals2024. That gives you 1 month of unlimited access to everything. And then from there, there's no obligation, but at least you can see what you're missing out on, all that good quality content. So I look forward to seeing you guys over there. So where are we? If you guys have questions, let's see what you guys are getting questions at all. I do believe Hannah bears less culpability than Alec. The problem is Hannah's still guilty. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think so, but I don't yeah. And you think Hannah supplied the live rounds? I think that's ultimately where they came from, was from her dad. Because her dad's the great armors, they'll read. And, well, apparently these yahoos were just, he hadn't really trained his daughter well, which is the really surprising part. So, let's see here. Yes, I did want to say, if you guys ever have ideas for emojis, we have a bunch of emoji slots right now for all our members that we have. So if you guys want more emojis, throw them out there. We can start working on stuff. I think there's already like a train emoji, like when you type it in. When you could type in a train emoji, like an emoji, like, yeah. Like I can already put in a train emoji. See? I mean, if you want a separate train one, that's fine. We have a fertilizer truck. Yeah, that's a good one. We could do that. A rider truck. So yes, apparently Alec's lawyer's been in the courtroom. And they should be. They should be. This is a free preview of what's going to happen. And this is I think this worked out fortuitously for the state to try her first because it makes the most sense. And why wouldn't you? Also, guys, let me know how the mic is. I messed with the gain a little bit more because people were having issues yesterday. Also, we've got an idea. I think I've got a way around some of the rules for YouTube about things. So we got a surprise coming up. Hopefully, we can work on throughout the day, and it might be complete. So we might have a special tool that can help us later. Let's see here. Jen says the fanny stuff is great today, very informative. We'll take a look at it. Like I said, we'll do that later today. I think it'll be fun. There'll be some good content to fill. Cool Bunny Slim says, shout out to CFC, Council on Future Conflicts. Ohio is real. Yes, it is. It's good to see you here. Cool Bunny. Thank you for being here. And guys, Future Conflicts, you can see them every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 a.m. I will be joining Scott and the guys on Friday morning. We are trying to, I don't think Scott has made it clear yet, but there is a very, very cool guest that might be showing up if they can wrangle him up. If they do, it's going to be pretty cool. Very, very good guest. You guys would like him. You guys all like him. And if you don't even know who the guest is, and I know you like him. How about that? Yes, and Kimbo says he uses a promo code Kimbo to get random pictures of Asian women emailed to you over at Locals. Yes. Okay. So that is, oh, hold on here. Oh, what did I just get? I just got an email. Oh. Oh, hold on here. Hold on, guys. Hi. All right. Okay, so where were we here? Tilly Silly says, good morning. Good morning. So we are says Hannah worked on previous sets and didn't take her firearms handling position previously. Seriously. Yes, and that's true. That's the other thing we're learning. We already knew that, but like there were some issues with like, okay, really, like here's the deal. How bad was it really? And then we found out with this trial, holy cow, it was really bad. Like, and this set alone, guns went missing. There was a gun missing. Hannah mailed loaded firearms back to Seth Kenny. She was playing around with, it sounds like, and I think Runkle is right, and this is my determination as well. I'm pretty sure Bronca is thinking this way too. They didn't have enough dummy rounds, so Hannah was buying live ammunition or borrowing her dad's live ammunition and making dummies and accidentally messed up and put, real live ammo in the thing. And you guys are asking about a ballistic, and she used the kinetic hammer. I actually have one, and I forgot to grab it out of the garage. I'm going to try to go grab it when we get a second here, and go get it to take a look for it, just so you guys can understand. If you guys have never seen one before, yeah, it's just the simplest piece of tooling ever. But yes, I think Hannah was trying to make dummies, and she fucked up. Now, the other thing that leads that to is maybe she had bought some regular ammo on her own. I don't know. If she did, I think she would have admitted to it, but who really knows? But yes, everything Hannah did, like the discharges, okay. Well, we learned some of those were for special effects, and that's not Hannah's department. We also, though, saw the videos of people just wandering around guns. Hannah's not correcting them, pointing guns at each other. Like, it was sloppy, 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 sloppy. Wombat Mommy, how are you doing? It's good to see you over here. Says Alec Baldwin would have killed Jensen Ackles if he didn't shoot her, and by her means Halanya Hutchins. Yes, Jensen Ackles was supposed to be standing where Halanya Hutchins was when she got shot. Because guys, we went back through this. The scene is Alec Baldwin sitting there as Harlan Rust, which I still think is just the weirdest cowboy number. My name's Rust. My arch nemesis is sandpaper and paint. I'm getting chased out because everybody hates me. It's like, I still think it's just a cringe name. I'm on the set of Rust. So, anyway, Jensen Ackles is the head of I don't know if he's the other gang of cowboys or the sheriff, but he says, off screen, throw down your guns. And Alec Baldwin's supposed to be laying there like this. And he's supposed to go, wow. Actually, he'd be like this. He'd be going, wow, chat. Bang, you're dead. That's supposed to be the shot. So he's sitting there playing with a gun like, hey, how does this look, Helena? Click, click, bang. And where she was standing looking through the camera. Jensen Ackles was supposed to be standing delivering the lines off screen. So, yes, it's very fortuitous that we did not lose a great actor. Charlie, this is actually a very good question here. Can they use the and we're going to start this because I'm probably going to bring this up a couple other times throughout the day as we bring in new people. So I'm sure people will find us as we go. Can they use this verdict here in Alec's case and say, hey, look, so he's guilty too? Not that they needed this guy talked his way into a punji trap of his own. No, they can't go around waving Hannah's conviction as conviction for Alec because remember, Hannah got convicted on her own case. That's not, it's not fair to, now in a civil setting, yes. In a civil trial, they can say, look, Hannah got convicted in a criminal court, Alec a bad man. They can do whatever they want there. They could also do, look, Hannah was found liable in civil court, therefore Alec Baldwin, bad man. What they can't do in a criminal setting is Hannah was found guilty, therefore Alec is guilty. That can't happen. The only way Hannah's stuff comes in is if Hannah Reid were to testify. Now, if she were to testify, they come in and say, well, have you been convicted? Yes. What were you convicted of? I was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering. Okay. What happened? Well, and then we go through everything. That's how that would come in. And then she would say, are you here of your own free will? Yes. Is any agreement reached you by the state? Well, yes, we reached an agreement. Watch, if I testify faithfully, the state has agreed that they won't oppose me getting out early from prison or something like that. That's the only way Hannah Reid's stuff is coming into trial. And why do I say that? That's just the nature of it. It's highly prejudicial, and it's not something it's not evidence you can cross-examine. Because it's going to be whoever introduces it, just be like, yeah, it's a court document. Hannah got convicted. Well, that's very prejudicial. And the probative value. Remember, the probative value is, does it make it any more likely or less likely? Remember, it's more likely or less likely that Hannah committed this crime. Okay. Well, does the fact Hannah committed a crime make it more likely or less likely that Alec committed a crime himself? No. It doesn't allow you to do that. You're not allowed to draw that inference. That's not permissible at all. I understand where you're going from. Yes, it does show there's, blame to go around, but you establish that other ways. So, Just Cause says, did we start yet? Nope, not yet. Don't worry. Fort Grounds. Oh, little kitty in the box. Cat traps. Jen says, is stepdaddy taking the stand today? I don't know. I kind of get the feeling the state might rest today. The defense. I get the feeling they might just rest this morning. I can't imagine they're going to put Thel Reid on because he's going to get grilled. I mean, he can go up there and say all this stuff, but he's going to have to admit, yeah, my daughter sucks at this job. Well, she wasn't mentored right. Well, are you the best in the industry? He's going to probably say, yeah, I'm one of the best. Like, well, why didn't you mentor her? Why didn't you? She's worked with you for how long? Years and years and years, and she doesn't know anything? Like, what's going on? And then there's also going to be, did losing guns, is that a good idea? No, is mailing guns, they're going to ask about everything she did. He's going to say, no, that's all bad. So I think they have to be very careful at this point about putting Thel Reid, Hannah's dad, on the stand, because if he's supposed to be the best around, the best in the business, she definitely wasn't. I don't. Putting him up there is a very dangerous thing. Now, here's the problem. Hannah's attorney, Jason Bowles, not very good. Not very good. So I can see him doing this because he hasn't done very good things so far. Smart things so far. I don't know who else they're going to put up there at this point because there's only so much they can do. Yeah, I just don't know what else they can do, really. There's just so many problems here. A 3D printer emoji. Speaking of 3D printer, can you guys hear it? Because it's running right now. Hey, Jeremiah Maddox, how are you doing? Good to see you. It's saying, up on our bulldozer, we have a killdozer emoji. If you guys want to show them the killdozer emoji, chat. Mr. Sniper says, why the grease gun? Why not? Grease guns are cool. We're not talking about like the actual like grease gun. We're talking about the like grease gun. Like clack clack clack. Let's see here. Wasn't it closing arguments today? Yes, the judge said they will be today. I have a feeling that there's only so much the defense can do at this point, and it's not like they could bring in a separate medical examiner to say like, well, here's how Helena really died. Like none of that's gonna help her. There's nothing they can do. Based on the quality of the experts, this attorney is secured. I'm very questionable about whatever else he may try to bring in. People are also saying, oh, well, they could subpoena Alec Baldwin. Well, they would have had to have done that already. Alec Baldwin's an out-of-state resident. It's not like he's in the courtroom. If he was sitting in the courtroom, yeah, you could slap him with subpoena the day of and be like, look, you're going to testify tomorrow. Here's the thing, though. Alec Baldwin's going to get up there and say, I assert my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Now, his attorney, and I would, if I was his attorney, be attempting to quash that subpoena and destroy it. And the judge might grant that, but ultimately, Hannah has the right to confront, witnesses and subpoena people. Under the Sixth Amendment, she has the right to compulsory process. If I was Alec, I'd get up there and plead the Fifth the whole time. And that's cool. Because the neat thing is, even though he does that, that can't be used against him later. On his trial, he has a Fifth Amendment right, and nobody can draw an inference from that. If he asserts his right to remain silent, it cannot be referenced. It cannot be pointed out. Especially if he did it on the stand in front of the state. If the state tried to bring up, well, we want to talk, we'd love to talk to him, but he used the Fifth Amendment. Or let's say Alec Baldwin does take the stand in his own case. Let's just hypothetically, we're into August, we're into Alec Baldwin's trial, okay? And he gets up there and he starts talking, and Carrie Morrissey says, well, didn't you take the Fifth? You're saying all this now, but when Hannah Reid's trial was going, you didn't talk. You took the Fifth Amendment. Bam. That's probably going to get you a mistrial. You can't comment on somebody's silence or infer anything from their silence. So I don't think Alec Baldwin would, him coming in would do anything for her. So I know people have brought that up as an option. Maybe they're going to do a maybe they're going to call as a witness the ghost who never lies. Because that'd be really good. It's a ghost you can't see, and it's a ghost only Bowles can talk to. Hannah's attorney can only talk to. What's that? You say Hannah didn't do it? Yeah. Yes, that could be the option there. Penny says stream with Bronca. Yeah, I do want to talk to Bronca about going over that firearms guy, because we'll probably do that in a second here, because that was just so awful to watch. Oh, Mike L said Viva. Oh, they already talked about it? Okay, well, yeah. Sounds like they're trying to get Viva on for Friday morning. I think that'll be a very fun time. Viva is a very good guy. Greg says, if you watch the show today, you know the mystery guest. Well, I already knew the mystery guest ahead of time, so I just didn't know Scott had done that yet. Am I going to cover any James Crumley's trial? Yeah, we're going to go back through and take a look at that. I'm not sure what day yet, but I'm curious to see how they're presenting things. Obviously, a lot of it's going to, like, the opening arguments are very different, I think. Well, I think they're going to be slightly different. But I'm curious to see who else they're going to call, because a lot of it's going to be the same parties. So I'm curious more to see how the defense goes about things in that case. David says, I wish the prosecution called Nick Cage to the stand. Here's the thing, though. I don't think they didn't need to. I would also argue that's prejudicial. It's propensity evidence that she did bad stuff on another set, therefore she did bad stuff here. You generally can't do that. Because she was a bad man somewhere else, she's a bad man now. That's generally something you're not allowed to do. But also here, they've got so much, they don't need to go anywhere else to demonstrate how awful she is. This case alone, like I said, lost guns, dangerousness, like, their armor is like, oh my God, this is a disaster, an unmitigated disaster, the armor expert. They don't need to bring him in, and that, Nicolas Cage's attorneys would certainly fight it anyway. So that would, get what you're saying, but I don't really know. Don't really know. Don't really know what that done. If there's no evidence except word, it's worth shit. No, I think that's a fair argument. But here, remember, everybody's protecting their butts. Everybody's testified so far for the state was protecting their butt. That's usually how it goes. Sweetheart says 45 cold is not a common round you can find at a gun shop. I guarantee you, New Mexico, it's far easier to find it, but I could probably find it at a lot of places in Ohio. It wouldn't probably take too much looking around, but somewhere in New Mexico, I guarantee you there's tons of it, especially out west. It's going to make it easier, especially in the Southwest. Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard for it to get. Also, remember, you can buy ammunition online, so it wouldn't be hard. And Hannah would have an idea of where to get stuff. Let's see here. Yes. Eric Fulham's right. Yes, that's well, I gotta catch up, guys. You guys are chugging along here. Yes. Yes. WD-40, my arch nemesis, Harlan Rust. Blade 2.0 says my name is Rust. My favorite hobby is oxidation. Yes. Parallax says great actor. Well, you church it up. You church it up. Trenton GL says Twitch first. Well, thank you. And who got first over here on YouTube? The one and only Darcy got first back at like 2 in the morning. Although it's probably not 2 in the morning where you live at the time, so it wasn't too late for you. But yes, for the hardcore first. Congratulations, Darcy. Unknown Hero for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is saying, well, I'm going to come. Will Hannah be allowed conjugal visits? Asking for a friend. I don't know. I don't know about the state of New Mexico, but I don't think they allow for those. So, sorry. You're going to have to wait. Don't come. You're going to have to not come for probably 12 to 14 months. Kevin H says, Seth takes pics of random patina rounds, but not mailed guns. Convenient. Well, remember, those guns would have been mailed and brought back before the Rust thing ever happened. So, before Rust had even started, like, and Hannah showed up, I'm going to go start the Rust movie now, and she took the loaded guns. So, at that point, it would have been impossible. Certainly, he could take pictures of patinaed rounds after the shooting happened. So that's, I get what you're saying there, but that's not that scandalous to me. No, you can't hear it good. I'm glad you guys can hear it. You guys think Hannah's gonna walk though? I don't know. Tony Hugecock or Tony Huggycock. I don't know which one you like. Don't know the etymology of your family's name. Somebody, how they got their name. Whether they had a big mule or they liked hugging mules. Said every one of the experts for the defense were speds. Their investigator got bodied. Yes. Their investigator got blown. The private detective got blown out of the water. Everybody. The OSHA guys kind of held their own, but but those are government bureaucrats who are weaselly anyway. That's the nature of them being government bureaucrats. Charlie says, I'm usually a defense guy, but these last few have been brutal between Michelle Trakunis, Hannah, and now Alec. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Most cases, there's a reason why stuff doesn't go to trial. Yes, because deals have been worked out. And why are there deals? Because, as you know, I'll use the Bruce Rivers quote, you engage in stealth stitching. There isn't usually an issue because you've told on yourself. You're the reason why the government has the evidence they have. So that's the problem. And that's the problem here. Hannah's already screwed herself over. The fact she's going to trial, I get the idea that, well, if it's 18 months, I might as well just take my chances. So, but Hannah's toast. I mean, everything in here, I mean, it makes her sound like if she is so stupid and incompetent, it's kind of like the doctors who keep operating on people knowing they're killing everyone. Your incompetence at some point becomes wanton indifference and the failure to properly exercise due caution, which for New Mexico, that's the standard here. New Mexico's a voluntary manslaughter statute. Um, it's exercising, failing to exercise, and we'll bring this up here right now. It's through the commission of a lawful act, which might produce death. Of a lawful act which might produce death. Or without due caution and circumspection. Like, she knew she was bad at this. Like, she had to know she wasn't good. And even if she didn't, a reasonable person would say, oh my God, I'm not doing something right. So without due caution or circumspection, Hannah's got a big problem here because she has to show that. And she has to show she wasn't, I didn't act without due caution. It's like, if you didn't, then I don't, I don't know what you think you didn't do, because whatever you think you didn't do or you were doing, you were so deluded you thought you were right. Like, Hannah, girl, you didn't do it right. This was awful. So I think Hannah is toast. I think Hannah's toast. So that is the issue. That is the issue. So I guess that's what I'll say. Most of the time, you're screwed. You've screwed yourself. You've confessed. There's DNA. There's this, that, and the other. Michelle's a little different. Michelle's kind of like one of those. I think it was on the edge. I think that was a case that had to be tried. It should have been tried. But yeah, Michelle looked really bad in it. She didn't do well in front of the police. And a lot of that evidence is really, really awkward. So, let me see here. The better question is, does Pitchlock saying, does Alec have his own you can't handle the truth moment? He might. He might. Alec Baldwin does not strike me as the type of person who would take getting berated by a prosecutor well. I mean, we've seen him in public. He can't handle it. Doesn't take much to set him off. He's very hot-headed. You guys are talking about streaming with Bronca. Well, I know he's on right now, so I'm not sure how we would do that this second. But yes, at some point, I think that'd be great to talk with him about this whole thing because it is hilarious. And we'll recap the expert again, flagging everybody. I saw on Twitter Bronca counted, and it was at least 9 times. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up here. Funny Bit says ban him. I don't ban anybody. As long as you're not breaking the YouTube terms of service, generally I don't ban you. So we run Somalia rules here. Parallax saying, when you're sickly, what's your favorite whiskey to sip on to recover? I don't have a rejuvenative whiskey option available to me. I have not consulted my doctor about that. Soul Souffle saying during COVID times, ammo was almost possible to get. That's a separate matter. That's a separate matter. Yes, ammo was hard, but it wasn't as hard as in the aftermath of like Sandy Hook. Those were the tough days. Kevin H saying, didn't he claim he took those pictures before the shooting? Maybe, I don't remember. But here's the thing: he might have had pictures available to show people. Like, look, you want to buy props? You want to rent my props? Here's what patina and stuff looks like. Do you want shiny brass or do you want like dirty exposed brass? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what was done there. Josh Mo says Hannah loaded the gun, right? We're pretty sure. We don't know, though. Obviously, Sarah's going to say Hannah loaded the gun, but Sarah could have loaded the gun. She would have had the same access. Let's see here. Yes, did they take advantage of Hannah's inexperience? They did, but still, Hannah's a full-fledged adult. She knew she was good or not good. And if she Dunning-Krugered it, well, then she has to pay the price for that. Netflix saying, in all seriousness, how do conjugal visits work? Who's eligible? How often? That's up to each prison, and I don't think really any states at this point offer conjugal visits. I'm going to Google this. Any states offer conjugal visits? Only 4 states. So California, Connecticut, Washington, and New York allow conjugal visits. So what do they allow? So there's some states they have those extended, but yeah, it's very few. And even then, guys, that might not allow you to knock boots. Some of them might just be you get extended family time or you get private time to spend with your family in special areas at the prison where it's like they have special rooms or they have like a trailer where it's out away from everybody. You can spend time with your family. Like they have all kinds of rules, all kinds of procedures. So that may not actually be something you can take advantage of. Okay, Kevin H saying, I checked. It's around the same time he polished them when the shooting was the 21st. Yeah, but I think that's him trying to make available for people the differences and showing like, hey, movie prop guy, look, here's the options you have. Like, here's your options. Choose A, B, or C. Because the guy's like, oh, I don't know what all this means. So Charlie says, I'm praying they can bring back this defense expert for Alec Baldwin. Here's the thing. Hannah's team was working on a little bit of money. Alec's team is going to get the best people they can find. The problem for Alec is, and I think this is Hannah's problem. Well, I think Bowles apparently had worked with this guy before. There's a reason why Hannah probably couldn't find any armors who were going to back her up because they're going to be like, oh my God, Hannah was fucking awful. And I think that's going to be continuing forward for Alec Baldwin. They're not going to find anybody who says, oh, Alec Baldwin was okay. He did everything. He's a good boy who didn't do nothing wrong. That is a problem for Alec, and I don't know how Alec's going to get around that. Ultimately, I don't know how Alec Baldwin fixes that issue because he has to fix it, and there's going to be no expert who's willing to take the stand for him. I mean, that alone, I mean, if you do that as an expert, you try to say Alec Baldwin's good, you're going to look like the dumbest person in the world. So, and that will hurt you for your professional career. Not necessarily people are like, oh my God, you supported Alec Baldwin. It's, oh my God, you actually went on the stand and said all this. You must be dumber than a box of rocks. So it's your competency would get called into question. We are now 34 minutes past. She said she told the jury to be back at 8:30. So I don't know when we're starting. It should be sometime soon, I hope. But we'll see what happens. Oh, Funny Bet says I'm joking. Okay, just want to make sure. Wendy Carter said, let this trial be a lesson. Never trust a woman to properly load or operate a firearm. No, I mean, Wendy, I guess I'll say, like, I understand that might be a joke. But yeah, women can handle guns. You just got to be the right guns. Like a makeup gun. Yes. Netflutter is saying, was there a verdict in the Chaconas trial yet, or did everyone forget to come back to it? There was a verdict on Friday. She's found guilty of all counts. Oops. Sorry. We didn't have a chance to get to it because we were in the middle of this, among other things. So, I mean, we can go to it real quick and watch it at some point. But, yeah, guilty all counts, like, womp, womp, womp. there isn't a whole lot to it. Obviously, she's crying and upset. Um, but yeah, so I was surprised that they came back guilty on everything though, because the jury was out for a while and they must have had a holdout or they were confused. I think ultimately though, and I don't know if Attorney Schoenhorn uh, spoke to the jury at all, and I'm going to try to reach out. I've reached out to him, see if he would be available for an interview. I'm curious to know if the jury was confused by the instructions because the instructions were a little confusing, and there was at one point the jury saying to the court, "We're a little confused here about how do we apply this." So we'll find out. So yeah, she was found guilty on everything. Jumbo Dunn says, "Wasn't Dad going to testify?" Um, yes, he was on the list. Now here's a cool thing: you don't have to call everybody on your list. There is no obligation. I can put down 30 witnesses. I don't have to call any of them. I have to put on notice who I'm going to have. Now, I have a feeling that they talked to Bulls yesterday and they're like, well, who do you have left? Who are you going to call? And that was what was talked about briefly at the bench at the end of the day yesterday. But I don't know for sure, and we'll find out because, I mean, certainly they could do it like they did for actually, chat, hold on 1 minute. I need to take this. This is an important phone call. So I am very sorry. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had a phone call I had to take. It was Court of Appeals sorting out an issue. Um, so once again, my apologies for that. Let's see here. Um, fucking Chrissy said, "Did someone gift me membership?" It looks like they did. Looks like they did. Congratulations, whoever got one. In addition to you, I'm sure is going to be very thrilled. And yeah, Turnips gifted 5 memberships, so thank you, Turnips. And then Tia Nina is a new member. Thank you for renewing your membership. I know very much appreciate the support. So let's see here. I should refresh and make sure it hasn't started. Yeah, we'll check here. It's still saying live, but we'll refresh it anyway. Yeah, still live, still waiting. They're still baiting, waiting and baiting, chat, waiting and baiting. Um, Ron says, I think it goes the other way as well. You speak positive or negative for Alec, and your career could get blacklisted. Yeah, but I think this is more of just if you spoke out against Alec. I mean, whoever this guy who's going to be, it's going to be their same expert again for the trial with Alec, unless this guy had a conflict where he already worked on a trial or he worked on a movie that Alec was on, that armor guy, which that'd be a conflict of interest at that point. You probably wouldn't want to use him, because also he'd probably say like, "Oh yeah, Alec was fine." What do I think would happen there? I don't think that's going to be as big a deal because they're going to get people who are like bulletproof, like because oh, it's Alec Baldwin. Well, he's almost done anyway with his career. Like, no one's too worried about upsetting him. Like, there's enough of them out there. He can't hurt them. Bella says my judgment comes at one point. If you remove Hannah's negligence and piss poor job performance, this woman would still be alive. Even Alec's gun handling and temper wouldn't have mattered. And I think that's a fair argument to make. That yeah, this was 100% Hannah's. Had Hannah done anything right? It doesn't sound like of the things Hannah could do right or did do right. The actual answer sounds like, did Hannah do anything right? No, and it's not even like, oh, she did like 99 things out of 100 right. It's like she didn't do a damn thing right, and that's the problem. So, let me see here. Charlie says that's it. The show's over. So, Dazuna saying how many years Hannah going to get? I think probably like 12 to 14 months ultimately. So, I'm stitching to the feds again. Yeah, that's it. What? Why would I do that? I don't have to call them. I can just yell down the hallway. So I've got my Fed handler here. So, what's your opinion on sticker notifications? Sticker notifications. Did I? Kind of confused, Stephanie. If that's a joke, I'm not getting it. So, Ron is saying if Alec handled the gun like the prosecutor wanted to defend the witness from yesterday, he would have seen it was loaded. Yeah, I don't think Alec would have been smart enough to notice that the primers are different colors, though. Alec doesn't strike me as being that in touch. Kevin says the dad had putting Phil Reed up, the jury's going to disregard it anyways. What's the other issue? It's like, think about it. If you put your mom up there on the stand, your mom's going to be like, oh, he's a nice boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. I love him. He's my son. Sure. But ultimately, Phil Reed's going to get cross-examined, and he's going to have to say, yeah, she completely screwed up. So that's the ultimate problem for him. So Judge is back. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Um, do you think insurance is going to avoid Alec or Hannah? Oh, Hannah's never going to be able to work on a set again. Hannah's never going to be able to work on a set again. She is a liability. They're not even going to let her make coffee for people. There is no way she gets a job anywhere. I can't see any organization wanting her. Just her name alone is going to be poison. But yes, I see insurance companies saying she's not allowed back. There's no way they can allow her back. God, she is so goddamn dangerous and stupid. Like, let's say she's working craft services and has the coffee and somebody gets burned from the coffee. It's like, well, you hire this person who's so damn dumb. Somebody got killed on her watch. And it's like, then we put her in charge of the coffee maker and now somebody's burned real bad. Like, oh my God, movie producers, why are you doing this? Like, that's what's going to happen there. There's no way she's allowed to work in Hollywood ever again. And it's the idea is probably, I doubt anybody wants to work with her. It sounds like she's an idiot, and it sounds like she doesn't take well to direction. And people tell her what's going on. She gets all angry and pissy. I mean, she told her boss Sarah to go fuck off and called her a cunt, which I get happens. I mean, who hasn't? We've all probably had jobs where we've yelled at our bosses before back. But Hannah is in a bit of a different position here because, she told her boss to fuck off, and what did Hannah do then? Hannah goes out and fucking kills someone. Like, she completely, she's telling her job. She told her boss to fuck off and called her a cunt. And then, later on in that timeline, Hannah then is completing the biggest of all fuck ups. So I that's not a good look. That's not a good look. So yeah, Hannah's going to be an uninsurable. Alec Baldwin, if he ever is on movie sets again, is basically probably going to be only allowed to have rubber guns. That's probably Alec Baldwin's fate is the rubber gun squad or maybe a non-gun. And what's a non-gun? And well, a non-gun, and I think I should be able to show this for the ATF or for YouTube's rules. A non-gun is a gun that let me see if I can show a good example of it. It's basically a gun where it's got these little things that they make like a little flash at the end, little pyrotechnic flash. And it's what you use. It's a non-operating. Actually, here's a good example of it. And I don't know what this. I don't know what movie this is from specifically, but this is an example of a non-gun. That's a pyrotechnic right there. Right there, there's a little pyrotechnic, and there's a whole bundle of them in there. Little bits of flash powder. There's a bunch of. Sometimes you only have one. Sometimes you have multiple, so you can do bang, bang, bang. But notice the slide is not going backwards or articulating because it's not discharging a firearm. It's not discharging anything. This is what you can do to avoid it because if you own non-guns, these are not regulated by the ATF, meaning your armor doesn't have to follow the ATF rules. There's no bound books. There's nothing to worry about. Anybody can handle these. Felons can handle these. People who are drunk can handle these. That would look really bad on your insurance. But there are no restrictions. You don't have to lock these up. They're not considered firearms under federal law. So there's a benefit to those. There is a benefit to those things. So Key Farms have a lot of sticker. Oh, we're talking about the farm sticker drama. Sorry, I hadn't really. Yeah, the stickers are group DMs. Yeah, no, sorry guys, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about. Yeah, I don't like getting people sucking people into random DM chats on the farms. That part's annoying. God, you try to get out of it, and they keep inviting you, and it's like fucking A. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. That's from Maddie yesterday. I did not watch Matt at the internet yesterday. Obviously, we were here doing work, so we'll take a look at. I'll look at Maddie later when I get a chance. Um, so let's see here. Wendy Cutter says case immediately dismissed. I'm not sure in response to what. Sorry, that probably didn't help. Just Cause says she'll live off daddy's money. Yeah, apparently Thel Reed does not have that much money. Like they were really hurting. Like according to Eric Huntley, these guys were sleeping. And he said this on air, so I'm not disclosing private things. That they stayed. Hannah and Thel would routinely stay the night at Seth Kinney's shop, PDQ Arm and Prop, because they couldn't afford hotels. So things weren't going too well for them. Ah, let's see here. Nima says all the testimony here made me think the entire industry is incompetent. Not the entire industry; they're actually really good armorers. So, like the armorer that got the state hired, that guy's really good. And there's like really good prop houses. Like he'd mentioned, ISS is a really good prop house. There's also Movie Armaments Group, a phenomenally operated prop house. There are really good people involved. It's just this is the other end of the spectrum. This is the this is the ragged edge of indie films. People kind of just making shit up as they go along. That's the other side of this ultimately. And it's a little different. It's a little different to say the least. And that's what we're seeing. So that is the worst thing to see there. Let's see here. Trying to catch up. Yeah, Hannah's not going to need to worry about a place to stay. She's going to stay for a while. Yes, she will. Godshaw says they took the lowest bid for the job. Well, they didn't have any money anyway, so it wasn't like they were offering a lot. Oh, Wendy says you missed a foolproof argument I gave why Hannah will be found guilty immediately above that. Okay. Well, I'm sorry I missed it. If you could put it together again, I'll try to catch it. Oh, here we go. Yes. Your Honor, my client believes she was changing the battery in a novelty gun-shaped blow dryer, hair dryer. She gave it to Alec to help the crew with their hair cleaning routine. I rest my case. That's better than what we've got right now. Yeah, this is far better than what we've got right now for an argument. So, let's see here, guys. They are still not up. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to go back and watch Mr. How do you say this guy's name? The the firearms expert for the defense. Let me see here. What? Why? Well, what happened here? Sorry, guys. All right. I'm sorry, guys. We're just trying to keep check of everything here. Let's see here. What is? Where? What the heck am I looking at here? Sorry guys. Sorry, it was somebody sent me something. I was trying to figure out what the heck that was. My uncle played this last night. I know he did, but I just think if you haven't seen it before, I do think it's impressive to watch. And then, it just, you know, the two experts side by side. I wish there was a way to splice them together because one is just awful compared to the other. Is just truly garbage. Is just truly, truly garbage. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see here. We also I'm curious to know, is Ashley Merkin still going? Because that's very interesting if she is. Ashley Merkin is still going. Holy cow. We're definitely gonna have to watch that. We're definitely gonna have to watch that. So uh I looked up to you for $5. It's like that's a little little like could be a little disheartening there. But let's okay, so I looked up to you for $5. Thank you very much. Saying gut feeling on the verdict in the Alec Baldwin trial later this year. Guilty. I mean, he stood there and went bang, and they're going to point out that wasn't part of the script. He wasn't supposed to draw there. And that's something we learned, and I didn't know that was not part of it. It was a blocking shot. Okay, I get that. They were doing their blocking, and that means they're getting ready to do the filming, and they're lining everything up. Okay, cool. Like that makes sense. But then we learned, like, was he even supposed to draw his gun? Nope. Like, oh boy, that's not good. Like, so Alec Baldwin's out there screwing around, and that didn't even call for it. That's there's that. There's that scene they showed him. If you guys, we can go back to try to look for it again real quick. With the, I think when the armor was talking, their armory expert, where Alec Baldwin comes out of the like outhouse or the barn or wherever, and he's just like, bow, 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 and he runs along and falls down. He's like, hurry, hurry, hurry! We get like, and he's panicking like the house on fire to get the reshoot done. All that's going to make him look awful. Alec Baldwin's going to look bad. I think rightfully so. He probably is bad. And I'm not saying, and I say that not in the sense of he's a bad man. He should be therefore guilty. I think he is not going to look very good. He's going to look like an ass. He's going to also have the ultimate issue of, well, you were in charge of this. Now, there's going to be a lot of backpedaling because, yes, he's an executive producer, but they're probably going to point out that, he had no control over things ultimately. And I don't know how much control he had over everything. I think there's going to be a lot of questions about that because he might be an executive producer. And a lot of times they bring actors on to be executive producers, but they're not necessarily like the producers. So they might bring them on as an executive producer to generate more, to increase, to increase investors, increase people buying in. So that's the problem I could see happening in Alec's case, where they're like, well, he wasn't really was he really an EP, or was he just kind of like one of the dudes? Like, we got him on the set because we wanted more and more investors. And I have the feeling it's going to be a lot of that actually at the end of the day. So, although maybe, I mean, we get the feeling he's very controlling and demanding and domineering. He could have said like, "No, it's all my movie, and I wanna be involved." So, it could easily they could easily throw all this at him because he's the EP, but also that might fall flat. And if I'm the attorneys, I'm gonna make sure that that happens. And Soul Souffle is right. He lifted the gun. Yes, this is I've heard this. I didn't know this came from Mark Robert. And what I will say is Mark Robert is a reporter in Hollywood, and he is the co-host with Eric Hundley of America's Untold Stories over here on YouTube. If you guys have never watched that before, well, actually, I need to say like Robert Barnes says it, America's Untold Stories. They covered this stuff from the beginning. These two guys were all, and that's the thing. That's why part of the reason why when Eric asked me to come on yesterday, I went on with him. Why? Because Eric Hundley was like on top of Eric Hundley and Mark Robert were on top of Rust from the beginning. And Eric even admits it. He's able to talk about it now freely. One of his sources is Seth Kinney himself. He's been in touch with Seth Kinney, has talked to him at length, like on a firsthand, like on a they're not friends, but he's talked to the guy a ton. So he has all kinds of information about what's going on and the tea on everything. So these two guys, I think, are very credible when it comes to what they're able to source out on this. All right. Now, this is interesting because I didn't know Mark Robert has said this. That apparently Alec was angry at Helena and said, "How about this shot? This shot. How about I shoot you?" He raised the gun and fired. I had heard this being proposed, and I thought at the time it was like, okay, well that just seems too goofy because that's like out of a movie script. Like, I could show you right now. You just go, bang, and it's like, oh my god, it was real. Like, you're lucky this isn't real because I could go like clack and you'll be dead. I don't. Like I said, we're gonna have to see because I'm curious to see if that's ever mentioned because I don't think that's ever been brought up in any of the testimony so far. And granted, that wouldn't have necessarily come up in the testimony because that would be relevant to Hannah's case. But I don't think we've even heard it from any of the interviews or the police interviews of witnesses that Alex said anything like that. And notice there were people there today or in this trial, including the guy who looked like Walter White in the red jacket who was there. He even admitted like he was the dolly grip. He was the guy who operated the camera dolly. And he was in the church when the shooting happened. And he didn't mention any of that. And it doesn't sound like that was in his interview or anything like that. So that is true. If he did do that, I mean, yeah, then Alec Baldwin's really screwed. And if he did say any of that, I mean, that's not just like the thing is, though, I think you could probably make an argument from his attorneys. If you go back to the manslaughter statute, there's another way. It's manslaughter is another way around there. It could be voluntary manslaughter through a sudden heat of passion or anger, which I don't know if getting mad at your boss or coworker qualifies, but I could see it under state law qualifying because all you got to do is go here to this tab and it's a sudden quarrel for voluntary manslaughter. Would that work? But here's the thing: that's a third-degree felony, which means there's more prison time. So I don't like if they had the goods. Like, here's the thing: if they had that on Alec, they probably would have prosecuted him for it already. I don't think they'd be screwing around in the involuntary manslaughter territory. So now, if things come out, yeah, I could see. Let's say during trial it comes out that this happened. I could see them like upgrading charges or amending their indictment. That's going to be really hard to do at this point because there's no proof. So, Popcorn Power is saying, "Is this mean that her excuse right now is daddy packed bullets?" No, her excuse is everybody else. The production team on this site was so bad they didn't help me and they set me up to fail. So no, Hannah's not throwing her dad under the bus at all. Surprisingly. Well, actually, it's not a surprise, really. I mean, who's going to throw their parents under the bus necessarily? Most people wouldn't do that. Aaron is saying, is he still claiming he didn't pull the trigger? I don't know because he has been completely silent since this all happened. And since he gave all those interviews back when it all first started. I assume he still thinks that, probably ultimately in his head. Like he's so, And to be fair, that would be like any person, really. They'd be convinced, like, I didn't kill that person. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. Mentally, he might be telling himself that. But I'm sure in reality, his attorneys are like, look, don't fucking say that anymore because you are going to cause us a lot of problems. So I'm sure he was told, shut up, don't talk about this anymore. So nobody really knows for sure. So Hannah's excuse is I didn't do anything. The production team, it's their fault. They caused this to happen. I didn't do anything wrong. So I was saying Baldwin said he was a creative producer. Here's the thing, he might be, but he might say that, but it's going to be a tail of the tape. Like, what does the evidence show? I mean, of course he's got an incentive to lie right now. So who knows? Did he really lie? Is he lying? Is he telling the truth? I don't know. Eric Hunley was so on it, he got subpoenaed by the prosecutor. Yes, Carrie Morrissey submitted him a subpoena initially, like she was going to start getting information from him. And Eric then spoke to Nate, the lawyer. He also spoke to a couple of us at one point. But people, and pretty much Nate told him, like, tell Carrie Morrissey to go fuck off. You don't have it. She doesn't have any right to your stuff. And that's true. Eric is a reporter. He's a journalist. She has no right to his stuff. And they ended up telling her to fuck off, and she fucked off. So, yeah, that's the good news there. So, yeah, Eric is not under any threat anymore. He's all good to go. But yeah, I mean, at the time, I think, but I also think Carrie Morrissey realized she probably got what she needed out of Seth Kenny anyway. So, and also, you guys were wondering about some of the other people. You're wondering about Seth Kenny and all them. Yeah, he's still doing arm and prop and gun stuff in Albuquerque. He's still working in Hollywood. He has not had problems out of this. He's still okay. So, I don't know. Baldwin knew the gun is loaded, but that is totally Baldwin. Yeah, it could be. Let's see here. Let me see here. Dolly, how you doing? Dolly talks. Yes, hey, how you doing, Dolly? Hope you're doing well. Bella's saying, am I near the Kirtland Colt murders? Yes. That's probably like about 20 minutes from where I live. That whole area. Yes, that's near me. That is a very crazy story. Maybe we'll cover it someday coming up. Probably saying you can't leave your mic up and keep talking. What? What? What do you mean? I'm confused. What are you talking about here? Let's see here. Soulsflay saying Hunley was shaking his boots. I don't know if he ultimately was, but to be fair, yeah, I mean, for most people, I got subpoenaed. Oh no, like that's kind of scary. Like, what do I do? But most people will be. Bell says, I read over the Clement case I sent you yet? Not yet. No, I've not had time. That's on my list of things there. Oh, if I move from mic, we can't hear you. Sorry, I had to move away for a second. Sorry, that's what you guys were saying. Sorry, I had to move away for half a second. Yeah, sorry about that. And I forget what I was saying when I rolled the chair away, so I don't remember. Quarrel used a gun, not a crossbow. Well, yes. Do you? Well, well, actually, how does Romeo and Juliet start? Do you quarrel with us, sir? Yeah, hold on. It does. It does. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Quarrel, sir. No, sir. But I do want my thumb at you, sir. But they use swords, so it's a little different. Oh. Let's see here. Yes, two star-crossed lovers. Yes. 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 There wasn't ever a tale of more woe than of Alec Baldwin and this ignorant armory hoe. So, is court ever going to start? Yeah, I don't know. Something's up. Something's happening. Let me see if we can look on Twitter. People are live tweeting about it. Some of these court reporters might be there. Let me see here. Okay, let me see. Twitter is trying to see. Let's see what the reporters are saying. In a retrial. Yes. Oh, okay. God, I was looking all around. Okay. So we say the jury's been seated, and I'm like, not yet. It's yeah, no, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Oh, they're going over jury instructions, apparently Long Crime is saying, so they're going over jury instructions. I get the feeling we're done, chat. I have the feeling the state's gonna rest. I have the feeling that we're gonna 4,000 people watching over there. My gosh, those people don't know quality content when they see it. So sad. The judge said 10:30 their time. No, she said she wanted the jury back at 8:30 their time. So that would have been 10:30 here. So I thought we were going to get going. Damn, so the defense is done. If they're already going over instructions, I would assume so. Now that's not to be fair. I could be wrong. They could also just be like, let's get the instructions out of the way first, and then you do what you got to do to the defense. So I don't know. Did the state rest already? Yes, they rested their case. State has the right to rebuttal. I don't think they're going to do a whole lot of rebuttal here. And just why? I mean, these defense experts have not been truly helpful and like mortally wounding the state. So I don't see them I don't see the state panicking and having to call people in rebuttal. Charlie's saying that's what I thought. Sean misspoke. What did I say? The state is rested. I think the defense is going to rest shortly. I don't know who else they're going to bring up because I think Thel Reed is a bad idea, and I think they're realizing that now, especially after the way this last witness went, their supposed gun expert went. I hope they're like, oh my god, we can't go now. Like they understand what's going to happen if they put Thel up there, and Thel's old. Thel's in his 80s. I mean, he's not as good as he used to be. He's probably lost a step or two anyway. Yeah, I don't see this being good for them. Big Happy saying, why is rebuttal a thing? It's not fair. State gets to go last. It's because they have the burden of persuasion. Yes, I agree the state should not go last. The man fighting for his life should get to go last. The last words you should hear are from the man pleading for his life. The state already enjoys so many benefits. They enjoy the benefit that jurors give them the benefit of the doubt. Um, and all the other things that come along with it. Yes, I fully agree the state should not get that, but that is something that will probably never change because that's something that goes back to time immemorial at this point in America. So maybe at some point will that change? Yeah, but not right now. Not right now. So yeah, they get the last word in closing as well, and I think that should be it. I think the state gets to go first. Cool, but they don't. I don't think they should get to go again. Their burden of persuasion. I don't care about their burden of persuasion. You know, they've met it. They if they're there, they proved it. You know, the fact they have to remind everybody again. I just yeah, not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. I just think the state, gets too much positive treatment out of this. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. The Kirkland murder sounds like a Costco product. Yeah, well, it's Garrett. It's called Kirtland. Kirtland. Kirtland, not Kirkland. It's Kirtland. But yes, they had this weird religious cult thing going down, and a family got murdered. It's pretty crazy. So it's very, very neat. DC killing spree, yes, the primacy and the recency effect, and it's just the idea people tend to trust authority, which I think is nonsense, but people do. So, the lawyer that bailed out of the defense was smart. Well, I don't think it was necessarily he bailed. I mean, Hannah fired him. It sounds like he disagreed with Hannah, and Hannah didn't want him on the team anymore. And if Hannah doesn't want to talk to him, he's like, well, fuck it, I'll just quit. And I think it's nonsense the judge didn't let him quit, like let him leave. Like I get maybe that day of trial, but having him forcing him to sit there the entire time, I think is ridiculous. Because how's that going to work? He can only do so much work from there. Okay. And then on top of that, he's probably not getting paid anymore because he quit. So the judge is forcing him to sit there and get paid, like not get paid, not make money, which that's a little sus to me. But obviously, he didn't bring it up, and it's not an issue that's been before the court. But I'm surprised that happened that way. But yes, Bullion, the guy in the beard who was doing really good cross examination on the first day, is no longer there because him and Hannah have probably butted heads on something. And I'm betting a lot of it's Hannah, you need to take a plea. And Hannah probably got all upset and got all indignant about it because she's an idiot and she doesn't understand. She should probably still take the plea. But I also understand on her end of it, like, well, why should I if they're not making me a good offer? But, I'll say it again. Hannah does not demonstrate that she makes smart decisions based on what she's done so far. So, guys, if you want to thank anybody for getting Clyde done, that is all Parallax. Maybe Ashley Casey thought it up or something, and I forget if you did, Ashley. I don't mean to steal thunder, but credit is due. It was a Parallax operation from start to finish. Aren't all hills gravity hills? Well, a gravity hill is a place where it's an optical illusion where you feel like you're going up a hill. You put the car in neutral and you sit there, and your car actually goes. You feel like you're going uphill. It's a slight optical illusion, but it's a pretty cool feeling because it feels like you're going backwards, like your car is floating up the hill, and it's neutral, and it doesn't make any sense at all. But it's a base optical illusion, which is really cool. So. name some sort saying you ever roll anything up. But yeah, you put your car in neutral and you can feel like your car feels like it's going uphill. Like you look out the window and it looks like you're going up the hill. But it's just an optical illusion that you're not going downhill. So, but it's 100% cool. They really work. Andrew says, are they ever on time? Well, are they let's interview that lawyer. He's still bound by attorney-client privilege, so I can't. My arm motions are making me look like Ralph Hutch, Nikki Haley. Just let him, Okay, well, I'm trying to work on the thing that allows us to possibly have demonstration aids that don't violate YouTube's rules. So we're going to try it and see what happens. So I'm working on to try to get it ready in time. It's a ghost gun, nice. Well, I mean, technically, if it's a 3D printed safety gun, meaning it's a red or blue gun, which is the traditional safety gun colors, it's clearly not a gun and it's a prop, but it's a functioning prop, which I found from 3D printer plans for. Well, maybe we can use it because then it's not a real gun. So, because I don't think YouTube's rules would prohibit this, because you can show fake guns, as long as you're not. I don't think as long as you're not being dangerous with them. So, we're trying to get this done, and it's a lot of parts, So, if you guys got any other questions, let's fire them away. We got time. It looks like. If you guys are new, 232 people here. My name's. Here we go. Here we go, chat. It's time. It's time. Oh, that looks like Hannah's mom. That looks like Hannah's mom right here. I don't know. That looks like Hannah's mom. I can tell it straight. I forgot I could do that. That's so cool. Don't know where everybody else is yet. Can't see him. Don't know who that is. So we'll probably learn together, chat. There's Hannah wearing black for a funeral. I'm surprised they told her to wear black. I would tell my client not to wear black. That just makes you look menacing. People associate black with, like the color black, and all that. Jokes aside, guys. Like with the bad guy. All right, here we go, chat. Let's see what happens. Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, next witness.
Jeremy, we call PJ Pesh.
Just stand before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. And you please tell the jury your full name.
It's Paul Peter Pesh Jr., but I've always been referred to as PJ Pesh.
Mr. Pesh, what do you do for a living?
I direct and write movies and television.
How long have you been in the business of directing and writing movies and television?
35 years.
Can you give the jury a background on your movies that you've directed and kind of a biographical sketch?
Sure. I attended Columbia University and studied under Martin Scorsese and did a short film that traveled around the world. I wound up getting a deal at Paramount in 1990. I directed a film for Roger Corman in 1991 that I wrote and directed. In 1995, I directed a Western with Sam Elliott that we actually shot at Bonanza Creek Ranch. That was also rather lower budgeted, short schedule. I've directed 6 feature films and close to 100 hours of television. I've created television shows, written and sold movie scripts. I've worked for Paramount, Warner Brothers, HBO, Universal, Fox. Anything else?
That's a really good background, and I just want to ask you with regard to the Western on Bonanza Creek. That's also the site of where Russ was
Dagon, they're
found, is that
talking
right?
about
That's
like
what I understand.
Well, Mr. Pesh,
Dagon, they were like going over what they're going to argue in the jury instructions, what's in them, not giving them to the jury yet. Sorry, that wasn't clear. My apologies.
it sounds like you have experience also with movies involving firearms.
Yes. Many of the television shows, and I think 4 or 5 of the 6 films, 2 of them were Westerns. One of them was one of the Sniper series with Tom Berenger. One of them was Smokin' Aces, which had a considerable amount of gunfire.
In your work on the movies involving gunfire, have you had the occasion to work with armors and prop masters?
I have.
And actually, in all of the movies you've done, I'm certain you've worked with prop masters.
Yes.
Okay, sir. And with regard to those movies that you've directed in television, have you worked with directors, first assistant directors, and understood people's roles on the set?
I have.
Okay. With regard to armors, have you ever worked on a prior film in which an armorer had split duties as an armorer and a props?
I have not.
With regard to this situation where there is a gun-heavy set I will represent to you, would you think, in your experience and what you've seen, it would be advisable to have a part-time armorer doing 2 jobs?
I would say that would be highly inadvisable.
Whose responsibility is it to properly staff with regard to the movie functions?
The line producer or the unit production manager.
When you have a set involving upwards of 20 firearms, would it be, in your experience, possible for a part-time armorer to manage that?
I wouldn't imagine so. One person can, each one of those weapons needs to be tracked pretty consistently for the set to remain safe. So I don't see how a single person can keep their eye on 20 firearms.
With regard to overall set safety and your experience and background, who is in charge of that?
The first AD is considered in all of the published safety advisories, the chief safety officer on the set.
Are you a member of various guilds?
I'm a member of the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, which is the Actors Guild, and I also happen to be a member of the Musicians Guild.
Okay, so when you talk about safety rules, are some of those from those guilds?
Yes, there's I can't remember the name of the organization, but they sort of collectively represent all of the various guilds and issue recommendations for safety that they recommend attaching to the call sheet each day.
Is it, in your experience, also something you've seen where there will be daily safety meetings on set, especially in a gun-heavy set?
Expert?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he can give lay opinions on his experience, but also we would tender him as an expert.
I think we should approach.
And he's listed as an expert. So yeah, I get kind of where they're going. This, well, wait, if you're offering as an expert, just fucking tender him as an expert. Why aren't we doing that right? And I get there's an issue there with that. Like, come on now. Yeah, so Roger Corman, yes. You guys were wondering, he likes free advertising. So this guy, yeah, it looks like he's done some movies. He's going to talk about how things work there. I could also see them saying, if your armorer lost a gun, would you hire that armorer or fire them? And he'd be like, I'd have them.
So, Mr. Pitch, you were discussing some of those safety rules. Now, would it be, in your experience, advisable for production to convene daily safety meetings?
Yes, in fact, it's recommended by all of the published literature by the guilds. And it's been they recommend that a safety meeting takes place anytime there's to be any stunts, firearms, special effects. But it's been my experience that in the last 7 or 8 years since the tragic incident with the camera assistant who was killed on the railroad bridge, that every first AD I've worked with, regardless of what's happening that day on the call sheet, has a quick safety meeting, just running over and reiterating basic safe practices.
And you as a director, is that something that you advise and you practice?
I don't give safety meetings. That's the job of the safety officer, the first AD, but I think it's a great idea.
In your experience in interacting with first assistant directors, if, for example, there's a situation where a set is rushing, there's safety issues occurring, does the first assistant director have any responsibility in that respect?
Most definitely.
And what would that be in your experience? What would you expect to see happen?
My experience has been that the first has an announcement to everybody, slow down, this is not safe, or we're not doing this, or just takes charge. And if there's a specific issue with a crew member, they'll pull them aside and discuss the issue and consult with stunts or props or firearms and deal with it.
Is that also true, for example, if you have a issue with an actor, for example, firing a blank after somebody yells cut, what would the first AD be expected to do in your experience?
Speak with them and indicate, look, when cut is called, usually the only person that can call cut is the director, but if it's a safety issue, anybody can call cut. And once cut is called, everything needs to stop, because if there is a safety issue, obviously, that somebody's noticed, nothing else should take place. So yes, the first AD should speak to that performer.
When it comes to safety, what is your view as to everybody's responsibility on set?
Well, again, it's not just my view, but again, in the published literature of the various guilds, they indicate safety is everyone's responsibility. If there's a safety issue, there are anonymous hotlines for anybody to call and raise these issues.
And are those anonymous hotlines, are those published generally in your experience working on set?
They're with that safety recommendations that are attached to the call sheet.
And those hotlines, what do they provide for people to be able to do if they notice a safety failure?
You can call someone from your guild. Each of the studios has their own separate hotline. And as far as I know, that will allow you to anonymously, so you don't, look, if you report something, you could put your career in jeopardy. Nobody wants to do that. But the idea is that a representative can provide that information to somebody who will take action, such as the producer, the UPM, or the first AD.
In your experience, have you worked and seen the interaction between prop masters and armorers?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, in your experience generally, how they interact? Who's in charge of the firearms and who's in charge of the ammunition, and then what the prop master role is?
Well, the prop master, more often than not, hires the armorer because that's a subset of that department. But the armorer is in charge of all ammunition, all firearms, maintaining them, keeping them safe, and inventorying the ammunition.
With those duties and responsibilities, would you believe it to be important in your experience to accord the armorer adequate time to do those duties?
Yes.
And would it be important to accord adequate resources for that armorer to do those duties?
Yes.
If there is a scenario where the armorer is dealing with a gun-heavy set, not having those resources, who would you expect to assist that armorer in getting those?
Props.
If there is a situation where there is a scene, a video, something's happening, and both the armorer and first assistant director witness a safety violation involving a weapon, for example, what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Pesh, I just have a couple follow-up questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Certainly.
So anyone on the crew can stop filming due to safety concerns, is that right?
That's right.
And that includes Ms. Gutierrez.
That's correct.
And sir, did
This
you
is gonna kill her.
read or watch the statements of Ms. Gutierrez in preparation for your testimony?
I did not.
That was my understanding.
Oh,
So are you
Oh.
aware that on October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez was not inside the church with the gun, not because she was working on props,
Exactly.
but because she was just doing some other armorer duties?
Objection, Your Honor.
okay, Kelly. Yes, 100%. Yes, all this stuff. He's like, yeah, there's all these hot tip lines and hotlines you can call, and you could whistleblower protections. Here's the problem, though. Hannah never did any of those, so it doesn't matter. And then he's like, well, I didn't really know anything she did in this case. Once again, how does this witness really help? This doesn't. This doesn't help. So this is a big ouch. This is a guy, he's a PJ, what's his name? PJ, something or another. He's a longtime director, film writer in Hollywood, and was trying to, I don't know why the defense brought this dude up.
Do I need to
I'm sure it's
restate the
a
question? Do
movie
you
Excel
remember?
was
Okay.
cover on.
So my question for you is, we saw some interviews from Ms. Gutierrez, and she does explain that she was not in the church because she was preparing her fanny pack and her blank ammunition for the next scene. You agree that that's sounds like armor work to you, not props work?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware, sir, that on the morning of the 21st, when the crew was waiting for replacement camera personnel to arrive, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours to work on her preparation for the scenes that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't recall 3 hours of downtime. That's
Mr.
interesting.
Petch, if there was a scene going on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Ms. Gutierrez
Council approach.
The UPM or the first AD.
what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened. And
Ms. Gutierrez had a
Petch, if there was
Sorry,
a
Chad.
scene
Sorry. I don't
going
know.
on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not in the church, would you have expected someone to have called her back in?
I would, if there's a firearm on set, there should be an armor on set.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Council approach.
I think the judge is asking, like, hey, is this it? Are there any other witnesses? Like, once again, what did this witness do for Hannah? Right now, I can't see much. I can't see much this witness did for Hannah Reed. Because he said, oh, yeah, there's all kinds of crap you can do. And Hannah didn't do any of it. So I hope he got his dumb scarf. Keep this up. I'll go legal bites even though she has smaller boobs. I'm sorry, Mayo. So, yeah, I think we're done.
Next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Okay, thank you. All right, so both sides have rested. It's now my duty
Thank
to give
God.
you the instructions of law. I'm going to read them to you, and then you will get a copy of the instructions, okay?
I'm sorry, this is
The
going to be like,
instructions I'm giving you are,
guys, I'm sorry, this is going to be like paint drawing. Jury instructions are awful, but we're going to have to go through them.
very helpful for the counsel to use in their closing arguments, okay? Which will follow. All right, so instruction number 1, you have heard all the evidence. It is now my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. Instruction number 2, the law governing this case is contained in instructions that I'm about to give you. It is your duty to follow the law as contained in these instructions. You must consider these instructions as a whole. You must not pick out one instruction or parts of an instruction and disregard others. A copy of these instructions will be given to you when you begin your deliberations. Instruction number 3, the law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of her guilt, his or her guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Instruction number 4, You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Instruction number 5. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and try to reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in this case. Instruction number 6, each crime charged in the information should be considered separately. Instruction number 7, you must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 9, you alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account the witness's truthfulness or untruthfulness, ability and opportunity to observe, memory, manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. Instruction number 10, you should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that for any other reason an opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. Instruction number 11, an expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude that it is unsound. Instruction number 12, for you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1, Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2, Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3, Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4, Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Halanya Hutchins. 5, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction 12A, for you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1 alternative, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3, Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4, Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Halanya Hutchins. 5, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13, for you to find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a deadly weapon as a lesser included offense charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13A, for you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard of the rights or safety of others and in a manner which endangered any person or property. Instruction 13B. In addition to the other elements of tampering with evidence, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant acted intentionally when she committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when she purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which she acts, the means used, or her conduct. Instruction number 14. You have been instructed on the crimes of involuntary manslaughter and the lesser included offense of negligent use of a firearm as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in that count. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 15. To aid you in your deliberations and in returning your verdict, you will be provided both guilty and not guilty forms for each of the crimes charged in count 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate on the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense in count 1 in the order they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you should sign the guilty form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense in count 1. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on negligent use of a firearm if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for involuntary manslaughter before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 16. In this case, as to the charge of involuntary manslaughter contained in count 1, there are 4 possible verdicts. 1, guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 2, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 3, guilty of negligent use of a firearm. 4, not guilty of negligent use of a firearm. You must consider each of these crimes. You should be sure that you fully understand the elements of each crime before you deliberate further. You have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on this count, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on involuntary manslaughter before entering a verdict on negligent use of a firearm. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to this count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to involuntary manslaughter. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of negligent use of a firearm. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of negligent use of a firearm, then you should sign only the not guilty form. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any one of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of these crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of not guilty as to this count. Instruction number 17. For you to find the defendant guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in count 2, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant Hannah Gutierrez had a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel, or hid a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel room. 2, by doing so, the defendant intended to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of Hannah Gutierrez for the crime of involuntary manslaughter. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October, 2021. Instruction number 18. A firearm means any weapon which will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the actions of an explosion. The frame or receiver of a firearm, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer. Firearm includes any handgun, rifle, or shotgun. Instruction number 19. In addition to the other elements of the crime of involuntary manslaughter as set forth in instruction number 12A, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez's failure to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, the act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Halanya Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside events, resulted in the death and without which the death would have not occurred. There may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of 2 or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. Instruction number 20. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's act was a significant cause of the death of Halanya Hutchins. An issue in this case is whether the negligence of a person other than the defendant may have contributed to the cause of death. Such contributing negligence does not relieve the defendant of responsibility for an act that significantly contributed to the cause of death, so long as the death was a foreseeable result of the defendant's actions. However, if you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, then the defendant is not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 21. Now the lawyers will argue the case. What is said in the closing arguments is not evidence. It is an opportunity for the lawyers to discuss the evidence and the law as I have instructed you. The state has the right to argue first, the defense may then argue, and the state may then reply. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here we go, chat. It's gonna be good. Oh, wow, they're not fucking around too long. They got their actual stuff set up. Put on them. I wish I could, Charlie.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May it please the court, counsel. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time. I know that this has been a long trial, and I also understand that as jurors, you find yourselves maybe a little frustrated. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting, and we appreciate your time. We appreciate the sacrifice that you make when you leave your jobs and your families and your other responsibilities, and you come to court to participate in a very, very important part of our justice system. So on behalf of the state of New Mexico, we thank you very much for your time. And as you can see on your screens, we end exactly where we began, in the pursuit of justice for Halanya Hutchins. I want to start by just generally outlining Hannah Gutierrez failed to maintain firearms safety, making a fatal accident willful and foreseeable. And please keep in mind that omissions can also be willful. So if we fail to do something that we should do, and that failure results in someone's death, then that too can be willful. So I would ask that you keep that in mind as we move through some of the evidence and testimony that you have heard. I know that you have heard a lot, and I do not intend to keep you too long, but I do have to be thorough. I do want to hit some high points. So I do appreciate your patience. Here's what we saw. These videos, if you recall, that were taken by production outfitters, they were taken on October 13th of 2021. What these demonstrate to you is that Ms. Gutierrez was unwilling to maintain proper firearm safety repeatedly. And it's really important because this is not a case where Hannah Gutierrez made one mistake, and that one mistake was accidentally putting a live round into that gun. That's not what this case is about. This case is about constant, never-ending safety failures that resulted in the death of a human being and nearly killed another. So let's talk about all of the safety failures that we saw, and the reason that these safety failures prior to October 21st are so critically important to the analysis is because they go to foreseeability. And foreseeability is a very important element in this case. So as we can see here, we have our stuntman with his double-barrel shotgun. From watching those videos, what you understood is that Ms. Gutierrez did appear to, in fact, be present, because at times we saw her and at times we heard her. So she wasn't off doing prop duties. She was right there and she never intervened. Gun pointed at a child. Gun pointed at Joel Souza directly at his back. Gun pointed up in the air in the direction of the stunt coordinator. Gun pointed, again, apparently in the direction of Mr. Souza, the person on the far right.
They should be highlighting these better to see.
Gun pointed directly at Mr. Souza, again. The firearm in the left hand of the stuntman who is facing you. Firearm pointed directly at a minor child. Firearm pointed directly at the camera. Ms. Gutierrez holding that same firearm with the muzzle pointed at her own face.
I wonder if it's set in for her yet that she realized how bad it is.
This was unexpected. Ms. Gutierrez stood by and did nothing in between scenes when that stuntman, who had certainly been sent the message that he could do whatever he wanted with those guns, no one was going to intervene. The person tasked with intervening was not going to do it. That was clear. He hands the firearm to the child and allows the child to manipulate the gun before then, after a short period of time, perhaps thinking better of it and taking the gun back. This firearm, I actually don't think in this photo that the firearm is pointed at the child. I think the firearm is, based on the angle of the camera, probably more pointed at this person right here. But she's there. We hear her, we see her. She does nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is some of the first evidence that we see where if something doesn't stop, if something doesn't change, she is moving in the direction of potentially a fatal incident, and that is exactly what happened. And I want you to recall Ms. Gutierrez's interview on November 9th when Ms. Gutierrez spoke of the accidental discharge with the other stuntman, having a complete lack of understanding of her role in safety on this movie set. She's talking about Sarah Zachary, and she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot. Her entire job is to be responsible for exactly that. And when she took this job, she agreed to that responsibility. There is no exception in the law for you're young. The exception in the law does not exist. The law treats everyone the same, and it must. What was the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle? Well, here's the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. More negligence, more carelessness, more lack of attention to safety. She loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds that, by the way, according to the director, was completely unnecessary. Because yes, while it's true, this gun operates in a way where if a certain type of camera angle is hitting it, dummy rounds would be appropriate if the scene calls for loading or cycling. There wasn't a scene that called for that. So she just loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds and surprisingly put the wrong caliber round in the gun. That is absolutely an example of someone who is not paying attention, not taking their job seriously. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rounds that you've seen because it's critical to tracking the existence of the live rounds on this movie set. And we have spent a lot of time and effort tracking those rounds around that movie set. And we're going to show you that evidence right now. So the important thing to know is that the Seth Kenney dummies, which you are looking at right here, are patinaed. They are distinct. They have an antique coloring. They also have silver primers. These rounds did not come on that movie set until October 12th of 2021 because Mr. Kenney didn't have them. And if you recall his testimony, he was in Texas. So he had to get back, clean them up, and provide them to Sarah Zachary. And that took place on October 12th. This is just simply the primer side of those rounds. You can see that they're dark in color on the primer side, and they do appear to have silver primers. This is a photograph of the 3840 dummies. If you recall Mr. Kinney's testimony, the 3840 dummies came from Billy Ray. And the important thing about this photograph is that none of those dummy rounds had silver primers. And silver primer is a very important piece of this puzzle. This is those same rounds on their side. You can see that they are shiny brass. We also know that they have brass primers. We just saw that. Based on Mr. Kinney's testimony, you know that they were 3840, but there was also some 4440 caliber rounds in that box. Does that monitor not working? Well, let's stop.
It is.
Okay.
I started Rumble. I don't know why it's not working.
Let's take a moment to talk about all this testimony that you've heard about whether or not the live rounds found at PDQ, which are photographed there on the left, match the live rounds found on the set of Rust. You don't have to be a gun expert to look at those and see they simply do not match. Even though you could look at those rounds and fundamentally understand that they are not the same. The police department, the sheriff's department sent them to the FBI for testing
I think so
that we could actually have some experts confirm what we can see with our very own eyes. And what you have in evidence, if you want to see them in real time, you have States Exhibit 79, you have States Exhibit 91. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from PDQ props. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from the set of Rust. You can look at them, you can see the projectiles are different, you can see that perhaps the primers are even different. If you recall, Ms. Popple indicated there were only 10 silver primered live rounds found at PDQ. The rest of them were brass. The other thing that you can just see with your eyes is the gunpowder in these is substantially different. It has a different chemical composition. So any argument that could ever be made in this case that Seth Kinney was the source of these live rounds is absolutely dishonest.
Improbable, but not dishonest.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take a walk in the weeds with me here, okay? This is a photograph of October 10th of 2021. You can see the color of the rounds at the top. Those are brass primered rounds. The rounds in the bottom appear to be lighter, and I would suggest to you, based on the totality of the evidence that we're going to go through, that you are looking at live rounds. And keep in mind, anything that you see on the set of this movie that is a revolver ammunition, prior to October 12th, if it has a silver primer, it's a live round. Because the silver primered dummies didn't come on set for 2 days after this photograph was taken. Here's our comparison photo that Mr. Primo put together for us. And if you need it, when you're reviewing the evidence and doing your deliberations or engaging in your deliberations, I have included it for you. But we're going to do a comparison here in a moment. Now, the importance of this photograph, still October 10th of 2021. There appears to be revolver ammunition in the background there at the top. 2 of those have silver primers. The problem with that is the silver primer dummies weren't there yet, but the live rounds were. And there's your close-up. It's absolutely undeniable. Is it blurry? Yes. Can you clearly see the difference? Absolutely. All of these photos that you're looking at were October 10th.
I'd say that's debatable.
Now, let's move to October 13th of 2021. I invite you to look at that photograph carefully and ask yourselves, which of these is not like the others? It's the third one from the left. Look at the shape of that projectile and look at the color of the brass. So on October 13th, Mr. Kenny's dummies have arrived on set. They are the only dummy rounds with silver primers, but they are patinaed in color. So when you look at this round, it appears to be a spot-on match for the live rounds, but unfortunately we can't see the primer in this photo, so we can't tell if this is a brass primered dummy. That's the reason that we watched thousands of videos and looked at thousands of pictures, because then we moved to the production outfitter videos from October 13th, the same day. And we're looking at that same gun holster that was provided to Mr. Baldwin. And there you see it. The third one down has a silver primer. And now you know it is a live round. You know that because it's not a Seth Kinney dummy. If it were, it wouldn't have that shiny brass color. So there's your live round. We've seen it on October 10th. We've seen it on October 13th. And there's absolutely no way that the lighting is playing tricks on our eyes when we're looking at these enhanced photos, because you see it frame after frame after frame. And now let's move to October 15th. Karen Kuhn arrives on set. I think she was probably there long before the 15th. She is taking photos. She took approximately, as she testified, 9,000 photos. So on the 15th, there it is. There's your silver primer. It's just been moved to a different location in the holster, because they're pulling dummy rounds from here, there, and everywhere and putting them in belts and putting them in guns and doing whatever they want to do. But there it is. It's right there on October 15th. And if you think I'm stretching it, let's have a look at what we've got here. This is the gun belt that was assigned to actor Jensen Ackles. Because his gun belt was not a shoulder holster, we weren't able to find any photos or videos of it in the thousands and thousands and thousands that we reviewed, because they're always covered by his coat. There is the evidence photo of the Baldwin holster on October 21st, when it is taken into evidence. You have a Seth Kinney dummy at the top. You have what the FBI determined to be a live round in the second spot, and then you've got 3 brass primered dummies. October 17th, October 21st. So the video that Mamie Mitchell laid the foundation for, she said that according to her notes, the filming was done on the 17th. Mr. Primo said that he believed, according to the camera, it was the 18th. Take whatever date you want. That's a match. Seth Kinney dummy at the top, live round next. You've got 3 brass primer dummies on the 21st, 4 brass primer dummies on the 17th or 18th. But it is shockingly the same. And there is no question that this one right here is a live round. It was sent to the FBI and they confirmed it. This is Ms. Gutierrez talking about her bringing these dummy rounds on set. I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones that you shake, so yeah. And I checked those all and I put them into 2 things. And then we start talking about boxes. Obviously, when she says things, she's talking about boxes. They usually had JS on them. This is one my dad sent me, and mine are usually beat up pretty bad, like they're very dirty and gross. She's talking about the box and the styrofoam insert. The box and the styrofoam insert, she's saying, are dirty. Hers, the ones that she brings on set, are dirty. They're not new and clean like some of the other ones. Detective Hancock asks her, this is the one that was or handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from. This is that moment in that interview where Ms. Gutierrez has already shown Hancock the photo from her dad, and an hour or 2 later, Detective Hancock decides that now is the time to show her the photo of the box of dummies she was pulling from that day, and it won't surprise you to learn they're a spot-on match. You have the styrofoam insert from that box of dummies here in evidence, and the reason that we gave it to you so that you can actually look at it in real time and not look at a photograph is because it's kind of dirty and gross. It kind of fits exactly the way that she described it. But there are some characteristics of this styrofoam insert that are going to become more important. Any suggestion by the defense that somehow the box of dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez said she was pulling from was swapped out with something different is absolute nonsense. First of all, you know that because you can see the live rounds. If you don't think you can see them on the 10th, and you don't think you can see them on the 13th, and you don't think you can see them on the 15th, you know you're looking at one on the 17th and 18th. You know you are. So where does the sabotage theory go then? The 17th and 18th, the camera crew hadn't quit yet. Mr. Norvell wasn't on set poking around on the prop cart. Mr. Halls hadn't had an opportunity to spend any time with the gun. They moved directly from that cart right into Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit. They go from that patrol unit right into evidence at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. And on November 9th of 2021, Hannah Gutierrez shows Detective Hancock, now Corporal Hancock, the box of dummies that she and her dad have. And if you listen to Mr. Kenny's testimony, what you understand is that the ammunition from the previous set, that being the old way, Hannah brought leftover dummies from that movie onto the set of Rust. And those 45 long Colt dummy rounds were provided by Thel Reed. What you are looking at in this photo is this styrofoam insert. This is the styrofoam insert that had the live round in it. This is the styrofoam insert that came out of the box labeled 45 long Colt dummies with the JS in the middle. Now, let's put it together. Our original evidence photo up here from October 10th, you can see this distinct sort of cut in the styrofoam on that insert that is sitting on her leg on the 10th. You can see that the hole in the styrofoam in the second to the right at the top is dirty. You can see a little bit of grime. You can see it right there. And you're going to take it into evidence and you can look at it closer. You're going to see that there's some damage to the styrofoam separators between these two holes. And what do you know? It's right there. There's a little bit of damage to the styrofoam separators down here. You can see it in the photo on the right. You can look for yourself. It is right here. And what do you know? That silver primered round from October 10th is sitting in the exact same position that it was found on October 21st when the Sheriff's Department collected this box, took it into evidence, and photographed it. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that circumstantial evidence, but that's a mountain of circumstantial evidence.
Yep, that's not easy to downplay. Not easy to downplay at all.
Prop assistant duties versus armorer duties on October 21st of 2021. Let's focus on that day. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Rust Productions did the right thing when they hired on a part-time armorer and asked her to also spend her time doing props. I think everybody who has testified has said that was a really bad idea. And that's probably part of the reason that they're being sued by a whole bunch of different people. But on October 21st, this was simply not the case. It was not the case on that day. She had 3 hours in the morning waiting for the camera crew to arrive. She had every opportunity to go through that box of dummies, that only had like 30 rounds in it. How long does it take to pull the round out of the box, shake it, and if it doesn't shake, look to see if it has a hole in it, put it back in the box, and do that to each and every one of them? How long does that exercise take? 10 minutes max? That's not hard. The other thing that is very important is Ms. Gutierrez didn't get pulled out of the church because she had to go focus on prop duties. She left the gun in the church contrary to all the industry standards for armorers on movie sets, for firearms safety on movie sets. And she went back out to her cart so that she could start doing other armorer duties. She's getting her fanny pack filled up. Well, we've seen that. She's filling it with blanks. And we know they're about to do a turnaround. They're going to do this quick insert with Baldwin, and then they're going to do the shoot scene, the gunfire scene where they're using blanks, and the law enforcement have come into the church and there's a shootout. So she goes to get ready for it. She just leaves the gun in there. As you heard from many witnesses, she would leave guns unattended all the time. There was nothing unusual about October 21st that caused her to be unable to stay in the church to properly perform her duties. She leaves the gun. She goes back out because for some reason, with the 3 hours of free time that she had in the morning, she didn't get her fanny pack filled up. She didn't get herself ready for that turnaround. So she leaves the gun. Everybody's heard, armorers don't leave the gun. Now, let's move over to our tampering with evidence charge. How is getting rid of a bag of cocaine tampering with evidence related to involuntary manslaughter? Well, on October 21st, 2021, the shooting occurs, the incident occurs. Ms. Gutierrez understands that someone has been seriously injured. She does not yet know that that person is not going to live or has already died. She gets interviewed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I will say, surprisingly, 2 occasions after this incident where a helicopter had to come in, ambulances had to come in, Ms. Gutierrez, on 2 occasions after that incident, spoke about her concerns about her career. Wow. That gives you an idea that you are dealing with someone who is not particularly concerned about the health and safety of others. And her job was to be concerned about the health and safety of others.
Yep.
But on that day, she's just thinking about herself. She's put a lady in the hospital, a man in the hospital. She asks to be escorted to the bathroom. Corporal Hancock agrees to do that. And we have her on video on the way there expressing dismay about how this will affect her career. Ouch. After the interview, Hannah goes back to her hotel. Rebecca Smith goes to Hannah's room. She's been summoned by some other folks to try to sort of sit and visit and give Hannah some support. So Rebecca Smith goes to her room, and Rebecca Smith is the person that tells Hannah that Halanya Hutchins has now died. And you have to understand, in the mind of Hannah Gutierrez, this investigation went from this big to this big. Because the difference between shooting someone and them living and shooting someone and them dying is a really, really big difference. So she is told by Rebecca Smith, investigation just got giant and very, very serious. So after receiving that information, she offloads this bag of cocaine to Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is a lady that's lived a life. She's used cocaine before, many years previous, but she's used cocaine. She knows what it looks like. She knows how it's packaged.
Rush for the yayo.
And because she's a former addict, she tosses it in a trash can. When Mr. Bowles gets up here and says, I can't prove to you that it's cocaine, remember that when people destroy evidence to avoid prosecution, you don't have the evidence that they destroyed. They got rid of it. So I don't have to prove to you by some scientific
innocent
drug test. I don't have to send that to the lab and get it tested. It's gone. That's the point to the charge. Now, let me digress a little bit and run through a couple of things with you. what's all this testimony about this inertia puller? And how's that play into everything? Well, as you heard from Mr. Haig, an inertia puller is a device designed for one task. It disassembles live rounds. That's what it does. Somehow I think the defense got confused about what our potential theory was, that we had a theory that Ms. Gutierrez was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That was never our theory, because that would require quite a...
Immediately, they should be objecting to that. Oh, the defense got confused. He should be objecting at this point. Now she's hypothesizing about what the defense is doing. That's impermissible. She shouldn't be doing that. She should be presenting her own case. But here he is, just sitting away. Z. He's pulling a me, chat.
A bit of equipment. There's no question. But to do the reverse is a whole lot easier. So if you're out of dummy rounds or you're running low on dummy rounds and you've got some live rounds around, you could probably turn a dummy round, you could turn a live round into a dummy round in 5 minutes. Why does an armorer on a movie set bill for an inertia puller? Well, obviously she had one. Now, let's talk about the OSHA investigation. OSHA doesn't find any wrongdoing with individual employees, only employers. That's their job. They're just an agency that maintains workplace safety. Mr. Genoway confirmed when he was on the witness stand, it's true his memory was a little bad and Mr. Lewis had to refresh it for him, but he confirmed that Hannah's conduct on the set contributed to their findings that this was not a safe workplace. Please keep in mind that the OSHA investigation is not a criminal investigation. Critically and surprisingly, OSHA never interviewed Gabrielle Pickle. This is critically important because if they had interviewed her, they would have known the following things. Hannah was granted 10 armorer days out of the 12 filming days, not 8. That was right there in the cell phone records. The training days, when Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying, I want more training time, training days. She's not saying these actors, these adults need more training time. She specifically requested additional training time to train the child. And it was refused because, first of all, it's a major liability issue. And second of all, the child was never going to fire a gun. So when she asked for the additional training days, they were denied. That's not the reason Halanya Hutchins is dead. Keep in mind, Gabrielle Pickle had a meeting with Hannah and offered her additional assistance so that she would be able to perform her duties effectively. She offered assistance from some of the other folks there on set to try to give her some relief. And keep in mind that on a movie set, the armorer has autonomy with regard to gun safety. The OSHA finding that Rust Productions failed to properly supervise her is surprisingly incorrect because the armorer has no supervisor when it comes to weapons and gun safety on the movie set. Mr. Halls is just there to be a second pair of eyes. That's it. Now, I think there can be no question that Rust Productions was more than negligent when they hired Ms. Gutierrez, because she was not anywhere close to being qualified for this job. In fact, if you recall, Gabrielle Pickle, to her credit, tried to get Ms. Gutierrez to implement a check-in and check-out system because 2 people had complained that there was a shotgun left unattended. People on the set were complaining about her. They went to production and said, hey, she's not supposed to do that. You can't just leave real guns laying around. So Gabrielle Pickle goes to Hannah Gutierrez, asks for a check-in, check-out system. Hannah Gutierrez says no. Hannah Gutierrez says it's too difficult, it's too much trouble. Gabrielle Pickle didn't prevent her from being safe. In that instance, she did the opposite. She tried to improve firearm safety on the set, but keep in mind, the armor has autonomy. So Gabrielle Pickle is not Hannah Gutierrez's boss when it comes to firearm safety. Ms. Gutierrez gets to do what she wants. Now, I can only imagine that after this chain of cases, all of that will change. So the defense has taken a shotgun approach to this case. Seth Kinney is to blame. Well, no evidence of that.
Object.
Sarah Zachary is to blame. No evidence of that.
Do not let her
Dave
summarize
Halls
her
is to
argument for
blame.
you.
He shouldn't have taken the gun from her. And he didn't do a good safety check. Well, she is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety. It's not that Dave Halls shouldn't have taken the gun from her. It's that she shouldn't have given him the gun and then turned around and walked away. The defense, Alec Baldwin is to blame for acting like a prima donna on the movie set and bossing people around. This is Hollywood, for heaven's sakes. I would imagine that's relatively common. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Not with you and not today. That'll be with another jury on another day. Brian Norvell, the gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over and then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian
TKO.
Norvell. But
TKO.
this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5-hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted. And they asked
This
him.
is where they object. Object right now. You are talking about shit that is not in evidence. You are talking about things that haven't been documented, that are not in evidence. You're talking about the defense did not. This is error. This is error right here. This is error right here. Right now, I'm calling it. This is error. Is this error that's going to overturn the case? I don't know. But this is a big fuck up. Already. That's a big fuck up. You don't talk about what didn't happen. And what this is shitting on the Sixth Amendment right here. Is this going to be harmless error? Probably, but she's going to get chastised for this by the courts. This is not good.
Him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth.
Objection.
Listen,
Object.
I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink.
Object.
If you want the truth,
fucking,
I'll bring the guy in. I'll make him available for you to talk to.
you pussy. Object right now. You don't let her do this. You don't let her do this to you. This is killing Hannah. This kills Hannah right here. Even more so than everything else. Oh, you didn't ask me to do that. That's not their job. You shouldn't focus on what Bowles didn't do. It's on what you did and what you presented. This is error. This is very gross error. This is really bad. This is prosecutorial misconduct. And she should know better as a defense attorney. She would be jumping up and screaming if she was sitting in Bowles' chair, I bet. Sorry, guys, we're pausing this live. This is disgusting. This should not happen like that.
Ask him some questions. Not a single one. It must have been that disgruntled camera crew. You mean the people who believed that safety on set was being compromised to such a degree that they left? That decision may very well have saved their lives.
This part's okay.
So, the $60,000 question in this case, who brought the live rounds on set? You know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. I'm not telling you that Hannah Gutierrez intended to bring live rounds on set.
Why are you
I'm
asking
telling
me
you that
to
she
buy
was
that?
negligent. She was careless. She was thoughtless. She brought them on set, and you know from the testimony you heard, Sarah Zachary never saw her shake a dummy round. Dave Halls never saw her shake a dummy round. She didn't shake those dummy rounds. For all we know, those dummy rounds were floating around the set of The Old Way, and Nicolas Cage is lucky to have walked away with his life. So why does it matter that she brought live rounds on set? It goes to foreseeability. She had six live rounds on that movie set. The earliest date that I can track them for you is October 10th. We know that they were there from the 10th to the 21st. 6, and she failed to ferret them out for 12 days. What that means is that she wasn't shaking any dummy rounds. She wasn't testing anything. None of that stuff that her lawyers want you to think was so difficult. None of it was happening. It didn't happen the entire time. She didn't find any of them.
This is permissible.
And folks,
God
if
almighty.
she's not checking the dummy ammunition during the pendency of the filming to make sure that those rounds that are designed to look like live rounds are in fact dummy rounds, this was a game of Russian roulette every time an actor had a gun with dummies. Sadly for Ms. Hutchins, her camera crew walked off set that morning, and that required her to go into the church and operate the camera herself. And that's what she was doing when the live round that Ms. Gutierrez put in Mr. Baldwin's gun was expelled from that firearm and went all the way through her body. No one told Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church. No one called her out of the church. There wasn't a COVID protocol in place that prevented her from being in the church at that moment. You know from the production outfitter videos, she didn't care about her job. She let it all go. Mr. Bowles is going to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes, we all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed. Her safety checks didn't consist of pulling the dummy rounds out of the cylinder, shaking them in front of the actor and the assistant director, showing them that they're dummy rounds, and putting them back in. No one ever saw her do that one single time, even though that's industry standard. And the reason it's industry standard is because you can't tell a dummy round by simply spinning a cylinder and looking at the primers unless they are dummy rounds without primers. And that's kind of an interesting fact. We know that 6 dummy rounds without primers were not loaded into that weapon because one of them turned out to be live and very clearly had a primer. Interestingly, though, she had 5 dummy rounds without primers in her pocket. In her pocket. All she had to do was put those in the gun, make sure that the 6th one either rattles or has a hole in it, and she's good to go. Because now, when you look, when the cylinder gets spun, you can see 5 of them without taking them out, that they don't have primers. They were in her pocket, and she didn't use them. I am going to have another opportunity to speak with you, and when I speak with you last, it won't be as long, I promise. And we will talk about some of our jury instructions then. But I do want to address some of the testimony from Dr. Jarrell from OMI, because Mr. Bowles is likely to make an argument that there was some sort of medical negligence that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Dr. Jarrell's testimony. Here are the lethal injuries. The lethal injuries: blood loss from the wound. That was the primary lethal injury. Her blood was leaking into her abdominal cavity, and a lot of it. And you saw those photographs. You saw the photographs of her clothing. There was a lot of blood. So the first lethal injury that comes from the gunshot is blood loss associated with it. And the second one, if you recall from Dr. Jarrell, the wound to the lung was also a lethal wound. Keep in mind, that bullet went into her body, it went through her rib, it severed her spinal cord, it punctured her lung, it came out the back of her shoulder, and a few hours later, Ms. Gutierrez is telling Corporal Hancock that she's worried about her career. If you think that person would have done a satisfactory safety check if she had been called back to the church, I am here to tell you that I strongly disagree. The astonishing lack of diligence with regard to gun safety is, without question, a significant cause of the death of Halanya Hutchins. Did Mr. Baldwin also contribute when he pointed the gun at people and pulled the hammer back, and regardless of what he said to George Stephanopoulos, pulled the trigger? Yes, he is. And again, we'll deal with that another time. You don't escape accountability when you load a live round into a prop gun, tell the crew that it has dummy rounds in it, hand it off to an actor, and leave the room because he manipulated it. That's the whole point. That was the whole point to him having it. Of course he was going to manipulate it. It's foreseeable. Everything is so completely foreseeable. Imagine I hand you a gun and I tell you that it's basically empty and I walk away when in fact, I put live ammunition in it. You think an accident might happen? You think that accident is foreseeable? And listen, let's remember some of the testimony from Mr. Carpenter. Control is how we enforce gun safety. We do it with control. When she loses control, which she did repeatedly, anything goes. Anything goes there. I am going to complete the majority of the portion of my closing arguments with regard to the facts. The next portion will be with regard to the law. When I come back after Mr. Bowles has had an opportunity to address.
He should fuck her over and say, we have nothing, and just leave her hanging. That'd almost be a better tactic at this point. Fuck her over and just stop. Because then she's got nothing.
We will be asking for justice today for Halanya Hutchins. Thank you.
Now, can we approach?
If it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk among
Oh,
yourselves or
yeah.
anyone else about the evidence
You're
received
worried
here in
about
court.
going to the
Thank
bathroom,
you.
brother.
We'll be back
Got
at
her pissing all over your
10.
client.
Okay.
You know, your client's getting savaged unconstitutionally by this woman. And you're just like, it's all right. No big deal. No, don't worry about it, guys. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Law and Crimes, Jesse Weber here. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Russ trial.
Don't care, Jesse. Sorry. I'm talking, Jesse. This is my show, Jesse. This is my show. It's mine. Mine. You know, that was awful. Like, really, what was that? What was that? Really, what was that? The prosecution is stepping all over the Sixth Amendment. And Bowles just like, well, that's okay. No big deal. I mean, let's go back and listen to that. Jesse's pissing on Sean from his eyes. Yes. Yes. President-elect Phil Swift's like, you oughta. I have to take a stinky dinky. But no, we're gonna go back to that real quick here. Hold on. I gotta find it. Here, hold on.
She had six. Mr. Bowles is going to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes. We all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed.
That was just disgusting by her to do.
Her safety checks didn't.
Yeah, that was just absolutely disgusting. Stepping all over the Sixth Amendment like that. That they were, yeah, we'll address the law after they're done. Well, they're allowed to say that part. She's allowed to say that part. That's fine. But the whole about does his failure to bring a timely objection waive the right to defense right to bring it up later? Yes, at least for right now. What's going to happen though is, like Bowles can't go out in the hallway and be like, "Oh, Judge, while I was taking a leak, I want you to punish her for saying that stuff." Nope, too late. You got to bring it up then. You sit on your objection, you waive it. Now, that's ineffective assistance of counsel, I would argue. But here's the thing. Remember, guys, we talked about this before. Ineffective assistant counsel. It has to be something that, had he done his job, that would have changed the outcome of the case. Now, what's the court going to say in this situation? Well, they're going to argue that Hannah Reed was going to get convicted anyway, probably. So I don't think that, you object anyway because that's not proper. You don't let the state do that to people. You don't let a prosecutor do that to a defendant ever, 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 ever. That was not excusable by him. Now, would that have changed everything? I don't think so, but you never know. And since the courts are never going to back you up on this, you have to look out for your client. No one else is. He's going to dress on his clothes, and the state will object. Yeah, but the state's got a problem. They brought it up, so it's going to be the state's going to have trouble with that, Panzer dude. If they bring it up, you don't get to hide. Then, he's going to say you brought it up. Now, I can see the court saying, "Well, you didn't object," but I can see the court saying, "In fairness, I'm allowing it up." So, Wendy Carter's saying, has this even been, these people ever heard of Jeff Cooper's rules of safety? No, but these are also not gun people. These are a bunch of people in Hollywood. So, no, most of them don't. They don't like guns. Guns are icky. I've mentioned this before. These are not gun people. So, could Hannah sue for malpractice? I don't think so. Maybe. So, the armor should know these rules. She should, and she's screwed in a lot of ways. So, that's the issue. That's the issue, guys. Do I slap myself in the face before closing arguments? No, I don't do any of that. You sit there and it's kind of like in Hostel when those guys are getting ready to chop up the girls. They're just like, no, you don't really do anything. It's more just getting caught up and writing down the things. Tina says Hannah said she was doing drugs the night before the shooting. Yeah. And that's the thing. Hannah was using drugs. I mean, she probably was. She was probably hungover. Let's be real. Nobody's ever wanted to talk about that. I'm sure it'll come up later at her sentencing that she was hungover. And yeah, so that's why what she could have brought up, innocent people don't destroy things. Why would you destroy something you didn't think was dangerous? Why would you give her to hold on to that? Why would she have to hold on to that lady's? Why would she have to hold on to Hannah's cocaine? Well, it's because she didn't want anybody to know she had it. If it really was powdered sugar or whatever it was, she could have held on to it and it'd been no big deal. If it was a coffee creamer, like Jason says. Why can't we see, but I don't hear it? Well, it's because we were... Okay, Jesse's gone, so we're going to go back to it. They are in between closing arguments. The defense is about to go. We were just enjoying ourselves, McKinley. How are you doing, by the way? If you'd like to join us, let me know. I'll send you a link if you're not busy. It was fucking Coke. No one says hold my coffee creamer. Exactly. So, yeah, it's a movie set. They're all using drugs too. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Innocent people don't shred documents. I will say, because I've had to deal with a case where something happened once. And, there's two options. Either they're guilty or they're stupid. And here's the problem. You don't want to be either because it looks really, really bad. So, you don't want to be either. You don't want to be either. Well, are you stupid or malicious? It's like, it's not good. It's not good for either. So that's my point there. So yeah, it's just Hannah is in trouble, and I don't think she understands or appreciates the totality of what she's facing. So stupidity is not a defense, though, and that's very true. Stupidity is not a defense. But you might be able to get a jury to say it's okay. I feel bad for the guy. They're idiots. You guys are worried about how old she is. I don't know how old she is. She's old enough. There, how about that, chat? Hannah tried to retrieve the coke. I would argue that. Well, you don't know. Like I think that's a tough argument to sell. So I wouldn't necessarily make that argument that she tried to retrieve coke because you don't really know if she tried to retrieve it. And I think that puts you in a problem there. So I wouldn't necessarily bring that up. Programming note for tonight, guys. We will be going over the Ashley Merchant videos of her testimony in front of the Georgia Senate. That will be tonight at some point. I don't know when. So just keep your eyes peeled for that if you happen to leave before we're done for the day. 27 sounds about right. Hannah's 24. Hannah's 24. She is a Zoomer, not a millennial. She's not one of my people. Don't you dare put her. Don't you dare make me have to disown her. I am not. She's not part of my tribe. Just saying. I'm just saying, chat. You have no right to make her a millennial. So yes, and I mentioned this before. The whole error thing. I'm voting hung jury or not guilty. Nicholas saying, "Uh-oh, guess what? 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 What are we doing?" She's 24 now, I think. She's 24 in 2021. Oh yeah, so she's a little older now. I have doubt based on the experience of the prosecutor's lane theory. What? What are we guessing? I'm in that jury, I quit. I mean, I probably would too, but I have the feeling Bowles is going to fuck this up and basically convince the jury to convict her. Because he is not very good at this. At all. He is not very good at all. Oh, also, in case you guys were wondering, I'll give you a spoiler on this. What are we trying to put together? A 3D printed single action. Might actually work for us, so we're working on putting it together here. Bull's not a sharp man. No, he's not. He is not. He is not very good for this. It's an inert safety firearm, guys, so it should follow all YouTube's rules. Play the video of the closing. Eris, you want the file? If you're on Discord, I'll get you the file. Or email me. I will do that for you. Pink Gat, yeah. The video of Baldwin with his finger on the trigger and you pull the trigger. You want that video? I gotta find that. I've seen it already. And I had it for a while, but I can't do it. But yeah, we'll see if I can back it up and play the video. I gotta find the spot though. And since I timestamped it, but she kept on moving, it's hard for me to check. Let me see here.
No.
Let me see if I can find it. That's too far back.
Testimony.
Hold on, wait. Why am I doing this? I could watch my own stream real quick and try to find it. So let's. That makes far more sense here. That makes far more sense. Ooh, Joe got 12K watching him. Holy cow! Good job, Joe, earlier today. Very, very good. Let's see here. I'm trying to bring it up, guys. Let's see if I can find it. We can't. Yeah, God, where is this at? I mean, sat there and drew on the screen. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying real hard here. Okay, about 30 minutes behind. All right, let's go about 30 minutes back. All right, here we go.
That the OSHA investigation, they would have, Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying additional training. And second of all, the child was never going to leave. Had a meeting with Hannah,
Yeah, here we go.
had a meeting to be able to perform her duties. And
Here we go. I found it. We're going to let that load for a second because I know it's trying to catch up. Is that illegal to 3D print your own gun? No, most states it's not. If you go on printables and you Google in prop gun and then you type in single action, you can find it. How long does it take to print the receiver? This came out, I mean, I started printing it last night in pieces, so. Valley Law saying, "Sup, Cakes, how you doing?" Let's see here. Interesting. I've been watching recaps, so not a lot of defense, I assume. No, the defense has been garbage in this, Brandon. It has been absolutely awful. But hello, good to see you. It's an absolutely, but this is inexcusable. Bull should have stepped in. Hannah Reid's attorney should have jumped in and done something here. Because this is not good. And I don't know why it's not going. I don't know why it's buffering. I hate it when it does this. All right, here we go.
I am the person who indicted him.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Not with you and not today. That'll be with another jury on another day. Brian Norvell, the gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over. And
here we go. Yes. This guy. Yes. This is bullshit by the state.
Then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian Norvell. But this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5-hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted, and they asked him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth. Listen, I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink. If you want the truth, I'll bring the guy in. I'll make him available for you to talk to. Ask him some questions. Not a single one.
And that right there, guys, I have a problem with that. That's inexcusable conduct by the prosecutor. It's inexcusable. That's not how that should work. You know, what he did or didn't do, that is a facts, not an evidence. It's a fact, not an evidence. Now she's testifying to things that happened. Now she's testifying to things. She shouldn't be doing that. She can't do that. It's closing. It's summation of evidence. And if Bowles was better, he would have objected because that's not acceptable. Now, is that failure? Is that error going to be ultimately what gets Hannah out of this? No. I think courts are going to, remember what I said, they always try to find a way out. They have a way out. Harmless error. We don't care. So I have a feeling she's gonna, get burned on that, but her attorney should be protecting her. And he does an awful job of protecting her right here. I think that's highly inexcusable. So that's my problem. That is my problem. Let's go. Brandon says, married 4 months. Love you too, boo. Aw. So the defense is ballsing for convictions. Yeah. I have an Anycubic Cobra 2 Pro. That's what I have. So that right there, guys, I think was absolutely garbage. Let's go. Brandon says, take two. Thanks for covering for $19.99. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate that. So Mr. Case says waterboard the horse. Yeah. Yeah, that's almost, I don't want to say it's burden shifting, but she's pointing out like they didn't do anything. And yeah, you know what? I'd say it's burden shifting. Yeah, I would just say, I would just skip the intricacies of that argument and just say it is burden shifting. That's the quick and dirty of it. So, but yes, that was absolutely inexcusable conduct. I'm very disappointed that she did that because she knows better. She would be like screaming if it was her case. She'd be like, what are you doing? She'd be like, no. So, yeah, I'm just very disappointed. Bowles is not, you are like a bodyguard when you're doing defense work. Your job is to protect your client. So he's drawing swastikas on his paper. He's just writing Edward Towers. So, so he's not mad. He's just disappointed. Yeah. So, Wendy Carter saying, I saw somebody on Twitter argue a 16th century musket, shoots a 70 caliber steel ball at 1,200 feet per second. Wasn't designed to kill. Well, they were trying the best they could. So let's see where they, that's where they were though, guys. So let's speed up. Let's get back to the chat. Let's get back to the real time. Yeah. She's a great defense attorney. She's really good at her skills. This is just a bit of I'm just very disappointed. Very disappointed. That was bad pay. That was bad. Sorry, guys. I'm talking to Runkle real quick. He's out and about traveling, so I was just filling him in on what happened. Let's see here. So, yeah, so guys, there we go. Just absolutely bad. So now I do want to address some questions you guys brought up. And this was a big one. A bunch of you guys were bringing up the issues of, where is it? Byfront saying how to give the instructions that have closing. Well, some attorneys like that. I mean, there are advantages to that. The jury gets their instructions, and then from then on, it's just the attorneys and the jury. Like, there is some benefit to that. There is no more, messing about. Like, we're going to give our arguments, and then they go, and that's it. I think it's got value. So I know you may not like it, but there is purpose to that. And that's always, unless it's done by state law or like judicial code orders, that's really within the realm of the judge to decide, like, hey, you know what? We're going to play this game my way. So, and, some judges they start instructions and then they stop and let the jury instructions come in. Some judges do it like part way. They do it the other way around. They do all kinds of stuff. So it's really up to the court. And I think I don't think there's anything bad with this specifically, is my argument. Oh, here comes Bowles. Let's see if he doesn't crap the bed. Real quick, Scam Likely. Yes, no writ of Gorilla Grip. That's I'll do some merch about that. A lack of condors and the writ of Gorilla Grip. That's a good one. Let's get back to it, guys.
All right, you may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to start also, as I did when this began, which I want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention and all of your work on this case. It's been hard. It's been a long case, and I want to thank you first.
Well,
On behalf of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, who this is extremely important for her, this case, and this is her day in court. And it's extremely important that the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case, because that is our standard in this country. Reasonable doubt is a concept, meaning if you have any reasonable doubt, if you have a reasonable doubt, we cannot convict people in this country. That's how it's set up. Because of that, the burden is on the prosecution, always stays in the prosecution, and so they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubts. In this case, and I'm going to talk about a lot of the evidence soon, but I just want to start with a summary. The prosecutor just presented to you a series of pictures, and those were the pictures they paid the guy $10,000 to enlarge, and they went through the pictures and they tried to show that there were silver primers, and this is going to be definitive evidence that these live rounds had to be on set at a particular time. Let me tell you why there's reasonable doubt, number one, that they will never be able to rule out in this case. Sarah Zachary threw away rounds. She unquestionably threw away rounds after the shooting. That's undisputed. We have no idea what those look like. We will never have an idea what they look like, and that will never be able to be overcome. That one fact alone prevents that entire picture setup that was just shown to you from being accurate, from being real. Because we have no idea what those other rounds, whether they had silver primers, whether they were dummies, whether they were other types of dummies, what they look like. We have no idea. Fact two on the pictures. Seth Kenney told you he had gotten live rounds from Thel Reed that went to the 1883 set. Those live rounds were three types. There were three types of bullets. He then brought back around 125 of those of the three types. Now, the ones that the state seized, the prosecutors made a point of saying these don't match the live rounds. However, we don't know what he had because they waited a month to go get them. It was over a month when they searched. And when Mr. Kenney brought in the rounds, he had been talking to the investigator about what was going on in the investigation. So we're never going to have an idea as to what Seth Kenney had and what he provided, because he also told you in this trial he had no inventory system. He had no idea what was coming in and going out of his place. The place was a wreck. It looked like a train that hit it. There's no way for somebody to really understand what they're putting in, what they're going out. And so he also said there were things that went onto the Rust set that he hadn't inventoried, hadn't invoiced. He said that there were things that put on there that he didn't have invoiced. So here's the problem with that. We do not know that Seth Kenney only had those patinaed rounds. That's reasonable doubt. That's coming right from the government's witnesses, from Mr. Kenney. That part is unreconcilable. There is a reasonable doubt that will never leave this case on those 2 points, on the pictures and the live rounds. Now, Ms. Morrissey calls it dishonest for us to raise a question about Mr. Kenny. And I submit it's not dishonest at all, because they have the burden to investigate every possibility, every aspect, as anybody in Ms. Gutierrez Reed's place would deserve and would want, because their life is on the line as well on felony charges, and it's the government's duty to rule out all these other things. Far from dishonest, what it is thoroughness, competence, finding what happened with Seth Kenny, taking his fingerprints, taking his DNA, going through and searching earlier, doing that investigation, and finding out if indeed there is another possibility that they ruled out right away and they never wanted to look into, because they rushed to judgment on Ms. Gutierrez Reed from the very beginning. They singled her out on that set. They put her in a cop car, whether she asked or whether they put her in. She's in the cop car and she never leaves custody until after her statement. They singled her out and they rushed to judgment on her, and that's what you've seen ever since. Ms. Morrissey says, and a camera crew, and she mocks things that we raise as possibilities on the idea that none of it can be possible except Ms. Gutierrez Reed is guilty. That is the only thing that can be possible because I say it. It's not how it works. Ms. Morrissey said she indicted Mr. Baldwin. I indicted Mr. Baldwin. Actually, I think it's the state of New Mexico. That's not an individual person with that power. She also sat there when Ms. Zachary was on the stand, and Ms. Zachary, I'll remind you, got an immunity agreement. Ms. Zachary was promised she would never be prosecuted. And Ms. Morrissey stands up and says, there's no evidence against Ms. Zachary. Well, then why was she given an immunity agreement? Why would she need immunity if there's nothing against Ms. Zachary? She's given an immunity agreement, and then she's told on redirect examination by Ms. Morrissey, remember, if you don't tell the truth, I can prosecute you. I will prosecute you. So Ms. Zachary doesn't tell the version of the truth that the government believes is true. We saw the threat in live court. You can't trust some of the witness testimony in this case, and that will raise a reasonable doubt as well, I submit, because of things like that. Because the lead investigator admits that she practiced her answers and questions with the prosecutor. That's something you can consider. Are you hearing everything? Or are you hearing a one-sided version that fits the narrative that Ms. Gutierrez Reed has to be guilty because we picked her out first, and it's got to be her. Can't be Mr. Kenny, can't be anything else, any other possibilities. Sarah Zachary has nothing to do with it, even though we know unquestionably she threw away rounds after a shooting. That's undoubtedly going to be evidence, but there's nothing on her, apparently. Second, these boxes, the idea that the boxes match. We heard testimony that these rounds were loaded in and out of these boxes daily. Nobody knows what was in them on the 13th, the 16th, the 21st, because the rounds were put in, they were taken out, and they were put in different boxes. So the boxes really don't matter. There's reasonable doubt all over the place to the boxes because we don't know what was in them 3 or 4 days before. It doesn't matter who brought them. The boxes are interesting because the government wants to match up the two, and they want to show the pictures that match, yet all the ones from PDQ Props have the same label, same font. They're from Joe Swanson. So those boxes are similar to the ones on set. So that part is not conclusive as well. The other part, when the government shows you video and video and video only on the 13th and says Ms. Gutierrez Reed was lax on safety. Well, again, you're seeing videos from short snippets of time on one day on an entire movie set, and then you're not seeing what Ms. Gutierrez Reed may have done right after the clip. You're not saying what might have happened right after that. The other thing that strongly rebuts all of the safety points Ms. Morrissey is pointing out about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is OSHA. Now, they try to downplay OSHA,
I'm
but
not
OSHA
that
is a
unknown.
separate, independent state and federal agency that did a full investigation into the responsibility for safety failures on the set. And you can evaluate the credibility in your minds of Mr. Montoya, who took the stand, and how you thought he testified, whether you thought he was thorough and how he answered questions. He interviewed quite a few people, and he reviewed a lot of information. Their conclusion after that was done was that production was responsible. He said the root cause was production adopted a safety plan, and it ended at the word adoption because they didn't do anything after that. They didn't respond to complaints that there were safety concerns. They didn't allow for more training and take the time to do that. They did not respond to the negligent discharges and deal with that. Mr. Halls talked to one of the guys briefly, and that was all that happened. So you got to set that they're not allowing a time for inventory for the armor. They're not allowing time for them to clean their weapons or deal with their weapons. This is management. You just heard Mr. Pesh state that the first assistant director is the primary person for safety on that set. Dave Halls has been doing this 30 years. Somebody doing it 30 years has a responsibility and duty to step in when there's safety things going on, and he's on several of those videos. He has a responsibility to step in and say, hey, we're going to stop this. We're going to slow this down. We're going to have meetings. We're going to have additional safety training, and we're going to address this. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, come over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to talk to people. She also can come in and talk about that. And on those videos, they're both on the videos. But OSHA found, because of the lack of support, because she's a part-time armor, because she's not full-time, because there's not two of her, as Mr. Carpenter said, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Well, here we didn't even have 1. We had a half. So she's trying to run around and do various things. She's a half a job on a set with over 20 guns, and they want to lay the complete blame on her in this case, as opposed to OSHA, who investigated as an official agency and made an official determination that this was production and management that was responsible. That's important. That's an important finding because they said all of this was caused safety-wise by management. As Mr. Sousa told you, the buck stops with production. The buck stops with production. As in any organization, it starts at the top. You don't go and take one of the lowest people on the call sheet after something bad happens, after the whole management team is just thrown safety aside in favor of money, in favor of speed, in favor of profit. You throw all of that aside because at the end, you've got a convenient fall person. You got a convenient scapegoat. And she may not be the armor on some days. She's a props person, but she's certainly the armor when everything goes bad. You know why? Because despite OSHA's findings that they were responsible, production, the guys that you saw come in, the producers, the big guys, they want to sail off into the sunset and go on about their business, finish the movie, make the money, because they've got the convenient fall person sitting right here. And all that has to happen is everybody has to gang up. Everybody has to have their talks after this happened and blame Hannah. So it has to happen. That's what happened in this case. You had a production company on a shoestring budget, an A-list actor that was really running the show. He was directing people in those clips, telling the camera person where to go, telling the armor where to go. And then you had a situation where at the end, they had somebody they could all blame. It didn't work out with OSHA because OSHA didn't buy it. OSHA said it was the higher ups. So here we are in a criminal court where the government tries to pin all of it on Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. And it's just not the truth. It's absolutely right. We do want the truth. We want the truth and all the facts that were found by OSHA to be considered. We wanted all of the facts that you don't have in this courtroom to be considered, because that's the only fair way to do it, to resolve all reasonable doubt and to rule it out. If you don't have all the evidence, you can't rule out all of that reasonable doubt. I want to talk about foreseeability, and I want to play this for you. You probably remember that. That was the scene where Mr. Baldwin runs up the hill and cut is yelled.
Sounds like
And
me trying
right
to
after
run.
cut is yelled, he shoots. That's, I submit, reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Baldwin went off script. He chose to fire after cut was called. And you're going to see where he does later do the same thing in this tragic shooting. Mamie Mitchell told you on the stand, the script supervisor, that it was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. It was not in the script for him to point the weapon. And we have to be very careful with facts when we're considering a criminal case and the beyond the reasonable doubt standard. That's extremely important, because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Halanya and Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did. That is the concept of foreseeability. Now, Ms. Morrissey gave you an example of, if I hand somebody a firearm and it's loaded, and then they go and do something with it, and it hurts somebody. But here, what we had, she did not know Mr. Baldwin was going to do what he did. No one, first of all, called her back into the church that he was using the gun at that time. She had given it to Halls to sit in the church. Mr. Halls then gave it to Mr. Baldwin, and that is the conclusion of the lead investigator. That was what Baldwin said, and that is what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed said. So Halls hands it to him. No one calls her back in to let her know Baldwin is doing that blocking scene. She doesn't know that's happening. The medic said she did not hear anybody call that out, first team, over the channel. So that's not getting put out. So Baldwin's doing another audible like he did on this video that you just saw. He's going off script. That defeats any idea that that was
But who loaded the
foreseeable
gun?
to Miss Gutierrez-Reed. If she doesn't know what's happening, she can't foresee it.
Well,
That's a big part of the instruction. The other part I want to talk about foreseeability and where this matters is live rounds. Now, live rounds in this type of situation has not happened in Hollywood. In the 100 years of Hollywood, this has not happened in a situation like we saw in this case. No one on that set foresaw, knew, or thought that live rounds were going to be on that set. No one. You did not hear one witness in this case. Even Ms. Morrissey said there was no evidence that Hannah knew about live rounds coming on, or this was done. There's no evidence of that. Nobody thought live rounds were going to be on set. Mr. Souza told the doctors he couldn't believe it. He argued with them because it was inconceivable that live rounds would appear. Because of that, when you read the jury instructions, there's a concept in the involuntary manslaughter of an element of willful disregard of the rights of another. That word willful, and I'm going to go over it soon, means purposeful. That you willfully do something, you purposefully do something. What's impossible for the government to prove in this case.
Can we approach?
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. She's gonna jump in like that. And what is he gonna say? Is he misstating the law? If he's not misstating the law, this is garbage here. Brandon Lee's situation, guys, was a bullet stuck in the barrel that got discharged. But no, I don't understand why she objected right there. That's
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about willful more
good.
in
He's
a
allowed
moment when we
to.
get there.
Good.
But it cannot be willful if Hannah does not know there's live rounds, and nobody did. So she did not do something willfully, knowing that Baldwin could foreseeably hurt somebody with this firearm, because she didn't know it was live. And let me give you an example. It's akin to a nurse, let's say in a hospital, who the pharmacy mislabels a drug. And let's say it comes to her and somebody's ordered it be administered to a patient. She then administers it not knowing that it's a fatal drug of some other type. The pharmacy's mislabeled it. The patient passes. It's the same situation as we have here, where the government would be saying the nurse committed involuntary manslaughter. No, that's not true, because she did not know what happened. It's like a long time ago when the Tylenol capsules were laced with cyanide, way back in the 80s or somewhere around there. There was no prosecution of the pharmacies that didn't know about this, that were tainted by it. It's the same type of situation we have here with the nurse. Miss Gutierrez-Reed did not know there were live rounds, and she was entitled to rely on production buying dummies and the boxes labeled dummies. She's entitled to rely on that. And that reliance is reasonable. So she cannot foresee a live round. Now,
yeah, she's in the pharmacy, though. This
talk next about Miss Gutierrez-Reed's statements to law enforcement. You saw her first statement. She didn't have an attorney. She did waive her rights and answer her question. She had not been advised at that time. Ms. Hutchins had passed. And she came in a second time and answered all questions. The reason why I say that is she was cooperative. She was trying to assist in what this investigation, what they were investigating. Now, Corporal Hancock never fully investigated the source of the live rounds. And she told you that she focused on people on the set. So again, in ruling out reasonable doubt and where those live rounds came from, we have not done that in this case because there was never a full investigation as to the source of the live rounds. Let me give you an example. The state never called Joe Swanson. And it's kind of remarkable because Joe Swanson was the original source of where these came from. He's also the JS in all the boxes. So the idea that the person where it originated,
I'm not impressed.
You wouldn't call that person and get some more information is interesting. But more than that, it leaves a huge hole in the origin of the live rounds. Let me tell you what else it is.
Halanya Hutchins.
Seth Kinney's fingerprints and DNA were never taken. Seth Kinney talked to Corporal Hancock 40 times or more. They supplied information back and forth. And he starts making you wonder about what's going on and why I'm called dishonest for raising the possibility that maybe Mr. Kinney was the source, because he's pretty tight with law enforcement in this case, obviously. They don't do a prop search warrant until 6 days after the incident, and that was Corporal Hancock and the rest of the sheriffs. They don't search Mr. Kinney's business until over a month after. They never asked the FBI to check live rounds for fingerprints or DNA.
That's not going to help you.
And so we will not know if Mr. Kinney's fingerprints or anybody else's would have ever appeared on those live rounds on set because they didn't get that evidence. Bryce Ziegler, I want to tell you a little bit, remind you a little bit about his testimony, and that's Mr. Ziegler. He talked about Baldwin's revolver being single action. You have to cock it, and then every time you want to shoot it. He testified about breaking that firearm. They actually destroyed the firearm after testing that was approved by the sheriff by hitting that with a hammer. He talked about that you can't determine a live round from a picture. And that's the other point I think is important to consider when considering the picture analysis. Now, the Latin print examiner, the
Latent print, not Latin print.
examined various things, but she did not examine anything Seth Kenny wise. There's no analysis on the cartridges from the prop cart, and found 8 FBI employee prints. Mr. Gillette, on the powder testing, only tested 11 rounds from Seth Kenny. Again, we know that he brought back 125 from the group that went to 1883. And I also want to remind you about 1883, some of those were Starline brass rounds. And some of those, he said, had silver primers. So when we get to the set, the live rounds are Starline brass, and they have silver primers. It's a continuous chain that could have been traced from Del Reed all the way to Seth Kenny, all the way back to the set. But they did not do that thorough investigation, and that's reasonable doubt they have not ruled out. The dummies, again, I submit this is another area of reasonable doubt. Witnesses testified this set contained a dangerous mix of dummies. They were dangerous because it was impossible for the armor and prop master to hear and rattle all of the dummies, especially under pressure, rushing, and noise on the set. You saw there was a lot of wind that day on the lapel. There's people running around. There's, I think at one point somebody said 200 people. There's all kinds of things going on. And despite that, Mr. Haig indicated in a quiet office he could not hear one of the dummies when it's rattled. That's dangerous because when you're trying to do it quickly, when there's a lot of noise.
You're not helping Hannah right now, dude. Stop.
It may not. You can't hear it rattle. Seth Kenny, again, mentioned in this case that he always rattle tested his rounds. And he made sure they're dummies. He told you all that. Well, the problem, even the box that they say was Seth Kenny's and the rounds that came out of it, there was one round, if you remember, that was gunked and it didn't shake. That round had to be sent to the FBI to be broken apart and to be checked to see if it was live. So if he truly is that thorough and shaking, he missed that round. Now the producers, they had oversight over the budget team. They didn't know where the funds were set aside for the armor. They were on location for filming, and they were fined the statutory maximum by OSHA for managerial safety violations. Again, OSHA found that the management team are the ones responsible. And yet we're here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, the person on trial for the felony offenses. Sherilyn Schaefer was the medic on set. You recall she did not have chest seals. She, I think, was doing the best she could with the equipment that she had, but she didn't have the complete equipment to deal with a gunshot wound. She also indicated she never heard anyone call out use of a gun before the fatal shooting. Mamie Mitchell, I touched on this earlier. Most important thing Ms. Mitchell said was that it was not in the script for Baldwin to point the firearm. That goes directly to the element when you read the jury instructions and you all go back in to deliberate. That goes to foreseeability and whether or not anybody can foresee the moments Mr. Baldwin pointing the gun, using it as a pointer. He's up on the hill shooting after cut, and then he's shooting, pointing the gun when he's not supposed to in scenes. David Halls was the first assistant director, as you remember, and he was in charge of overall safety. Now, he got a misdemeanor, 6 months unsupervised probation, even though he was in charge of overall set safety. he never raised any concerns. And in fact, I think he said Hannah did a great job as armor. He indicated he did not hand the gun to Baldwin, but the sheriff contradicted this. So did Hannah, and so did Mr. Baldwin. And that was essentially Mr. Hall's testimony. Sarah Zachary, I remind you, she threw away rounds on set after the shooting, took items off the prop cart. She worked for Seth Kenney, and she texted and called him right after the shooting. One of her texts, she indicated she had said she was talking to Alec Baldwin and trying to keep her facts straight. She mentioned that she had loaded firearms on set. She picked up ammunition from Kenney at PDQ. I'll remind you in the testimony that Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed went to Kenney's place before production started, and he had given them ammunition, leathers, and firearms. So again, we don't know exactly what Mr. Kenney may have supplied to this set because it's not inventoried, it's not all invoiced. I also remind you about Sarah Zachary when you're considering her credibility and her testimony. She had the text where she wanted Hannah to go to jail, and she's given complete immunity. Seth Kenney, again, I mentioned this, he supplied the leathers, guns, and ammo before arrest began. He had no inventory system. And we attached some pictures to the right that you can look at in the jury room about his place. It was an absolute mess. There was stored live ammo in the bathroom. And one of the things I think was important to remind you of is he actually called Joe Swanson and had a conversation with him. And after he gets off the call, his first words are shit, shit, shit. And so that's something as an investigator, you would think after he does that, maybe I should call Joe Swanson and see what's happening, see what that means. That reasonable doubt has not been ruled out. I went over this on a 1883 set, and he brought 125 rounds back. Mr. Carpenter, I want to remind you, he was the state's expert armorer. One of the most important points he said was 2 is 1 and 1 is none. And here we didn't have a properly staffed armorer component to the set. Luke Haig, he said the live rounds on set were reloads. He could not hear the dummy rattle in a quiet office, and he said Mr. Baldwin violated basic safety rules. Karen Kuhn, you may remember, was the photographer. She said the armorer was checking guns before when she was present. And she also made a comment about Mr. Baldwin, that on the day she was taking questions, I believe she said on the 21st, he told her to get out of his personal space and said something in a manner that kind of goes along with how he was on the set. Mr. Souza was kind about it. He said he had a strong personality, but you can see it in the videos, and you can see how Mr. Baldwin was acting. Rebecca Smith, I want to talk about the tampering. She said that she hadn't used cocaine in 31 years. She saw a baggie inside a baggie for approximately 5 seconds. She didn't know if it was cocaine or meth or something else. Now, she admitted at the end she was guessing. And we also know that the substance in the baggie was never tested. And so the only evidence you have of narcotics in this case is a guess. Now, Ms. Morrissey in her closing indicated that, well, of course we don't have the evidence. The whole thing is throwing it away. Well, you have to prove first that it was evidence. So in a normal tampering case, when, let's say, a firearm's thrown away, and we know a firearm was used, and somebody throws a firearm away, we know that was a firearm. So we know that would be evidence in a case involving a shooting. Here, we have an unknown substance. Again, they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubt by that. It's not enough to say it's probably something under a criminal standard.
No,
it's
guys,
probably
just
cocaine in that
work on
bag
something.
because Ms. Smith says it is. If it even happened, we don't even know this happened. The government hasn't established that except through her testimony. We don't know if there was a bag. We don't know if this actually was passed, and that's their burden. Let's say it did happen. that you believe it did happen. It's not enough to say what was probably in that bag. They have the burden to rule it out beyond a reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been anything else. And she's already calling it in her testimony potentially multiple substances, cocaine, methamphetamine, or possibly something else. So she's not even certain about what it is. Without a test, without something presumptive to tell you on a test, there's no way of telling what was in that bag. And it's not enough in a criminal case. OSHA, we talked about in detail, and I just want to remind you the root cause they found, they attributed all the responsibility for safety issues to management. Mr. Elliott, he was defense expert investigator, got an extensive law enforcement experience, if you recall, in APD and military. One of his big points was Mr. Baldwin was not segregated at the beginning, even though he was the known shooter. Hannah was segregated right away. Again, they zeroed in on her in the rush to have her identified. He indicated there was 20 or so key witnesses not identified and segregated. And the problem with that is they can get their stories together and they can change their stories. They can have their memories altered. We know this happened in this case because after the incident, Mr. Baldwin is talking to Sarah Zachary. He's texting and talking to her. Seth Kenny's talking to Sarah Zachary. Mr. Halls is talking to Baldwin after. And so we don't have all the information they're talking about, but we do know they're coordinating, they're talking. The only one not in that group was Hannah. And again, this was the idea. We've got to circle the wagons and we've got to pick out the person that's going to take the fall for everything that's happened here. That's Hannah. That's who they got. Law enforcement failed to follow up on the origin of the live rounds.
Yeah.
And their delayed search warrants caused problems with missing evidence. PJ Pesh testified just this morning. He had said, like everybody else, he's never seen in 35 years an armor split duties with props. It's not possible for one person to keep track of so many firearms. And he indicated it's important to give the armor adequate time and resources, which OSHA said as well. She was not given that to do her job. I want to talk to you about the law that the judge instructed you on, and that is the law. What the judge told you about is what we have to follow in terms of evaluating this. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. The kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. A doubt based on reason and common sense. So what the government has to do is rule out every reasonable doubt you may have based on reason and common sense. Or in this country, we don't convict people. That's the standard. And again, I go back to where I started at the beginning. If they didn't rule out the reasonable doubt on Miss Zachary throwing away the rounds, that is always going to be there. Because their theory based on you can identify these pictures and we know exactly what was on the set and what remained on the set, and we will never know that because some of them were thrown away. And we didn't get all of Seth Kenny's rounds. We're never going to know that. Other areas of reasonable doubt, I've gone over the top two, top three. The prop cart was tampered with. We know that right after the incident, another individual moved it. Now, Lieutenant Benavides said he had eyes on the entire time. But if you saw that video, you can make up your mind what you believe. Ladies and gentlemen, his camera appeared to be pointed right into the vehicle, and the individual getting the cart was way off in the other direction. He said he had his head turned. But you all can decide what you think about that. The prop cart there was unquestionably items taken from it. We don't know exactly what those are. That is another area of reasonable doubt that the government has not ruled out. You've had witnesses say throughout the trial, you can't tell live ammo from a picture. And the reason is that the FBI said it has to be disassembled and you have to open it up because there's powder in it. If there's not powder in it, then it's not live. OSHA stated the root cause of all safety failures was management. OMI ruled this to be an accident, not a homicide. You heard evidence about the esophageal intubation was ineffective to provide oxygen to Halanya. This also was a situation in this case where multiple lawsuits have been filed, and you can evaluate their testimony, those people who have filed lawsuits, with care and caution, because they've got an interest potentially in what's happening in this case by being involved in lawsuits. Involuntary manslaughter, you're going to have that instruction when you go back. That is the charge that Her Honor has read to you. She's given you the law on this. I want to focus you on a couple key points. The government has the burden to show each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements are the numbered items. What that means is if you all have reasonable doubts on any of these elements, Hannah cannot be convicted. And I want to focus you in on element 3, that Hannah acted with a willful disregard. Again, you go back to willful disregard, the nurse example, and the idea that if somebody doesn't know, I mean, that could be the same thing with a nurse on trial for involuntary manslaughter, but if she doesn't know the drug was mislabeled, you cannot hold her criminally accountable for something like that. It's the same thing in this case, because no one knew there were live rounds. So she did not act willfully in anything that happened that day. In loading the firearm, this was another day everybody thought on set. Loading the firearms, running to different things, doing the duties. Nobody's calling her back in for the blocking scene. Mr. Baldwin was doing something on his own. Nobody in the wildest dreams thought there was a live round. And because of that, the next element is that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed that caused the death. I submit to you that what caused her to pass was Mr. Baldwin going off script and pointing the weapon. Now, he didn't know there was a live round in there either. He didn't know. Again, he's in the same position that nobody knew there was ever going to be a live round on that set. But the only ultimate act is pointing of that weapon. Ms. Gutierrez wasn't in the church. She didn't point that weapon. She didn't pull it.
Wrap this up.
Nobody called her back in. And because of that, those two elements, I submit to you, have not been proven on involuntary manslaughter. And they have to be. The government has to resolve all your reasonable doubts about that, or we cannot convict. Mental state and willful disregard, and that is going to be in your instructions. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard. And so again, that's the terminology, is willful disregard. You're also going to be instructed, the court instructed you, Her Honor, on negligent use of a firearm. And that is a lesser included offense of the involuntary manslaughter. So when you go back and deliberate, you will have this in front of you as well, whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. And again, the language is acted with willful disregard. That's what has to be proven under that charge for you to resolve all of your reasonable doubts. Tampering with evidence, I think this is a real stretch, and it is a real stretch. And you talk about guessing. This one, they have to prove the defendant hid a bag of cocaine. Well, the only witness they have to it said it was either cocaine or meth or something else. So just by the testimony alone, the beginning of that, there's no way of knowing it was a bag of cocaine. It's just impossible. There has to be reasonable doubt on that by the government's own witness. Their only witness. No law enforcement testing, there's nobody else. This is absolutely unproven in this case. And you don't even have to get to element 2 because element 1 is not even close to having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Proximate cause, it's a legal term, but it's something the government has to prove as well. And this is where you get into that the passing was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez's act. The act was a significant cause of the death, and the language I want to focus you in on, in a natural and continuous chain of events uninterrupted by an outside event. What these mean, and these are the legal terminology, what it means is that what Hannah Gutierrez did had to be a foreseeable result, but again, that caused her death. But again, without her knowing that there was a live round, that's impossible to meet that standard. She did not have that knowledge, and there's no witness that came in here in this courtroom in 2 weeks to say she had that knowledge. Without it, nothing she did. She has that willful disregard because she just doesn't know. Now, was there an outside event as well? There was an outside event. There's 2 outside events. Whoever put the live round on set, and then Mr. Baldwin in the end going off script and doing what he did. Those are outside events outside of Miss Gutierrez-Reed's control that she didn't know was going to happen. That breaks any idea, and there's reasonable doubt that she had anything to do ultimately with Halanya Hutchins' death. Miss Gutierrez-Reed was not a significant cause as a result of her death because of the reasons I've mentioned to you. Another instruction Her Honor gave you is that negligence of a third person, again, I'm going to highlight the language, if it breaks the foreseeable chain of events. Again, the foreseeable chain of events on that set is you have dummy rounds, you have blank rounds, and then you have an orderly progression with how those are being used. Here we had a completely unforeseeable live round, 6 live rounds that were on set, nobody could foresee. And then we have Mr. Baldwin's action in the end. Those were both unforeseeable to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. The judge instructed you on, you all are the sole judge of the facts. You all are deciding the facts, ladies and gentlemen. And your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. It goes back to the tampering charge. It goes back to some of the other aspects the government has told you. In this country, we can't decide and convict people on guesses. And that's a lot of what they've asked you to do in several areas, to guess, to assume, to speculate. It's not sufficient to convict people in this country to guess. It's not. And that's what they brought you and they've asked you to do on the tampering and other aspects of their charges. And that's not sufficient. Ladies and gentlemen, Hannah is not guilty on all the counts because of the law that Her Honor has given you. When you apply that law and you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, she could not anticipate what Baldwin would do. It was not in the script. It was not foreseeable. Management was responsible for safety failures and not Hannah. There's 0 evidence of cocaine. There's no testing. And again, I go back to the idea that Hannah is a scapegoat for all the management failures. They do hope she gets convicted, so they're all exonerated. They can move forward. They can finish that movie like Mr. Sousa said they did and make their money. But as he also told you, the buck always stops with production, and it's their responsibility. In any organization, it goes from the top down. And that's where the responsibility lies in this case. That's what OSHA said. And that's also the truth. And the truth is important because justice for Halanya does not mean injustice for Hannah. Does not mean injustice for Hannah. It does not mean they get to steamroll her and they get to come in and spin their version of facts and they get to call it truth. Because that's not truth. Truth is bringing you, ladies and gentlemen, everything they can. Justice is bringing you everything they can. Justice is not mocking theories that could come true, that might have been the case. Justice is not laughing in court during some of our exchanges. And you can evaluate that as to their credibility, whether that was professional, whether if she didn't take court seriously, did she take the investigation seriously? I submit she did not. And so they can't come in here with a straight face and mock us and criticize us and tell you they have given you enough to convict her behind a reasonable doubt, because they haven't.
That was not good.
Thank you.
That was not good. That was not good of her. Oof. Oof, chat.
State's reply.
I'll begin while the gentlemen are setting up the Elmo for me. Hannah didn't know there was a live round on set. I agree. If Hannah knew there was a live round on set and she loaded it into a prop gun
It'd be murder.
and it was used to kill Halanya Hutchins, she wouldn't be charged with involuntary manslaughter. She'd be charged with second-degree murder. She'd be charged with first-degree depraved mind murder. This is an involuntary manslaughter charge because she didn't know there were live rounds on set, and the reason she didn't know was through her own negligence, her own recklessness, her own willful disregard for the safety of other people. That willful disregard, that lack of care for the safety of other people that you have seen throughout this trial, it is shocking. For Mr. Bowles to come up to this podium and say it wasn't foreseeable that Alec Baldwin was going to go off script and pull the hammer and pull the trigger. He showed you a video of Alec Baldwin going off script. Alec Baldwin went off script. Hannah Gutierrez knew it. She was there. Hannah Gutierrez knew that Baldwin was loose. She knew it. She didn't do anything about it, even though it was her job. It was her job. It is her job to say to an A-list actor, if in fact that's what you want to call him, hey, you can't behave that way with those firearms. That is her job. That is what they pay her for. That is the job that she applied for. That is the job that she accepted.
Yep. Yep.
Foreseeability. You want to talk about off script? Just remember those videos of the stuntman. That's not within the script. She was there. She watched it. She knew these people would go off script. You know she didn't check the rounds. If she checked the rounds, they wouldn't have been floating around that movie set the entire time, undetected.
Yep.
Give you everything we've got. You have absolutely everything we have. This law enforcement team and this team of prosecutors have reviewed thousands and thousands and thousands of photos and thousands of videos. We have interviewed countless people, many of whom you didn't even hear from. We can't stay here forever. You have absolutely everything you need. One of the amazingly shocking things about this case to me has always been, and it's to Detective Hancock's credit, a defense attorney with his own agenda, no question.
Objection. You can't let her do this. Stop her. Stop her right now. You can't let her do this to you, man. Now she's talking shit about the defense attorney. Don't let her do this.
Comes to her and says, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney. That's his job. Okay, let's make that clear. That's Mr. Bowles' job. He gets Hannah's dad to say, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney.
Objection.
Rather than ignore them, she gets a search warrant. She took his speculative agenda, presented it to a judge, got a search warrant, and searched that man's property. And oh my heavens, what did they find? They found exactly what Thel Reed said they would find. They found live ammunition with semi-wad cutter projectiles. You have everything
Sorry,
you
guys,
have.
yeah.
You have everything we have.
This-
You have
this is
everything you will
improper.
ever need
This is improper.
to convict her. This is 100% foreseeable. Hannah Gutierrez is not a scapegoat. Hannah Gutierrez is not being treated as a scapegoat. Mr. Halls was charged criminally. To his credit, he took an early plea and he got the benefit of that. Mr. Baldwin has now been indicted. Everyone with criminal culpability has been criminally charged in this case. She's not being scapegoated. She is being treated like everyone else. She is not being given a break because she's a woman. She is not being given a break because she's young. Because that's not how the law works. Let me just review my notes real quick, and as I promised you, I am going to try to speed this
18
up
months.
for you.
On each count.
Please keep in mind, Mr. Bowles comes up to the podium and says Sarah Zachary threw rounds away. She did. Obviously she did. She admitted it. She told law enforcement that she did it. And rather than try to prosecute her for tampering with evidence, for panicking and throwing some rounds away, she agreed to come in and testify, and her agreement is that she must testify truthfully. And she testified truthfully. You want to know why we don't have an inertia puller in evidence? Why we don't have a box of dummies that Ms. Gutierrez said she brought on set? She said she brought 2 boxes. We've only got 1. You want to know why? Because she went to the prop truck on October 23rd, got access to it, took a bunch of gun belts and a couple of boxes.
Your Honor, I want to object.
That is not in evidence. That is not in evidence. I don't think any of that's in evidence right there. Once again, he finally stands up and says it. What she did that day, it was never clear. We never talked about the inertia puller after that. That was never talked about. It was never talked about how stuff went missing, how Anna took stuff. He found a spine he can walk. Mr. What'd you miss? Well, you missed really good closing by the state, except for crapping all over the 6th Amendment. And now you're seeing the state crap all over the 6th Amendment again. They're arguing facts, not in evidence that was highly improper. I mean, you're seeing the state take a case that's an easy slam dunk and saddling
Where
with
were we?
error.
She took stuff out of the prop truck.
I don't think that's been proven.
She took gun belts. You heard from Sarah Zachary that those were gun belts that she brought from another movie set that were already loaded with dummy rounds. Who knows what was in them? So I want to make sure that we understand what reasonable
Yes,
doubt
Jane, on
means. Reasonable doubt means the doubt must be reasonable. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Brian Norvell. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Seth Kinney. All investigative leads were exhausted. He simply didn't do anything wrong. You want to talk about scapegoating? That's the guy that got scapegoated. The doubt must be reasonable. And I don't have to prove this case beyond all possible doubt. If that is what the law required, my heavens, we live in a world of infinite possibilities. The government would never be able to prove a case beyond all possible doubt. We'd have to have a video of absolutely everything that took place. It's not the standard, and it doesn't have to be the standard. So when you're back there and you're talking about doubt, make sure it's a reasonable one under this set of circumstances. You know, Mr. Bowles says to you, these production outfitters were just from one day. That's right. All that happened in one day. Imagine what all the other days were like. That was one day.
That is actually brilliant by her. That's a brilliant. Oh God, that burned him.
Mr.
Wow.
Bowles is right. The crew didn't believe there were live rounds on set. They believed that she was going to do her job. They believed that she did her job. This isn't Seth Kinney's responsibility to inventory rounds, although he did it. That wasn't his responsibility. Rust Productions didn't provide all of the dummy rounds to the set of this movie. You know from her own statements she brought 2 boxes on herself. We're not living in an alternate reality. All right. Let's go through these. I'll go through them relatively quickly. When you all go back into the jury deliberation room, you will have your own copy. So you certainly will have a copy to reference. These are some of the instructions that are important to us. Your verdict should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. Sympathy or prejudice? Huh?
It's not showing on the screen.
Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So it can't be based on sympathy or prejudice. And for any of you who are feeling sympathetic because she is young and she is maybe inexperienced, although by her own statement to Detective Hancock, she would tell you she wasn't. You all are on this jury because during voir dire you agreed to follow the law. And I will ask you to do it right now. If you had said during voir dire, I can't follow the law, I feel too sympathetic, you wouldn't be here. And if you can't follow the law, you can probably excuse yourselves. I'm going to skip that one. That's an easy one. You must not concern yourselves with the consequences of your verdict. That is the law. That is the law that you agreed to follow. That is the law that you are required to follow.
It's her job. It's a judge's job to instruct the jury. She should be. They should be all about that. This is nonsense now.
Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. There can be absolutely no doubt. That happened. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by her actions. Yeah, she knew. This was completely foreseeable. She was trained in firearms. She knows what we all know. Guns can kill you. You gotta be really careful. Her act caused the death of Halanya Hutchins. (12A) is the alternative theory. And so let me explain to you that 12 and 12A are alternatives. You must make a decision about guilt or innocence unanimously to the count, not to the alternatives. So 6 of you can say, I think she's guilty of 12, but not 12A. Another 6 of you can say, we think she's guilty of 12A, but not 12. Done. You're done. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm. Yes, she certainly did. She told the police she did. She failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition. Of course, you know that. She didn't do it just once. She did it numerous times. She acted with willful disregard for the safety of others, without question. So you are being presented with what's called a lesser included offense. And I will remind you the instructions that the judge read you at the beginning. Your first job is to see if you can agree on involuntary manslaughter. If you find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter on either alternative, you do not move on to this misdemeanor. It's done. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you get to move on to the misdemeanor. You've heard a lot about that. I'll skip it. This is what we call a general criminal intent instruction, and I want to just make sure that you...
I seriously can't believe the judge is just letting her go through all the freaking instructions. The judge already did it. It's her job. It's been done. God, Bowles needs to stand up and make a noise. This is not... Defend your freaking client, bro.
You understand this instruction only applies to the tampering with evidence. It does not apply to the involuntary manslaughter because she is charged with negligent homicide, not intentional. Very importantly are the proximate cause jury instructions. These jury instructions are what allows you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty, even though Mr. Baldwin may have also been a significant cause of the death of Halanya Hutchins. So let's go through it. The death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm. Of course it was. The act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Halanya Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. She brought a bunch of live rounds on set, accidentally, but negligently. She loaded one of them into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's holster. And she told Dave Halls, this is a cold gun. He told the crew, it's a cold gun. At that point, everyone certainly assumed that there wasn't a live round. She knew Baldwin would go off script. She didn't have prop duties to tend to. She walked out. And even if she had been there, it wouldn't have made a difference, because you have seen the incredible lack of control that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. There is no intervening event. If you think the intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the gun, that's the whole purpose of the prop. He's going to manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it. Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her. Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, the defendant is not guilty. Well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead. One of at least two reasons. I will again thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I know that this has been hard work for you folks. I will ask you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty of involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. And I will ask you to bring some justice to Halanya Hutchins. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Instruction number 22, I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy of the jury instructions, and the exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use. You will take these forms to the jury room. When you have reached a unanimous agreement as to your verdict, the foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. There are 12 that deliberate. There are 4 alternates on this jury, given the long length of this jury. Keeping with the privacy, I'm going to pass this instruction down with the help of Ryan. You're going to look if this is one of your names, and you are one of the alternates. What I'm going to ask the bailiffs to do is to first take the alternates out so they can get their belongings. And I'm going to ask you to meet me down at the end of the hallway to explain. I hate to tell alternates they're alternates because they've been paying so close to the evidence. And so just to talk with you and then, and thank you. And then right along on your clip will be the jurors themselves, okay? And the jurors will go into the room. So I'll need the aid of both of them. But first, let me pass this piece of paper over to you. Look down here. There's 4 names. See if one of them is yours and you're an alternate.
This is an interesting way to do jury selection. This is new.
It's at the bottom.
It's like she pre-selected it. I don't know. That's a weird way of doing things. All right, we'll do a poll, guys, on verdict because we're about to do it. This is weird. These jurors are confused about the way she does this, and that should be a sign to her this is not a good way of doing things if nobody can figure it out. Guys, there's a verdict poll up if you guys want to take a look at that. And then we'll go to the timeline. God, seriously, this jury must be seriously confused if they can't figure this out. Answer the poll, chat.
All right, so follow the alternates follow Ryan. I'll meet you down at the end of the hallway after you get your belongings, and then you'll follow with the jury.
Regine, we're going to answer this one real quick after they're done. We'll answer this first. Thank you. It's a good question.
Sure.
All rise.
All right, we're in recess. I'll be back in, but we're in recess. You can get going with your exhibits and things like that.
You guys are seeing lots of weirdos in the gallery. Yeah, well, that's it, chat. It's done. Wow, we need to focus. Focus. All right, we are going to put them off screen. I don't need them anymore. Is her mother behind her? I think that's her mom. Looks pretty close to her. So, anyways, guys, yeah, the show is over for now. We'll find out if there's updates. Hopefully, let me know if you guys can't hear me well. Can you guys hear me all right? I'm going to try to figure out if I need to count out. Sounds good. All right. So, bunch of questions. We're going to start off with this last one, this newest one, because I think it's really good. Regine Simor. If I butcher that, I am so sorry. How long do they have until they give a verdict? There is no time limit. The jury has until they decide a verdict. Now, they might come back and say, we can't come up with a verdict. Then that becomes a separate issue. But no, there is no set time limit. They can take as long as they want. Now, can juries come back very quickly? Yeah. If they came back 20 minutes from now and said, we have a verdict, that's fine. It all depends. I've had trials where we've done the verdict, and guess what happens 20 minutes later? Oh, we're back in. Now, normally when you get back that quickly in a criminal case, it's not good for you on the defense side. And that wasn't good for our guy. It was 20 minutes guilty. You know, as attorneys will joke, they sat around long enough to all go to the bathroom. You know, everybody had to take a piss, and then they convicted the guy. Sometimes it takes them a couple hours. It really depends. OJ, for example. OJ, they were only out for they were out like 4 hours total. And they came back with a verdict. An 8-month trial, and they made a verdict in 4 hours. They might be out for a day, 2 days, 3 days. I mean, if they're actively deliberating, the judge will give them pretty much a lot of time. Now, they might come back in a couple hours and say we're deadlocked. Who knows? We don't really know yet. Could be a lot of different things. Do they get food and drinks during deliberations? Yes. They get now it all depends. Some places are really cheap and you're on your own, but most of the time, yes, food will be brought to you. Lunch and dinner will be brought to you. Why? Because they don't want you running around breaking down the deliberative process. They'd rather have you deliberate, food get brought in, and then you keep going. Yes, so they get punchy pie. They all kinds of punchy pie. Now, if they want smoke breaks, things like that, that's all on them. Yeah, Sweet Tooth says not in Seattle, they don't give you anything, and that's because California's broke. So Charlie says they give you what the inmates get in the holding cells. Sometimes. A lot of places, though, will say, hey, here's a menu from the restaurant. Take a look. Or we'll order pizza or Chinese at times. There was one of the places where I worked in the prosecutor's office, actually. The local place it was a local little, kind of like the local little diner. They had what was called the juror's special. And it was basically it was a sandwich. It was kind of like a BLT or a turkey sandwich. Wasn't anything too fancy, but it's really good. And that was kind of what they would order for everybody unless they didn't want something else. So it really depends. It really all depends. The jury should have 4-star cuisine. Well, that would people would have to pay for that. People don't want to pay for that crap. Yeah, if the court gave you prison food, you'd vote not guilty. Well, that's a fair argument because then you're like, wow, I don't want somebody to have to eat this. So yeah, it's generally they're kind of left on their own. Yeah, there's no time. There's no time limit. So they can be done anytime they want to be. Is the jury free to leave if given inmate food or they seize before staying in the courthouse? No, if they refuse to eat it, I'm sure something would get worked out. So, but that's a very good question though about what would happen there and what's the time limit on it. We got a bunch of super chats though to catch up on here too. Jester's saying, but will the state want to retry her if it's a hung jury or mistrial? It's a lot of work, and a lot of money. And going through this once, hopefully Hannah would say, oh my God, I need a better attorney. And with a better attorney, she probably win because now the state's tipped their hand. They've fully done all the work. So a better attorney probably could get Hannah a hung jury. I don't know about an acquittal, but definitely a hung jury. Barton Bell is saying, why not charge them together? Well, they're charged as co-defendants. What you mean, why aren't they trying them together? Because there's always the possibility these two might start blaming each other, and then that brings up confrontation clause issues. Especially when they're sitting down at the same defense table. It's a case called Brunton v. United States, or United States v. Brunton, Brunton. And it's a case where two co-defendants in a bank robbery started pointing at each other, going this way and that way, and it caused problems. And the court said we can't do that. If they're gonna do that, that's a confrontation issue. Can't try them together. So, where did that go? Oh, right here. So that's why you can't do that. That's why it's not advisable. Brandon for 1999 said, takes two. Thanks for covering. Well, you're welcome, Brandon. Thank you for the super chat. I think we already did that. I want to make sure. Unhung Hero for $2 said, my last accidental discharge nearly made me a dad. Gotta be careful. Play it cool. Wrap your tool. Unhung Hero for $5 says, leave it to a person bad at their job to hire a lawyer bad at his. Oof. Well, people make poor judgment calls tend to make poor judgment calls. So, Noel says, by his own pharmacy analogy, she's guilty. Yes. That pharmacy analogy Bulls made where, oh, well, she's just like the pharmacist. It's like the pharmacist and the nurse. Except Hannah's the nurse and the pharmacy gave her bad stuff. It's like, no, because in this case, Hannah's a nurse who brought her own stuff. She even admits, I brought my own bullets. It's like, how many nurses bring their own drugs into work with them? None. And that's a very big problem for Hannah. So I don't know why he did that. He did a very bad job at that. That was just stupid. That was just a very, very poor analogy. And Javier is saying, so nobody knows the source of the live rounds. I think it's pretty obvious what it is, and I think it's clear from what we can tell. Hannah brought them on set. I think we all know that. So, yeah, I mean, and that's probably part of the issue. Maybe Thel Reed, her dad, had a say in that. I don't know, but do I think that happened? That these are just, from Seth Kenney? They're not. I don't think that's the case here. I mean, it's a great argument, but I don't think that happened at all. So that's kind of how I look at this. Because otherwise, like, if that really came from somewhere else, Bulls would have been able to prove it or show some doubt or show some issues in the state's checking of things, and they didn't. I mean, they kind of were sloppy. The lead detective, she kind of sucked, but she did enough right that the state could put together a case. So, I don't think that's. Yeah, I don't think this is really going to turn out for Bulls and Hannah the way they think it's going to. That was a very, very poor close by this defense. Maybe big time YouTube lawyer Sean did. I know a lot about guns. Like, first of all, lower your voice. Yes, I know more about guns than half the people that testified there. Probably more than all the people who testify there. The only person who may know more than me is the Lucian Haig. He's probably the only guy who knows more than me that testified up there. So everybody else, definitely not. I bet I know more than the great Thel Reed. and all the other yahoos out there. Lyman Armorer. Okay, cool. He has as much charisma as he has hair. Thanks, Unhung Hero. Unknown Hero is doing a callback to David Hall's The Aged Settler or Person. If you know, you know. Yes. Yes. That was a very famous sovereign citizen who went by the name David Halls. If we have time later, chat, we'll watch that because it is a funny one. You guys, if we need some filler, because this, yeah, I have the feeling we're going to be waiting a little bit at least. I don't think this is going to be like a 20-minute verdict. I think this might be like a 2-day verdict. Actually, a day-long verdict, because right now it's just 1:30 there. So they're gonna eat. They'll probably start at like 2:30. Probably start deliberating. We got 388 people here. Thanks for watching, guys. Guys, if you're new, my name's Sean. I also know it's potentially criminal. I'm a defense attorney out in the Cleveland, Ohio area. We just got done streaming the last day in the closing arguments. If you have questions, ask them. I'm going to try to get to everything, but I can tell you if you do a super chat, it is a guaranteed way to make sure you get noticed. Walter Malone for $4.99. Thank you. It says, have you ever knew you lost and just go through the motions? I mean, there's times where I know we're toast, but it doesn't matter. I guess the thing is, and this is where it's going to sound tacky. Hold on one second, chat. I got to close this door so we don't have a noise intrusion by the dogs. Sorry, I had to close the door. The dogs were about to come in. You never give up. You never stop. Because you never know what's going to happen. Something might happen. You might convince a juror. Your closing's the last shot. So no, it's never going through the motions. You're always fighting. You're always trying. And I don't think Bowles was phoning it in. I just think that's just how he does things. That's how he carries himself. It's just very kind of like mundane and very. But that's nice because it doesn't mean he gets excited. Doesn't mean he gets really down. It's just very monotone, which at times can be helpful. Wendy Carter for 15. I forget what they call these. Israel. What do you call the dollar amount in Israel? And now I need to make sure Israeli. Is it a new Israeli? So 15 shekels. Actually, shekels. Not just saying shekels. I thought the shekels were like the cents version of a dollar, but okay. Thank you for that, Wendy. Is saying, if Hannah played receiver too, perhaps nobody would have died. Maybe Baldwin's defense will be that he was overwhelmed by the voice of the threat. Very funny. Very funny. Maybe. Patty says the defense speak again too. No. It goes prosecution, defense, prosecution with the rebuttal. That's because they have the burden of proof and the burden of persuasion, which I don't think is fair. The man fighting for his life should go last. The state already enjoys so much power. Javier says again, it must suck for attorneys to make nuanced and well-reasoned arguments. Just had 12 random mouth breathers say, nah, not guilty. Well, no, that would be fine. I'd be happy with that. You mean I make this impassioned argument on logic and all kinds of things, and the jury just goes, nah, he's guilty. Fuck him. Yes, that is very frustrating. Very frustrating. KJ gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, KJ. Parallax saying, so would a food truck outside a courthouse be a good idea? Well, it depends on how big your courthouse is. If it's a city of 1 million people, yeah. Or in a situation like this where there's probably a lot of people around, sure, it's probably not a bad idea. But out in the middle of like nowhere, like rural Ohio, where there might be a trial every 3 to 6 months, no, it wouldn't be a good idea. It all depends. Deanna is saying, will they still try Alex if Hanifa hung jury? Yeah, they'll definitely. Alec Baldwin is gonna be facing a jury no matter what happens. They are, unless they may have made him a plea deal, but I bet it's a felony still of some sort. But I doubt Alec's ever going to take a deal. So yeah, he's gonna go to trial. There's no way it doesn't. As far as retrying Hannah, a hung jury, it all depends. Was it like 11-1? Not like, was it 11-1 guilty? and there's one person saying saying not guilty, then you might try it again because you can fix that. But let's say it was like 7-5 guilty or 6-6. But let's say it inverts the other way. Let's say it was, 10-2 not guilty. 10 people said not guilty, 2 people said guilty. You might not try that. And the closer you get to the middle, it gets worse and worse and worse. Your odds, really. And it gives you an idea. But we'll find out. We'll find out. If Alec Baldwin got it, I think they might try it again just because he's Alec Baldwin. But to retry Hannah, I don't think they will. David saying, make it simple. Verdict? Not yet. We are on verdict watch now, though. We just started like 10 minutes ago. So no, not yet. They wouldn't have even had time to go to the bathroom yet. So remember, they might all want to take a crap first and then bring a verdict. So you need at least like 30, 40 minutes to have, 12 people take a crap. Panzer Dude said she objected just like I said she would. Sean, where's my cookie? Well, she objected on a different thing there, but yeah. Yeah, here's your cookie. I got a cookie for you. I got a limp biscuit. Kevin H says that this jury is dumb as Jen Crumbley's. They might vote not guilty. Well, it'd be hilarious if they vote not guilty. I mean, yes, Ashley Merkin is testifying in front of the Georgia Senate today, and we are going to cover that later this afternoon. We're probably going to go till the jury's done here for the day, just because that's only fair. I don't want to switch over to that, but it's about 3 hours long. We are going to cover that, chat. It's very, very informative. So we'll go ahead and do that. But Jason's saying, do you think the defense is ineffective for a possible appeal? No. So here's the problem. Ineffective assistance of counsel is very tough. It's a very tough standard to meet. And it's because the Supreme Court of the United States has set it that way. And the case that set that is a case called Strickland v. Washington. And the way you articulate ineffective assistance of counsel is you have to find a spot where the attorney didn't do his job. And he fell below, he didn't meet a reasonable standard of conduct or what he should do as an attorney. Okay. Now, you could find those all day long. Attorneys screw up all the time. I've screwed up before. We all do. Doesn't matter who it is. We'll all screw up at some point. The screw up is fine. And then you have to find that screw up. And then you have to show that screw up was so bad that screw up alone had a reasonable chance of changing the outcome of the trial. Not guaranteed, but a reasonable likelihood it would have changed the outcome. So, for example, if the attorney screws up, but it's like, let's say it was a murder case, and the murderer admits it. Okay, so once again, we'll use Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse murders Donald Duck, and Mickey Mouse is on tape going, "Ha ha! Yes, I did it. I hope it hurt like hell. Ha ha! You're next, Goofy, if you snitch." And Mickey's on tape saying that, and the fingerprints are for Mickey, and Mickey's DNA is all over the gun, and Donald's blood is all over Mickey's shoes, and there's a big trail of footprints that go all the way back down the street to the Mickey Mouse clubhouse. It's pretty obvious Mickey killed Donald Duck. But let's say I'm Mickey Mouse's attorney, and halfway through the trial, I just go like this. I just fall asleep. Now, normally when this happens, attorneys are like, fall asleep like that. Let's say I fall asleep through it. Is that ineffective assistance of counsel? I'm not objecting to things, not catching stuff. No. Why? Because courts will do what's called harmless error. They'll say that error was bad, but the evidence was so overwhelming that he was going to be found guilty anyway. And let's be real. If somebody had all that in their murder case, they're going to get convicted. So it doesn't matter how bad the attorney was. It's superficial given the severity of the case. So So that's, like I said, it's a good question, but it's not going to be. Do I think Bowles did a horrible job here? Yes. Do I think he could have done a lot better? Yes. Do I think he picked awful experts? Yes. Do I think he didn't do a great job at getting prepared for trial and handling stuff? 100 freaking percent. But yeah. So yeah, I just don't think it was the best. Who was the guy waving the gun about? Oh, Spud. So we're going to go back to that too in a minute. We're just going to read through some of these questions to catch up. The guy waving the gun was the defense's firearms expert. So he was going to demonstrate the use of replica of, things like a Colt Peacemaker, which, like I told you, chat, I am currently working on right now. So shh. YouTube should let us do it because look, it should work because guess what? It's not real. It's not real, chat. So hopefully I can have that set up in case you guys haven't seen one so you understand how it works. So we'll get to him in a second. It says watch them come back in 5 minutes. Well, it's been over 5 minutes, so here we go. Booyah. If they came back that quick with a verdict, there'd be a lot of concerns there anyway. So I don't think they could come back that. Attorneys, like, there's going to be attorneys who will tell you they've had trials where, like, oh yeah, God, they convicted us so fast, I didn't even have the chance to go to the bathroom. And that happens, but normally what's going to happen quickly is we'll probably get a question. We'll get a question so damn fast. I have a wonder, given how those instructions were done, which I think is nice. It was like each page is a separate little instruction. I bet we'll get some questions about stuff very quickly. And that question will tell us a lot about what the jury's thinking. So as far as where the jury's allowed to take notes, I don't know if they're allowed to take notes. Any of that yet. But that's, we'll see. Because I have seen an attorney before, like, the trial was over. He walked down to the bathroom down the hall and was in the middle of taking like his, normal like daily dump. And he like the bailiff comes running down the hallway and like had to yell into the bathroom, "We have a question." And like it ruined his like, he put it off because he had to do the trial. So he's standing there. He has to cut his crap short and he had to come in because I heard it. I heard him. So I was sitting there at a bench just slightly down the hallway. He's like, "Can it wait 5 minutes?" And she's like, "No, the judge wants you now." So he had to like stop taking a shit and come down the hallway, deal with the question, talk to the jury, have the judge bring the jury and instruct them. And then he had to go back to taking a crap. So that was hilarious. I don't think he ended up winning though. I think the jury convicted this guy, but I don't think that was one he was expecting to win from what I remember when I asked him about it later. So, yeah, like I said, it could be a lot of different things we don't know yet. The defense paralegal is really unsettling. So, let's see here. The facts were so weak. They weren't that bad. The jurors do get hung up on stupid things. That does happen a lot, though. The jurors do get hung up on stupid things. Jurors sometimes are dumb. Yes. You're saying was he a bald guy? Was that a public defender? No. Bowles was retained counsel. Here's the thing: the public defender's office would have done a better job for Hannah, and that's a sad part. She paid for that. She paid for that legal defense, or someone paid for it. They could have got a better effort out of the PD's office, and I truly mean that. I mean, anybody, even court-appointed counsel, I'm sure would have been better. Somebody would have done better than Bowles, because that was not a very well put together thing. And that's the thing, when you're doing defense work, and in a case like this, even if she was indigent and she had to get up the public defender, they would be able to have the money, or they could secure more money or secure funding from the court or whoever to get money for experts, all that stuff. Because if these were the experts that they hired, like, how much were these people charging? That's my concern for, like, grandpa running around with his guns. Like, how much did that guy charge? I'm assuming it's not cheap because he sounds like he was so full of himself. Like, that was a big, big fucking problem to me. Bowles did not earn his money on this. This was not a quality job. So whatever he paid or whatever they paid too fucking much, in my opinion. That, like, I'll say it. I'll say it. Like, I really, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care about your arm. The prosecutor's closing show known as the cucketing. Yeah, he got bitched on there. Can I draw some more arrows and stuff for the firearm expert? We probably will. Sends her to being Alec Baldwin's personal assistant. Yeah. So. Spuggun says, can the judge accept a majority verdict? No. A verdict must be unanimous. That is how we operate here in America. It must be a unanimous verdict. None of this partial stuff. Some states that was a possibility for a while, but the Supreme Court put the kibosh to that and stopped it a couple of years ago. But even then, like, it was only Louisiana and Oregon that had split verdicts like that. So no, you cannot have that happen here. She will be convicted all the way or acquitted all the way. And if neither one of those happens, it'll be a hung jury. So there is no possible chance for that. Kevin saying, why does the defense do the argument for the mistrial that everyone does? Is that an effective assistance counsel? Yes. At least here in Ohio, yes. Failure to do the motion for a directed verdict is considered ineffective assistance of counsel. But remember, once again, what's the standard? The standard is you have to show that had he done that, the court would have been like, yeah, oh my God, this is a bullshit case, and acquitted him. And if you can't show that, well, you run into that problem of what do you do? And that's a problem. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, Nico saying you can't screw up as a lawyer if you don't practice. Thinking smart. Yes, that's thinking very far ahead. Jason was out for $2. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Emily Baker's got 24,000 watching. Good for her. That'd be nice. Not gonna lie, that's a lot of fucking people though. Wouldn't be able to talk to any of you. I'd just be talking to myself and just randomly commenting. So, I love my Disney analogies. Well, it's easier to use those because I also don't know who here is listening, so it's an easy one to use. Some of the other ones, you can come up with other kinds. Let's see here. I'll say, does that happen that attorneys fall asleep? It's happened enough that it's a very common thing that they talk when courts discuss ineffective assistance. They'll comment on it and say, this is a very common type of ineffective assistance. Yes. Let's see here, you guys. Oh. Impossible. Let me see if I'm trying to catch up here. Matt's saying, but how would Hannah know that before trial when you were just throwing dice when choosing a lawyer? You're not necessarily. Like, if you ever are in a situation where you need to choose an attorney, a very good start would be talk to attorneys you know. Okay, because not every attorney can handle your case. All right. If you don't know an attorney, a very good option is police officers, because the cops generally have attorneys who they'll go to if they have problems. And the attorney that cops hire can sometimes be a valuable option. Saying, we're going to hire Bob Robertson, because he's a bulldog in the courtroom. There's a bunch of different ways you can check them out, their ratings. You can Google them and ask. You can also ask your attorney, like, what's the most serious case you've ever tried? How many times have you gotten? Well, I wouldn't just ask how many times you gotten acquittals, but what have your cases gone? Like, what cases have you done? That way you can check on them and say, oh, look, he defended the chick in the Alec Baldwin shooting, and oh my God, he fucked it up, or something like that. Or do you have experience in criminal trials? There's ways you can ask these questions that will protect you a little bit. So, Javier is saying unanimous and criminal only, aren't all civil cases allowed majority verdicts? Yes, civil cases can have split verdicts, but unanimous is only demanded in criminal settings. Now, some states might demand unanimous jury verdicts. That's a separate matter. I don't know. But a very good question. Matt say 24K, I could quit my day job. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. Toshimi saying we also love to talk to you. Well, I'm glad you guys do. And that's the thing. Like, if I want as many people here as possible, but also after a while, it kind of turns into a problem. So, because you guys I can't see everybody after there's a million people in here, and literally, I don't know if you guys know it. When you're here in StreamYard, it's a different look, and when chat is going, and there's 1,000 people here, just like a machine gun, it's just and you can't catch. You're like, what? And yeah, that's it. So, especially when you're trying to talk here and look and do other things, yeah. Where are you guys talking about here? Something. Huh. All right. Ohio's the Australia of the USA. That's fair. That's fair. Although, maybe Australia is the Ohio of the Commonwealth. Did you ever think about that? Spud? Did you ever think about that? That's, like I said, that's another moment. If your attorney falls asleep, can you tase him? No, but you could be like, yo, wake up or something. You could do whatever. You could get his attention. So, Iman says I had a bad. Iman Reza says I had a bad lawyer once. Should have seen the signs. Well, it's hard to tell. Nico's saying, but Sean, how are we supposed to talk to cops and attorneys? We aren't supposed to talk to cops. Well, this would be like a cop, personally. Maybe he goes to your church, let's say you go to church and you're or you're in whatever group you're in. You're like, hey, Officer Joe, hey, I got a question for you. And you're like, hey, I heard, who would you hire to be a defense attorney? And, tell them. Be able to pick them up. Let's see here. You guys are. What would the right answer be to the Baldo question? That is true. That is a very true way to do it. No Baldos ever. Let me see here. Southern Gal saying, why is she reading this instead of the judge? That was my point. Rereading through the instructions almost verbatim is nonsense. Walter is saying Branca Walter, is it Walter or Walter? Volter Van Putten saying Branca was destroying Bulls. Yeah, Bulls is awful. I don't ever want to be like him. That was a garbage showing. That was like a C-level performance overall from end to end. Like, you know, it was a C-level performance when you're going up against a team who's looking to do an A-level performance. Like, he got BTFO'd. Pretty bad. So that's all I could say. I'm just thinking about that. When the advertisers who would advertise during Judge Judy. Oh. If you were not aware, Medicare will be streaming on the 8th. Yes, Daddy Jim will be walking among us again on Friday night. Somebody says, didn't know it's a Clyde emoji. Yeah, we got a Clyde emoji now. So, but yeah, no, Bulls was just awful. Bulls was just fucking ridiculous. It's Wouter. Okay. Wouter, by the way. Yeah, it was just absolutely bad. It was just absolutely awful. It's an awful performance. He didn't stand up and defend her when he had the chance. Like, you got to protect your client. And he just, yeah. It was just bad. It was bad all around. It was just bad overall. It was bad overall. So, oh, we did get caught up here. Ohio's the shirt pocket for America. Well, yeah. Well, it happens like that. Let's see. So yeah, guys, we are all caught up. What do I think of Judge? Oh, I looked you up for $2. Says, what do you think of Judge Sommer? She stopped along speaking objections, which was good. I mean, I think she's probably very more tilted and more pro-state in the sense of things. I mean, it's like a lot of judges, so I'm not going to get too mad about it. But she certainly is. That's not a surprise to anybody, I think. I definitely don't think so. And it wasn't very good. I mean, she definitely I think she did okay. But I can't say for sure she's like super good or super bad. But yeah, I mean, like, all right. Do I think the judge in Connecticut is far better than her? Yeah, the Michelle Troconis judge is phenomenal. So it's just, it is what it is. I just don't find her. I didn't find her to be the best judge, which I thought sucked. Well, like I said, I just thought I thought she wasn't the best. So, all right, guys. So what we're gonna do right now is I gotta go step away for 1 second here, but we're gonna rewatch the. We're gonna go rewatch the video of. Oh, and actually, what do we got the poll here? 235 votes, and we'll end that now. What do we think the verdict's gonna be? Yes, over 68% said not guilty. 14% said hung jury, 10% said I don't know, and 6% said only not guilty. So, yeah, maybe we'll find out today. Let me see here. Let's see if we can bring it up. Oh, shoot. we're gonna do it because I want you guys to watch. If you guys haven't seen him yet, we'll do him first, and then we'll go to the good firearms expert because it's stunning the difference there. The differences are absolutely stunning. So here we go. Yes, day 9. So here we go. All right. Henry trial day 9.
Sometimes Jesse Weber be compensated higher than the highest insurance offers for these accidents.
No, that's not who we wanted. All right, guys. Here
Western movies.
we go, Chad.
Single action 1873 revolver.
So, chat, we're gonna watch this guy real quick. I'm gonna leave this to you, and then we'll. Can we ungay this? Yeah, we are. We're working on that right now. So I'm gonna put this up for you guys to watch, and I'll be right back.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, sir, good afternoon. Can you please tell the jury your name again?
Frank Lewis Blair Kuski III,
Where do you currently reside?
Carmel Valley, California.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm managing director of Blair Financial Group, money managers.
I want you, outside of your management and Blair Financial, to tell the jury about your experience with period firearms.
Yes. Let me check a note to make sure dates are correct. I took part in my first movies in this, which were done with.
And I'm not talking about the movies. Let me just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, let me just try to center my question.
I'm still objecting.
Okay. Just give the jury an overview of your experience with firearms, and not necessarily getting into movies yet, but your experience with firearms and period firearms and how you obtain that familiarity.
Do you wish for the long explanation or the short?
No, the short. The short's always better.
My father was a combat MP in the Second World War. I was shooting almost from birth. I was sent to rifle camp in Butte, Montana at age 6, which is hard to imagine. I grew up around a hunting family. My grandfather was a big-time hunter. I grew up hunting deer and pheasants with my uncle in the forests of Ohio. I had Ohio and Indiana and Pennsylvania hunting licenses ever since they were required. I was a member, I was a Boy Scout Riflery Merit Badge winner. I worked, was a member of the Kenyon College of Rifle Team. Following graduation from Kenyon College, I took up firearms in a very serious way, beginning collecting and shooting. I was trained by Louis Tenenbaum, essentially right out of college, who was a member of the U.S. Army Marksmanship Unit, who thought I was worth taking his time with that. I appeared in a number of little television shorts and things like that through that time period. And when I really got going on primitive firearms, and I won't even talk about self-defensive guns at this point, I was trained in combat guns. I first appeared in the George Washington television miniseries in 1984, and I was assigned my role as a surveyor in the wilderness. And of course, I had my first real flintlock in my hands at that time. During the earlier times, had shot a lot of primitive weapons, primarily flintlocks, black powder stuff. I was very interested in that. After that, I got going and I joined a group called the 1st American Regiment in 1985, which was the premier late 18th century, early 19th century reenactors for military reenactment. And during this time, and I believe you have a nice picture of me firing cannons, I became a sergeant of artillery doing reenactment big time. And in that capacity, I appeared in lots of movies. I fired artillery. This is 18th century artillery. I fired at the 1812 Overture with Cincinnati Symphony in various performances in big stadiums and things. I also, sorry for the cough, I also answered questions for NBC Nightline fairly routinely on weapons identification because, of course, I'm fairly good expert in Russian weapons and one of the largest collectors in the United States. I took part with 1st American Regiment in many different film productions, television productions, that sort of thing, which were done by PBS and I believe the History Network. These were shown at the time on television and also became educational movies, programs. They sold the rights to us, charging with bayonets to all kinds of ad agencies.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because there's a lot of information. And,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But I want to ask you, in the course of that, and you've had a whole lifetime, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Of gun. Have you been a collector also of period type weapons?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Are you familiar with the revolver in this case, the 45 long Colt?
Absolutely.
Did you bring with you today that revolver? Not that revolver, but a revolver just like that revolver?
Yes, we would call that a sister. It is made by Pieta, the same exact company with nearly sequential serial numbers. It is absolutely identical. Any part would interchange and it will look exactly like the Baldwin gun.
Did you also bring a replica gun with you?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury just first of all what that is?
This is a Denex replica. Denex is a company in Spain that makes replicas of anything from shotguns to antique weapons to swords, things like that. They're used by reenactors. They're used in movies. There was a Denex revolver on the set of Rust that was used as one of the dummy guns. There were, in fact, 10 non-firing replica guns on the set that looked like this. So it can't shoot, but it looks like it. It functions, it cocks, the cylinder turns, and from 5 feet away, you couldn't tell unless you really looked.
Okay, sir. Let me, if I can. Yes, I was going to ask at this time, Your Honor, if I could tender him as an expert in the categories I previously did.
Well, why don't you state them on the record again?
I was making sure I had the exact wording. Is that okay if you wrote those down? Because I don't want to change it. Well, I'll just say it again. It's firearm identification, firearm functioning, reloading of ammunition, and identification of ammunition, of dummy rounds and live rounds.
Any objection?
No objection within the confines of what we discussed at the bench.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I understand. So, sir, if you will, I'm sorry.
For these specific areas, subject to the ruling up at the bench. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, if you will, if you could, however the deputy handles this, but if you could retrieve the firearms from behind you.
Do it in public, and I will clarify that it is not loaded.
Yeah, you did a good job at the boss.
Mr. Kiske, are you able to take the cylinder out so you can show everyone also that it's unloaded?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
That's something important. And here is a Denex revolver.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, first of all,
It was
everybody,
so
because you have not demonstrated to us that they are unloaded. So before you start
he was so excited to start going, and he's like, "You guys are getting in my way."
showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
He's like, all right, I guess. So here we go. Frank Kuski. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, chat. As he points it at the judge in the direction of everyone else. Nope. Deputy's like, no. No. He's like, ah. He's like, no. Oh. So there we go, chat. This just, yes. So I started blasting. Kapow, 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 kapow. This was hilarious, and we're gonna keep watching this, guys. Verdict watch. Yeah, there's still no updates. So there we go. Point the judge again. Yeah, they don't shoot live ammo. Cut. Yes. David says, but if I don't look at people, they won't know they exist. So, yeah, he's very lucky the deputy didn't give him more problems than he did, but, you know, the judge was not very thrilled either, so. So the guy, he's locked away in a retirement home. Well, that's not nice. I don't think he's that bad. This guy's a bullet. He's a bullet inside a china shop. Yes. I think that's a very fair statement. So that was, and the thing is, those are both, the gray one is the replica, the black one is the real one. So that's what was going on there. Yeah, so the Boy Scouts, you can just trust his expertise. Yeah. Well, that's where I'm like, oh my God, this guy's going to be a fucking boomer. So let's skip ahead here a little bit for you guys.
Okay, Mr. Kusi, I want to make sure that, first of all, the Denix is the replica that's non-firing. That is obviously clear, it cannot fire, correct?
Yes, I wish to demonstrate.
Okay, but let me lead the question.
Sure.
The other Pieta, you cleared with the deputy, but I want you to be able to take that cylinder out so we can show everyone it's clear. Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Gun is pointed in the safe direction. Now, if we can get this pin out, the cylinder is retained. Cylinder is retained by a pin. Once that pin is removed, the gun may be put in a partially cocked position. The cylinder may be pushed out, and again, the barrel's safe. You can look right straight through it. Sir, would you take that and show them all? It's empty. Is that acceptable?
It's up to the court.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
No, the deputy is not
No,
involved in this.
okay.
okay. And so,
It is empty. I demonstrated it's empty.
okay.
May I return it to the
Yes.
firearm?
Okay, sir. Now, the first thing I want to ask you, comparing the Denix, the replica, to the real, the Pieta, do they share some of the same characteristics?
Yes, they do.
And can you tell the jury, is the Denix made to look like the Pieta?
Absolutely.
And side by side, if you can, and Your Honor, may he step down to show the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, if you can show them the Pieta and the Denex side by side, just so they can see.
This is a Denex. It is a replica, totally unfiring with a block barrel. It functions completely like a regular revolver. The cylinder turns, it will cock, it will snap and fire itself.
100%. Everybody in that courtroom would have been terrified and uncomfortable. This old boomer playing around with a gun in the courtroom. There's no way. Bull's like, oh, this is fine. It's like, this is awful. This was awful. Yeah, so let's just keep going. But yeah, this is just, oof. Just, oof.
It's unable to fire any ammunition. It's used as a replica. It's made of metal and it functions just like a single action Army Colt, but it can't fire. I'll bring the next one and then we'll compare them. Next gun in the safe position. This is a Pieta revolver. This is the sister gun to the Baldwin gun. It's a .45 caliber single action 1873 revolver like was issued to Custer's troops. It is a true .45 long Colt. We call it just Colt. And it was designed for the U.S. Army to be able to kill a man and a horse. And it was the most popular firearm in Western movies.
Thank you, Mr. Kuski. If you could.
Now may I show the two together?
Yes, if you will just show what, but not with testimony, but just showing them.
I'll reverse them.
I would argue. Now you can see there's a big problem here. This deputy is hounding the guy and following him along. The deputy's like, I don't trust him. Now, I would have argued the deputy should back off if I was Bowles. But the bigger issue is if they're trying to show it could have been like either or these two guns, the big issue here, and if you go back and look, and we could see them when the camera zoomed in on them, they're not even the same exact model of gun. They're not the same color, obviously, but they aren't the same barrel length. Like the grips, I don't care about the grips down here. That's not a problem. But look how long this barrel is. This would be considered like a Wyatt Earp style gun. It's called like a buntline special. A big old honking barrel. Because notice the little thing right here is that thing right there. And look, that's not a similar length of, they aren't the same color and it's not a similar length gun. So I think when you hold them up, that helps the jury like, well, they're not the same. So, because now the jury might think all the Denex guns look like this. You'd want to show one that looks like this. So, yeah, this guy, he's not helping himself here. So, let me see if we'll go back to where he's walking around and stuff. Here we go.
Yes, there is. It was covered in the
Revolver like that on set on Rust.
Yes, there is. It was covered in the invoices as rented by Rust Management.
Now, not demonstrating at this point, but can you tell the jury, based on what you just showed them on the Pieta, how you safely decock that firearm when you get it cocked?
You wish me to pick up the gun and show how it is decocked? I would prefer first showing on a Denex to them
Yes.
and then on a line.
Just show.
No, there have been no jury questions yet, guys. So there have been there's no updates. It's still their guy talking. Here we go with the cocking again, decock, yeah. Well, and you can tell they were going to have this guy come in and do because he's got the shoulder holster in there. He was going to do the fast action draw. Like, these guys are Bowles was so stupid. He thought that was going to be something to wow the jury with. It's like, you aren't even going to get that far, man. Like, you can't even get that far. So, yeah, this was just a joke and a half. I mean, it's a big joke, and he's part of it, and I don't think he realized it. It's a big joke, and I don't think he was part
Okay,
of
Mr.
it.
Kuski, if you will, using the Denex, the replica, demonstrate that the cocking and proper decocking of that weapon.
Yes. This is one of the primary things that an individual must be trained in to safely cock and decock a Colt revolver or a replica. Now, first, the finger has to stay off of the trigger and outside of the trigger guard, no matter what. That's the essential rule of safety. The firearm is cocked with your thumb, you see, finger's still outside of the trigger. No one touches any trigger. This is now a gun capable of being fired. Now, the first thing I do here is put my thumb on top of it. If I'm not real strong, I put two thumbs on. Notice my finger is still completely off the trigger. I then slowly, gently pull the trigger and lower the hammer onto the cartridge. I then back it up to its safe position. Now I will demonstrate the same thing exactly with the real P8 revolver. Okay, we have P8 safely.
Deanna, I love your comment. They shouldn't have put this poor man on the stand. This guy is thrilled to be on the stand. Are you kidding me? He's having the best time of his life. He is living his best life up there right now. He is so thrilled. He got to go up there and talk. You know, he thinks he's laying it down. Like, he's like, my time has finally come. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, yes, this guy ended up being just a bozo. But for him, he is probably like, oh my God, I finally had my chance. People finally are going to listen to me. I'm so smart. You know, this is every old annoying guy at a fucking gun store. And I wasn't joking when I said this yesterday. And Runkle backed me up on this. When you go to gun stores, these old boomers, they're called FUDs like Elmer Fudd. They are the worst to deal with. Especially, God almighty, like a woman like you show up at the gun store. He'd be like, listen, little lady, what you need, right? And like, you could be there with like your husband or boyfriend. And like I could take 2.0. We could go to the gun store and I'll be standing there with like my stuff in my hands, like gun cases. So it's clearly not like my first time ever touching guns. And they'll be like, you know, she could be looking at a gun, or I could go with you and we'd be looking at guns, and they'd be like, well, what you need right here? Oh, you need this gun instead. And they point you to some obnoxious, stupid gun. Yeah. No, you need that. That's a poodle shooter. You need a 357 Magnum snub nose. So yeah, this guy is relishing this opportunity. Yeah. Yep. Das Boot is pretty much it. Like, yeah, that 22 LR, most dangerous gun out there. Bounce around the body, you shoot you in the foot, it'll come out the head. High Number says, did I do Patrick Tomlinson's arrest report? No, did he get arrested lately? Because I didn't see anything. So no, I am not. But yeah, this guy's totally Sweet Tooth said did that when they did that to you while you're looking at a Desert Eagle. Oh, they're like, what are you getting that for? That's too much gun for you, little lady. I'm assuming, you know, that's what they said to you. Well, what you need is a snub nose. You know, and this is the type of guy who would talk about, well, in Vietnam, our guns, we couldn't shoot their bullets because our guns were too small. But the AK-47s, they could shoot our bullets. And that's why they won the war. So get Matt from Fudbusters do reenacted. Oh, I know. I sent him with his NRA hat on. No, I sent this to Matt like, holy shit, you need to see this. So yeah, but here we go, guys. We'll keep going.
Aimed. My finger is off the trigger. You can see this is where it has to stay. If your finger's in there, you can't decock safely. Now, again, we cock 1, 2, 3, 4. COLT, the clicks. This is a cocked, ready to fire revolver if it were loaded. My finger must stay out of the trigger guard and on the side. Now, I put my finger in, but I don't put it in until I put my thumb here. Even putting it in before, like that, would cause it to fire perhaps. Now, I'm holding the hammer back. I can feel the spring. Everything's safe. Now my finger goes on the trigger, pulls the trigger, slowly lowers to a safe position without snapping, and then pulls back to the safety notch, which removes the firing pin from the cartridge. Notice my finger's out of there again, not that the gun is cocked. And that's the only decocking. A guy doing this experience can do it with his thumb because this is all knurled here, so it can't slip. Fingers out of there. I decock safely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for demonstrating that. And I wanted to ask you with regard to that operation, in this particular case, we're dealing with a movie set, obviously.
Yes.
Do the general rules of firearm safety, including the demonstration you just did, do they apply equally on movie sets?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in your work as an expert in this case, reviewing all the information, did you agree with Mr. Haig's conclusion regarding violation of some of those safety rules?
Absolutely.
Now, I want to ask you, I want to switch topics. I want to ask you about reloading. There's been some testimony about an inertia puller.
Yes.
And if you could tell the jury what an inertia puller is.
An inertia puller is basically a type of hammer that pulls bullets out of loaded cartridges when you have a misfire or you wish to disassemble old ammo. Basically, it has a plastic head about this big. It has a handle on it like a hammer that costs about $12. You put the cartridge, which could be any kind of cartridge, old dead cartridges, whatever you got, and you put it in, clamp it down with a little device, close the thing up. There'll be an empty space underneath, and there'll be a ring here holding the cartridge in metal, and you bang it on a table, and the bullet is pulled out. That the bullet, remember, is the lead part, not the case. And the bullet will fall out. If there's powder, that will fall out as well. You then get a bullet, ka-ching. You have powder, which you can pour out, and you have a case, which may or may not be live primed, or, you know, maybe a good primer, maybe a rechargeable case, maybe anything that happens to be there.
Okay, so Mr. Kuski, if you wanted to reload a round, let's say you want to convert a dummy round to a live round, what are the steps in the reloading process?
Well, this is really extremely technically difficult. And the way it begins is you have to have, suppose it is a dummy. This is
Okay, guys in Afghanistan, the Khyber Pass, and I can't show it because YouTube will nuke me, but you can go into Google, you go to YouTube and type in Khyber Pass gunsmithing, Khyber, Khyber Pass, like Alexander the Great, like fighting the Indian, fighting like the Indian tribes, you know, going down to the high passes, went through the Khyber Pass. You can make ammunition very, very ghetto-like. It's not safe, but it can easily be done. And generally it's relatively safe too, but like all this shit you're talking about, knocking out primers and things like that, you could fill a case with water and take like a bolt or something that'll take up most of the size of the case. And with a hammer, you can use hydraulic pressure to force out primers. There's ways you could do all this without expensive tools. It is not hard. Yes, I mean the dot, no feather. Yes. So you can buy a cheap Lee reloader for $20. Sure. I'm just saying if you really wanted to be ghetto about things, there's ways to do stuff. You would make a lot of squibs and overpowered rounds in those conditions. Well, I'm thinking, you know, you can get all kinds of stuff done. I'm just saying. So he's just like the medic. He's talking about this like it's a dark art. It's not that dark. It's pretty basic.
a beat up old piece of old brass that happens to have a dummy bullet in it. It has a dead primer in it. So what you start is you pop out the bullet. You see there's no powder. Now you turn over the case, put the bullet aside. The case is filthy. The case is all grody and nasty from sitting around. It has to go in a machine called a tumbler. Every reloader worth his salt has a tumbler. It's about this big. Sometimes it's a ball, sometimes it's a drum. It's filled with generally powdered walnut, and it's got a motor, and it spins and spins and spins as a polishing machine. And at the end of that time, you come out with brass that looks somewhat better than it started because it's knocked off some of the crud. You then wipe that down smooth. You then have to have a tool which is called a reloading press. I have a photograph, if you wish to see, of a reloading press. Would that be acceptable?
We can actually, if you can finish.
Well, let's go
the
finish.
process, yeah.
You then have a reloading press. The reloading press,
No
as one of
verdict
its
yet.
functions, is to get that old dead primer out. Remember, the primer's in the little hole in the bottom of the brass you're holding. This press has a big lever. It has a special pin designed for that cartridge to remove the primer, because if it went the other direction, you'd bang the cartridge up. But there's one more tool you must have, and that's called a shell carrier or a little shell holder. And that's sized exactly for the diameter of the rim of the cartridge you're going to take apart. So 45 couldn't take a 380 or something like that. Has to be a 45. Slide in that so it holds it completely solid. Put this in your press, line it up over the top and pull. And when you pull, that pin will drive out the primer. Ka-chink. Now you've got a case with no primer in it. It's shined up as best as your material can do. Now we get to the good part. You have to put a new primer in. First, you have to have a new primer, and they're very, very hard to get in much of the markets because they've been just grabbed up. So you take this tiny little primer, you put it in a tool called a priming tool. This may be part of your press, or it may be an independent machine. And this will hold the primer safely. Again, it has to be for your cartridge. You have to put that little shell holder in. You put the shell, which is empty, the empty case, slide it into the holder, pull the lever, and the primer, which is quite explosive, is pressed carefully flat up into the exact right position. And if you didn't have the shell holder in all the right gear, you couldn't do it. The primer would blow up the minute it was hit, but it's safe this way. Now you've got a case, and that case is certain to get to be a live case. It would be called a live case. It has a live primer, nice shiny case. You then put that in your press and go to the next stage. I have the press. You stick it in that ever-present shell holder again. It holds it perfectly, immaculately straight. You then have on your press something called a sizing die. And a sizing die costs about $55, fits in presses. You adjust that properly, which takes some skill, and you pull. The sizing die goes right over the top of the case and makes it the right size, because an old dummy isn't the right size. It'd jam up in your gun, wouldn't take a bullet, piece of junk. Once it's sized, there's a little ball inside, pulls it up, and that very neatly expands the top of the case.
You know why Bowles hired this guy? Bowles is not a gun guy. So to Bowles, this sounded brilliant. Oh, this guy's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. I mean, it's good shit. It's because Bowles isn't a gun guy either. These attorneys are not gun people. This is just like Jennifer Crumley's attorneys. You need to know guns so you can understand what experts you need. And like, he didn't get a gun guy, so he's like, oh, this guy seems to know a lot about guns. Because Bowles doesn't know shit about guns. Yeah, Bowles isn't thinking, period. But if he knew guns, he would know this guy's not the right guy. This guy's fucking full of shit. But this is what happens when you hire bad experts. Bowles doesn't know what he's fucking doing, and he hired a bad expert. So this is why you don't your choice of an expert, it really you have your knowledge base is critical. You know, and in New Mexico, one of these jurors is going to be a gun person. So they've got problems now with this, I would argue. You know, but here's the issue. This guy is bad, but Bowles probably doesn't know any better. He's like, oh, I thought he was a good expert. That's because you don't know shit about the topic. You know, as like old timers would say, you don't know shit from Shinola. I still don't know like why people wouldn't know the Dead Sweet shit and Shinola, but okay. But like, he doesn't know a damn thing. He doesn't know a goddamn thing. This guy's a Dunning-Kruger, like, walking advertisement. He's an expert douche. Yes. Yes. And he doesn't know, but it's because, and I had to have somebody who isn't well-versed in guns point this out to me that, yes, to him, this guy actually sounds pretty good. Till I pointed out he's a fucking idiot. And I think that's a fair argument. Because I have enough knowledge to know this guy's full of shit. But to the average person, they may not know that this guy's a fucking idiot. So I could see why he might be good to somebody like Bowles. And Bowles go, oh yeah, I'm going to hire this dude. How much your retainer check? I mean, this guy sounds like any FUD gun store owner would know this. Well, once again, I don't think people know what the fuck they were dealing with. Like, Bowles didn't know what he was dealing with here. So, Bowles did something stupid, and Hannah's paying the price for his stupidity. So, yeah, this is great. This is just really fucking good. All the stupidity, and Bowles is making Hannah pay the price. So, yeah, this is just obvious. The bailiff checked before he came in. Yes. Okay, guys, here's the deal. You are not bringing guns into a courthouse without these. Like, here's the deal. Those guns were cleared before they had to get permission. There would have been a pretrial hearing about this. Your Honor, he's going to be bringing in a firearm. One of them will be a live firearm. What do I need to do to satisfy your requirements? And the judge is going to say that needs to be checked. It needs to be secured. The judge may give him different rules. She didn't, but I'm sure going forward, this is going to change things for that judge. So she does all that. That got checked by the deputies when that guy showed up, and he was told, you're waiting in a specific room out of the coroner. The deputies are going to hold on to that bag. If they're holding that bag, you will not touch the bag. So he probably had a deputy sitting there the whole time in court security with that bag there waiting for them. He wasn't allowed. He was allowed to be inside of it, so they could show it wasn't touched. But Bronco said he would treat that dude like he's pointing a live gun at 100%. I would too. Then he brought the gun into the courtroom. Now the judge has her own expectation that would be done separately. Okay, so yeah, this gun was checked already. But yes, this guy is just garbage. Well, did none of these people watch the Cummins trial? Well, it's funny because Carrie Morrissey, the prosecutor, defended Cummins. So it's like she definitely fucking knows gun safety a little bit. So, yeah, but this is just garbage. But this is because Bowles doesn't fucking know what he's doing. He picked a guy. Oh, this guy's got to be good. And it turns out this guy's a fucking moron. And Bowles probably doesn't even realize it till now. He's like, oh my God, what did I do? So... Southern Gal says, I couldn't get in this one. Do you think there'll be a decision today? Maybe. We'll see. Going live on Long Crime, they're still bullshitting, so no, not yet. So let's get back to this guy. Then we'll do the good expert.
And without that expansion, you can't put a new bullet in. So now we've got a nice expanded case with a nice live primer in it. Looks pretty darn good. It's all sized to the right size. The mouth is expanded. Now you got to have a powder measure, and you have to have the right powder. You can't just use any old gunpowder. There are literally dozens and dozens. It has to be the acceptable powder for a 45 load and measured. You get too much, you blow up. Literally blow up the gun, blow up in your face, and everybody knows about that. Put too little in, you get something called a squib, where it pushes the bullet into the barrel where it sticks. That's what killed Brandon Lee, was a stuck bullet. And now you've got the right amount of powder. Now to measure that powder, you need either a powder scoop of the right size, and they make dozens. So you'd say, okay, I want one for that powder for that round. And you scoop it out. That's pretty fast. That's the old way. The new way is something like what I have. And these are computer-driven, perfect measures that will get within 1 grain of powder. They're computer-driven trickle chargers. They cost about $300. They're real fancy. Put in the powder, put in the exact grains of weight that you want that powder to be, press the button, and a little tiny tray fills up, and you dump it into the cartridge through a little funnel. Now you've got powder, you got primer, you got a good case. You take your bullet and you put it on the top, but you need one more tool for your press, and that is a die that fits that bullet. And so you put in the die, everything's sitting there, you pull the big lever and puts pressure straight exactly down to push the bullet in exactly as deep as you want it to go. And after it's in there, the die that you've purchased, which is another expensive toy, presses on the outside of the case and puts what's called a crimp on it. And that case now has the bullet seated.
And just so those of you who aren't firearms people know, none of this is necessary to make any sort of defense of Hannah Reed. None of this was necessary at all.
On top of the powder, the exact correct depth, which you know through measurements and books, and it squeezed real tight. Otherwise, the bullet would just fall out. Or the first time you fired the gun, the bullet would just flop out on the other cartridges. It must be crimped tight.
So, Mr. Kiske, that is an enormous amount of steps, correct?
Yes.
And I appreciate the complete explanation, because would you agree that it's not sufficient to just have an inertia puller
No,
to accomplish all those steps? Okay.
it's useless.
Okay. And with all of that required for reloading, you've described the components of a live bullet. Are you also in agreement with the FBI that you cannot tell a live round from a dummy?
Yes.
With a picture?
In a picture, absolutely not.
Did you, I know in the course of your expert work, you're able to watch portions of the trial and pay
Yes.
attention. Did you see in any of the videos or any of the pictures, any of this type of reloading equipment you've been talking about?
Well, I believe in Seth has a tumbler, I think I saw in the back, which is what you polish up brass with for reloading. I saw.
Protection Foundation. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having an issue with my shoe. Pardon me.
So, guys, this was just garbage. This guy was like happy to talk, but once again, Bowles doesn't understand guns, so he's like, "Oh, we're talking about reloading. That sounds great." But we never saw any reloading equipment.
Let me ask you on a different topic with regard to the dangers of intermixing live and dummy ammunition. Can you tell the jury if those are stored in the same place, or is that potentially dangerous?
And I will object if we can approach, please.
So, yeah, does the press leave any marks on the round anywhere? If it's the press is set up properly, no. Like I wish I could show you guys video of ammunition being loaded. No, when the projectile's actually seated into the cartridge, the casing. No, there's no real marks. The rounds are crimped, but not everything's crimped though. Not everything's crimped. So not everything is crimped. That's hold on here. I got to move myself up here. Not everything is crimped, guys. Let's see. Where's Sean at? Right here. So yes, generally rounds are crimped.
Kiske, do you
Actually,
regularly,
hold on here. Hold on.
as a
We could talk. I can show you ammunition. I think. Okay, so I think I can show you some pictures. Okay, so this is actually a really good. Let me see here if I could find a good example. A big old. Oh, perfect. Actually, here. Okay. So this is AR-15 ammunition, but the principle is the same on every type of round of ammunition you're thinking of. And for what we'll do with here, this will work. So 13 say they're all pressed. Yeah. So a machine comes in and goes like scoomph and shoves this bullet right here, one of these bullets, into the casing. Okay. Now, if you notice each one of these bullets here, they have what's right here. This is called a cannelure. Okay. This one's got one right up here. These bullets sit at different heights. Okay. So it'll sit at different heights in the case. Some might sit like right here. That cannelure would be there, but the bullet might be like this tall. For that bullet, it might be like this tall instead. Okay. Anyway, when you're seating the rounds right there at the cannelure, that's what's called a crimp. And the crimp is literally the idea of like, what do you think a crimp means? Like your fingers are like that. Well, you're crimping the case onto the projectile. It keeps the projectile in the case. It also kind of helps seal it off a little bit because there's no real way that it's a mechanical seal. It's a mechanical joint. Down here, this is solid. Okay. And the primer forms a very tight mechanical joint on the bottom. But the bottom of a casing is solid. That's one piece construction. Well, it's two pieces, but they are formed together. Okay. So that's what the crimping does. The crimping is right there. But no, as you can see, these bullets, there's no markings on them that they were pressed in. There's no markings on the case they were pressed in generally. Part of what you do when you press a round in, when you're pressing a projectile in, the case gets lubed because you want to, like, you're forcing metal pieces together and you want to be able to pop them out when they're done. So there's actually like slight lubrication that's used here. It's called case lube. That's really what it's called. So that's where we are with that. I hope that answers your question. So no fingerprints. Oh, no. The fingerprints would come in as you're loading rounds into a magazine. Like, you have to load them in by hand. That's where you get fingerprints on ammunition. The fingerprints on ammunition come from handling live round, like the actual completed rounds. Like when you're putting them in the magazine, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. That's where my fingerprints would show up. That's where DNA would show up. So, crimped for their pleasure, yes. Yes, crimp scampi. Yeah, it's a press, not a stamp. It meant to make the round smoothly leave the case, yes. And there's a typical overall length range, yes, but it's all different depending on your projectiles. Tilly says that tip is lopsided. I know, I didn't draw it right. Binary Death says, yes, seat death. Yes, we could. I'm trying, guys. Yes, we could talk about overall length. We could talk about throat erosion. We could talk about split necks. All those different issues that made there. We talk about annealing the ammunition, annealing the casings. I'm trying to do this in a way that makes sense so people understand. There's a lot of steps, and I'm trying to kind of boil it down. Because if I turn this into an ammunition making session, guess what? YouTube's going to come up to the back of my head and go, boop. So I'd rather not. Das Boot says, get carbide dyes, nice and slick. Yes. President-elect Phil Swift says, for 199, the crimps and the bloods. Yes. But as I said, some ammunition does not have a crimp. You know, and as they say, crimping ain't easy. Null says that would make a good short. Which one? What would make a good short? I'm going to have to catch up here because you guys are ahead of me now. That's why I gave the super cool air quotes. Oh, my bad. My bad. Throat erosion? No, it's a real thing. A firearm, you will wear the barrel out, you get throat erosion. So I'll put a marker down, but I was curious to know what you guys are talking about here. So let's get back to this guy, and then we'll get to the better guy.
Gun collector, gun owner, everything. Do you regularly have interaction with different types of ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And does that include live ammunition and
Yes.
dummy ammunition?
Yes, it does.
And
And that is very true. I've never reloaded ammunition for a revolver, but yes, crimped ammunition is very critical in a revolver.
do you, with regard to the dummy ammunition, do you teach individuals proper gun safety?
Absolutely. I'm an NRA certified pistol instructor.
And as part of that, do you sometimes use dummy rounds in your teaching with them?
Yes, I do.
In that capacity, have you become familiar with various types of dummy ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with various types of live ammunition?
Yes, I am.
Do you store live ammunition, or do you have a place to store live ammunition yourself?
Yes, I do.
And do you have a place to store dummy ammunition yourself?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with whether there are any dangers of storing those together?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
There are two sides of the danger. One easy to see, and that is if a live round somehow found its way in with look-alike dummy ammunition, you would have a very severe chance of having somebody getting killed. Now, the flip side is perhaps equally dangerous, though less visible. If I'm hunting Russian wild boar, which I hunt with a handgun in California, and I go to shoot at a Russian wild boar that weighs 325 pounds and it's coming right at me, and the gun.
That is such a boomer thing to go hunt boar. Like, he's hunting boar on like a closed range. I doubt he's hunting like wild boar, like out in the woods. That is such a boomer activity. Hunting with a handgun is a very boomer old timer thing. You can do it, but like I said, that is such a boomer thing to do. Chat. So you can do it, but people are going to think you're old if you're doing it. So, yeah, just don't be this guy, Chad. If you ever think you're this guy, stop, recalibrate your life, figure out what you're doing. Like, it's never too late to quit being a FUD. It is never too late to quit being a gun store FUD. You know, stop, get right with God. You know, you could be a lot of things in life, and I can forgive you. An alcoholic, a drug addict, you know, maybe even a socialist. But if you start becoming a gun store FUD, chat, I've got no room in my heart for you. I've got nothing but contempt. And we can't ever be friends. So please don't. Please don't. That's my PSA. You know, there's all kinds of things you can be in life. Life's too short to be a FUD. Life's too short to be this guy. Please, just please, think of yourself. Think of your families. They will thank you for it down the road. So I just ask you to have some restraint in life. I just ask you to have restraint. Think of your family. Sunshine says you ruined my hopes. Well, we have FUDs in the golf world too. We call them glue jockeys. Oh, thanks you, Mr. Squiggles. That's because you have to re-glue scripts on, but that's awesome. Never heard of that. Where are the FUDs being quiet? Because I drive them out of here. This is a FUD-free zone. But thank you for the super chat. Dead Snake says, I was thinking about becoming a FUD. Now I'm going to become a socialist. I still throw you out of a helicopter, but I'll give you forgiveness on the way down. Matt says, what's the point of hunting with a handgun? It's really fucking hard. It's really fucking hard to hunt with a handgun. A handgun is more difficult to shoot than a rifle because with a handgun, your points of contact are your hands that are way out in front of you. With a rifle, you've got a point of contact on your shoulder. You've got one hand and one hand. It's far more stable. You have a longer sight radius. With a handgun, your sight radius might be like from here to here. So now you've got to do all that. You're trying to chase a hog, and hogs are very fast. They're not easy to shoot. Like boars, they move fast, they run fast. If they're wild, they may attack you. So there's that. But typically when this guy's probably doing hog hunting, he's probably on situations where they're farm-raised hogs, and they'll run them by you, and they run through the trees, and you have to like attack them as they go by. Kind of like duck hunt. So using a handgun is very hard. And then if you put a scope on a handgun, and that's even harder because now you have to get your scope, your eyes in the right position. You can see a scope from like this far away instead of having the scope right here. Handgun hunting is very difficult. It's a very boomer thing. It came about in the 60s and 70s because we developed like the 44 Magnum, the 454 Casull. All those things became really big. So it's a challenge. Yes. Now that said, like would I, you could do that here in America, but like would I go to Africa and try to hunt like a Cape buffalo or a wildebeest or a freaking lion with a handgun? No. I'd be taking a rifle. But you can handgun hunt here in America for a lot of things. But yes, this guy's like the boomerest boomer that ever boomered. So, can we still hunt with Desert Eagles? Depending on the state. In Ohio, you could hunt with the Desert Eagle as long as it's 357 or larger in caliber. So, like, I could take a 1911 out and go hunt deer. But yes, depending on your caliber, in some states, you can hunt with a. We can. You can hunt with the Desert Eagle. I think for a lot of things. Deanna saying, "Can we be friends if I'm not into guns?" Sure. We can be totally friends if you're not into guns. Just can't be cringe about them. As long as you're not this guy right here, as long as you're not him, we're totally fine. I don't have any issue with owning guns, but they're not for me. It's all good. It's all good. No worries for me. No worries for me. Read my last $5 FUD chat so I can feel something. Did you say what did you say? Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry. Yes. I missed this. President-elect Phil Swift for $4.99 saying, after you defeat all the one trigger pull for 30 seconds RSOs, and that's range safety officers, there are many ranges where you can only shoot one pull the trigger every 10 seconds. No rapid fire. No, you got them automatic weapons. What you need that for? This is the final FUD boss of the range. Oh, I'm sure it is. We shoot one round every 30 seconds. I've been to a range like that before, where it was like one round a minute. That's just like every 30 seconds. But it's a bunch of like bench rest boomers and stuff. And you stand there with an AR-15 and like, oh, what you need that for? It's one of them commando guns. That, for those of you who have never dealt with that before, that really happens at ranges. You wouldn't think so. You think we'd be all Second Amendment super friends, but we're not. The boomers do not like the youngins. Arson investigator for $9.99 saying Sean is a Fed FUD. I know where you live. I will fucking fight you for that. So, Matt's saying, so handgun hunting is a challenge like bow hunting. It's fun because it's difficult. Yep. Yes, it is difficult. It is fun. Yes, he's a god tier boomer. Why do I hate 1911s? They're not. I don't hate them. They're just okay. Binary Death says I've had a 450 Bushmaster, Beowulf, and 458 SOCOM AR-15s. Yep. Yes, it's turning into a gun nerd thing. Brewberry says, Danny was saying in Ruckle's chat, they try to coach her when she's at the range. Yeah, that is the shitty part about dealing with boomers at the gun range. They are fucking insufferable. They'll try to tell you what you're doing wrong, even if you're doing good. They're just, yeah, it's awful. Walter's saying, I'm Dutch. Guns are not allowed here. Can we be friends? Of course. Of course. Just don't turn into this guy. Don't be him ever. And we'll be cool. You'll be my friend. So Sean telling everyone not to handgun hunt while saying it's fun at the same time. I'm just saying it's a boomer thing to do. I mean, as long as you're doing it as long as you're doing it ironically, it's fine. Just acknowledge it's like the most boomer thing you can do. I've done it before. Like it's as long as you understand what you're doing and that it's like deeply, deeply boomery, it's fine. But if you're just like completely unironically handgun hunting, like you're awesome, well, no, you don't do that. That's not good. The snares work better. Yeah. Bow hunting is a lot of fun. I shoot bows. I still got my bow. Well, this is how much longer is a trial? We are waiting for the jury to come back. We're waiting for the jury to come back. So that's all we're waiting on. So see, look, Law & Crime, they've got some lady named Lisa Tarraco. She's a defense attorney. Well, they could have got this defense attorney, but they didn't. So we're in jury verdict watch. As it says right here, verdict watch. A gun range outside of Seattle, they prohibit magnetic cartridges. Well, yeah, they don't want steel casings because then they can't go turn them in. They can't scrap them as easy because then they have to sort. It's a female DLC Runkle. So yeah, that's really how you do this. Arson investigator for $9.99 says, I've gone full FUD. I carry a 1911 Commander chambered at 400 Corbin. What? That's well, actually, okay. It's a 1911. Hold on, 1911 Commander model. You're shooting 40 cal though. That kind of takes that's still only two factors. 400 Corbin. I don't think I've Corbin. Okay, so let me see here. Oh wow, this is interesting. Essentially, it's a 45 ACP case. What? What? It's a 45 neck down to 40 cal. So it's like 357 SIG's big brother. Huh. That's interesting. Are there pictures of it? Here, hold on. Let me see if there's a picture of it. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. So there's a 40, there's the Corbin, and then there's a 45. I wouldn't say that's a boomer load. I wouldn't call that a boomer load. I wouldn't call that a boomer load. That's not a FUD load. That is some exotic shit, though. Holy cow. That is some exotic shit, though, man. How much did it cost to get that setup done? That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I would shoot that. How long has it been verdict watch? It's 1:30. 1:30 their time, 3:30 here. Roughly. So about 2.5 hours. Just under an hour and a half, actually. Hour and a half. I've only heard about 400, yeah. Sigrun Eterna. Is there a good place to find out if a particular firearm is legal to purchase in California? Because the government website doesn't have a complete database since it doesn't track defunct companies. Well, you have to be careful because you might not be on the handgun roster anymore. So you generally, unless they're older, and then there's some exemptions. I would probably go into Cal Guns. I know they might not have the best reputation as far as forums are, but like CalGuns, I think .org, they have their own forum. They'll probably be able to help you navigate around and find what you're trying to carry. I mean, like, how old are we talking? Like, you trying to carry like a Steyr Hahn, like a 1912 Steyr Hahn that's like hasn't been made since like World War I? Or are you talking about something like a gun company that went out of business in like the 60s? It all depends. But I would recommend going to Cal Guns. They're probably a good one. So, but yes, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. You have a 50 cal 1911. Yeah, those are kind of neat. I've shot those before. There's also 22 TCM, which is a pretty cool round. Yes, it is. 460 Roland is a conversion for 1911s. Yes, that is pure boomer, though. 460 Roland. Yeah, that's not a. Yeah, my only question to you, Arson, is how much is it per round? So let's see. Oh, he responded. Arson investigator for $9.99 again. Thank you. It's saying the barrel is $150. Hollow points moving at 1500 FPS. Ooh, nice. That's got some. That's hauling pretty good. That'll haul pretty good. That's not bad at all. So, guys, we're sorry. We're catching up here. Sorry, the gun stuff. We're gonna wrap up. We'll get back to this guy. Oh, Wendy was asking something I missed. Slightly less than 2 hours yet, about an hour and a half. Overkill unless you're shooting people in body armor. Well, even then, that's not going to penetrate body armor, but none of that's overkill. None of that's overkill. Bernadette says fast for a handgun, slow for a rifle. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's true. What's the boomer rating on owning a Sega? 12. Well, they're pretty fucking cool. I mean, it's hard to say they're boomery because that like it's a 3-gun gun. So I think they're fine. I think they're fine. But yeah, that was interesting. We just learned a lot about each other, chat. Yeah, I would totally shoot 400 Corban. That's interesting. So, all right, let's finish this guy up. Then we'll start the other expert. Oh, Kia Patrick's got a good answer too. Yeah, check your local gun store. They might have a list of what's available on the handgun roster, or they might know how to get around it if your gun's too old. But yeah, I would check Cal Guns is a good spot, or your local gun store. So, I mean, here's the other thing though: if you're carrying a gun that's not made anymore, or you wanted to buy a gun that's not made anymore, you have to think about this. You're buying a gun that might not have any customer service support. You know, can you buy parts for it? Can you fix it on your own? Or is this a gun that's complex? You're gonna have to take to a gunsmith all the time. So you might want to look at guns that are available versus guns that are, available and can be dealt with versus guns that could, you could break and then, well, now it's a paperweight. Southern Gal says, how many years of jail can Hannah go to jail for? She can go to jail for up to 3 years right now. But ultimately, yeah, it's like 18 months is more likely what she's facing. So, yeah. So here we go. Let's keep going, chat.
Then goes click because I substituted a dummy. I will be the dead one. So yes, both sides are bad.
Absolutely. And with regard to your storage of ammunition, is it important to have an inventory system?
Yes, I have a inventory system for all my ammunition, all my powder, all of my reloading, which goes into dozens of different kinds of rounds.
And in the course of your reloading, did you become aware that in 2021 timeframe, was it difficult to purchase primers?
Yes, we called the great ammo shortage, and there was, for a variety of reasons, huge
ammo shortage. The COVID ammo shortage was not as bad as the Sandy Hook ammo shortage. Right after Sandy Hook in 2012, that was like 3 years of insanity, almost even longer, really. Talk to people trying to buy 22 5 years after Sandy Hook. It took till Trump got elected.
huge run on ammunition. You couldn't get primers to reload. They just didn't happen. You couldn't get them. You go to the store, you couldn't get them. You couldn't get even 9mm ammo. You couldn't get almost anything. The store.
It's 18 months because the manslaughter is it's 3 years because it's 18 months for the manslaughter max and it's 18 months for the tampering evidence max. So she could face a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison combined. She's not likely to get that though. So I hope that answers that question.
Shelves were emptied out. People were hoarding powder. Even my long-range rifle stuff, I couldn't get powder. So yes, that's called the great ammo shortage, and to a certain extent, it still goes on.
Now, during your course as an expert, in this case, you heard Mr. Haig's testimony. Do you agree with his conclusion that the live rounds found on set were reloads.
Yeah, well, hand loads. A
Hand loads.
reload means that it's an old case reloaded. He was very,
Objection. Let's approach.
Yes, this is like just more and more of the sidebars here. But yes, as President-elect Phil Swift says, buy Dracos for self-defense. Yes, short-barreled AK pistols for everyone. Dracos for all in 2024. Yes. Give your yes, lose your hearing as you defend your home. Then Walter says Michael Avenatti loses his appeal for his 2020 conviction of stealing from Stormy Daniels. Womp womp womp. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Remember, people were like, he should be president.
Mr. Kuski, is it your opinion that from your viewing them, that the live rounds on set were reloads or hand loads?
yes, it is.
And would you explain what you saw, the quality, were they lower quality in your opinion?
Lower quality than what?
In terms of like a store-bought round from a major manufacturer or something like that, or do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I believe they were less consistent than that of a major manufacturer. Meaning, and I can expound on that if you wish.
Yes.
Okay. When you get,
I'm going to object again. Let's approach.
Yeah, just more and more of this. This guy is just this was awful to listen to, chat. So yeah, this is yeah, let's just keep going here. We'll keep going here, chat. We're gonna keep going on this. People kill for a reason, yes. Let's just skip along in here.
Okay, Mr. Kuski, so your opinion is that these are hand loads?
correct.
Okay. Now, do you understand also as an expert in reviewing the information in this case, there are a variety of different types of dummy rounds on set? There were a variety?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include some that rattled, some that did not rattle, and some with a hole in the side?
Yes.
Okay.
No verdict yet, guys.
Did
Hour
you
two.
also review evidence in this case of Mr. Baldwin not only being dangerous at the time of the actual tragic shooting, but dangerous at other times on set?
Objection.
So yeah, this is just, you guys are wondering, wow, this is cringe. Yeah, it was. Yes.
My full question was going to be, did you see evidence that Mr. Baldwin was not safe with firearms after there was a yell of cut in a particular scene and he shot a blank after that scene?
Yes, I feel that's unsafe.
One further question. Are you familiar with the period weapon called a Henry rifle?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar whether if that is loaded or unloaded at the bottom of that rifle, whether somebody could see whether there was rounds at the bottom of it if they're just looking?
Yes, a Henry, may I go into
Yes.
detail? A Henry rifle is a predecessor to the Winchester. Mr. Henry actually invented the Winchester. It is a rifle with a very long barrel, doesn't have a handguard under, which was a problem. It's loaded from the top in a kind of a weird way, and the ammunition, the cartridges are dropped into a long tube where a spring pushes them down. One of the biggest disadvantages, and this was in the Civil War, is it has a long open side on it, beneath the barrel, where you can actually look in and see all the loaded cartridges. Now, they thought that was a really good deal until they got in the mud of the trenches and the cartridges were all jammed. Right now, if you look at a Henry, anybody who knows anything about Henrys looks at that Henry and says the whole side's open and you can see ammunition in there, dummies, whatever. And if you don't have that, they're going to be laughing because it looks like an empty rifle.
Finally, sir, the last question I want to ask you with regard to there was some criticism in the trial. One point of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed holding a shotgun with it pointed in front of her. And is there, do you have an opinion on that with regard to, for example, military drill?
Yes, I do.
Objection.
I don't agree.
So this guy's like, oh, it's a military thing. It's no military situation there. Winchester's played out, bro. Yeah. Winchester's bad. Sell, Winchester.
Yet another objection.
Winchester's out. Buy, PSA. Buy, Dracos. Sell. Lever actions.
Withdraw that question. And that's all the questions I have.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Kuski, do you agree with me that basic gun safety requires that the handler of the gun not point the gun at anyone?
If it's a real gun, yes.
Do you agree with me that while you were sitting here in the courtroom, you pulled out a gun and you pointed it at the judge?
I do not.
You disagree?
I pointed the gun into this space up here, never directly at the judge.
Do you agree that basic gun safety requires that you keep the muzzle of the gun pointed down for safety?
Not at all. A gun may be pointed, as any hunter education class like I taught, may be pointed up, may be pointed back, may be pointed cross arms, as in the military, may be pointed at the ground, may be put in something like a military stance, such as order arms with the butt on the ground and the piece right under your arm. So no. And to further, in a cross draw or any of the...
No, I'm not talking about a cross draw. Thank you. Do you agree that when you pulled that firearm out and pointed it in the direction of the judge, the deputy standing next to you had to intervene and grab the gun and point it down?
I'm going to object.
Another sorry guys, I had to step off for 1 second. Another fucking thing. Oh my God. Let's go.
Mr. Kuski, have you ever been qualified as an expert in firearms safety in a court of law?
No.
Have you ever worked on criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
Have all of the cases that the criminal cases that you've worked on, has Mr. Bowles been the attorney in all of them?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No.
Give me a moment, please.
Yeah, Mads, here's the thing though. Absent showing the video, once you confront someone with their testimony or something that happened, like, are you sure you didn't do X? Yep. But it's like, no, once they say, yeah, that didn't happen, you can confront them, but now you've got to do something about it. So that's actually like, she's kind of left with like, well, shit, what do I do now? So yeah, she's got to come up with a plan B. and I don't think she has one, so she's kind of moving along from there. So that's kind of why she wasn't ready for this. I think if she had time, like let's say the defense ended for the day, like on their witness, and they could come back tomorrow, I'm sure Carrie would have borrowed would have gotten a video done up of him pointing the gun around the fucking courtroom like a Yahoo. But she didn't have time for that. So that wasn't an issue that she could work on. So also that's why, if you're wondering why they didn't get into a big slap fight over that, that's why. So that's ultimately why, in case you were wondering.
Let me clarify my question. Have you worked on criminal cases related to the securities industry?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Other than, and you're an investment banker, correct?
Not exactly, but sufficient name for it.
Okay. And
Which, when he said that, makes me sound like he's a money launderer. I'm just like, bro. It's like, then what the fuck are you doing, Holmes? It sounds like you launder money for drug dealers. So that's when he said that. I'm like, oh boy, this is going to get interesting.
And other than working on criminal cases having to do with securities, do you agree with me that the only other types of criminal cases you've worked on have all involved Mr. Bowles?
I do not.
Isn't it true, sir, that you provided a pretrial interview in this case on November 29th, 2023?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during that interview, my investigator, Mr. Rice, asked you, is Mr. Bowles the only attorney that you've worked with? And your response was, outside of the securities industry in the past, yes.
Yes, and I have worked since then, and I have worked prior to that confidentially with cases before the United States Navy and other cases which were criminal, and I believed you were speaking only of what's going on here. If you'd like to hear the other ones, I'm very happy to tell you. I worked, for example, with the Monterey Sheriffs.
Is there a question?
No, there isn't. There is not a question on the table right now.
Well, that's because you shit the bed on your question. She wanted to get him. She's like, no, there's no question out there. Well, it's because she tried to fucking get him, and he fucking got her. Yeah, the last time I talked to you was like a fucking year ago. Guess what? Things could change in a year. You know, and you thought you were going to fucking get him, Carrie. You thought you had him, and then he fucking whipped his dick out and smacked you in the face with it. Like, you know, that's what you got to be careful when you're. I think I know the answer. Do you really fucking know the answer? Are you sure you know the answer? Because if you don't, it's going to fuck you. And guess what this guy did? Homeboy whipped out his dick and fucked her. Now, overall, she got the better of it at the end of the day. But still, that was cringe. That was cringe. She was going to get him. Oh boy, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him, chat. And then look what happens. Boom. Just ass blasted.
You gave a lengthy description about how a person could turn a dummy round into a live round. You recalled the testimony that you gave moments ago.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about doing the opposite, okay? I want to talk to you about taking a live round and turning it into a dummy round.
Okay.
Okay? Do you agree with me, sir, that the first step is you would place the live round in the inertia puller and smack it so that the projectile separates and the powder comes out?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you are left with an empty casing, a projectile, a pile of gunpowder. But the problem with your casing is that it still has a live primer, right?
That's right.
So in order to make the primer inert, you can take that empty shell casing with that live primer, you can put it into a firearm and you can fire it.
Correct.
And now I've made the primer inert.
There is another way if you wish to hear.
No, I appreciate you though, but
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
you agree that what I'm saying, it can be done.
Can be done.
And then after I've fired it and I've heard the pop, knowing that the primer has now been made inert, I can take that projectile and I can just put super glue on it and stick it back into that casing.
Well, you couldn't normally without expanding the case. That's what I was talking about when you do a sizer. You could expand the case with a sizer, because what's going to happen in many cases, and I can't say every one because I've never done super glue, is it's very difficult to get a bullet into a case that hasn't been expanded in size. You could try it. I can't guarantee it'll work.
Sure, I mean, you can take the empty shell casing and you can put it on top of a projectile and you can take your inertia puller or a hammer and just tap it down.
An inertia puller is made out of plastic. It is not for tapping anything down, but you could.
I never hear that before. And I don't know if Runkle mentioned this last night in his stream, but she thinks you could take an inertia hammer and tap around it. No, you like literally pressing rounds into a casing is like you're using a special setup, but it's like a big vise. You are using significant mechanical pressure. You're using levers and gear pressure to magnify your force, to force a bullet into that. It is not an easy feat. If you try to do it by hand, it wouldn't fucking work. I mean, the only way you could maybe do it is if you had like one of those like clamp guns where you pull the trigger and it clamps. You could probably do it that way, but that's about it. It requires a lot of force to seat ammo. So this idea, she's like, you could take a hammer and tap it in. No, and let's say you had like a real hammer, like a roofing hammer, and you started trying to do it. You get the bullet, I'll be all whopper jaw and look like shit. It'd just be garbage. So no, that's fucking awful. And if he was a good expert, he'd be able to butt slam her, but he did not. He could have embarrassed her in front of everyone and be like, "Are you a fucking retard, lady?" But he missed it. Stacy says she wants to use glue. That's fine. She used whatever the fuck she wants, but she messed it up. Would super glue not prevent the casing from separating from the bullet? Well, I mean, here's the deal, Mads. When you seat a bullet, it's tight. You generally can't pull it apart with your hand. The reason why you seat bullets and crimp them and stuff like that is because you want to keep the bullet from sliding out like under forces of recoil, and just long-term shaking around, they could come loose, theoretically. But the idea, the bullets just like, if I grabbed a round of ammunition, I could just go boop and pull it apart. It doesn't work like that. Ammo is that very high tolerance is it's a friction fit. It's a very tight friction fit. So super gluing it would not do anything. I mean, the super glue, that'd be a way to waterproof it possibly, but super glue would, and that could contaminate your powder below. So I would never recommend using super glue. Protecting bullets, you generally don't do that. So, but no, you generally, like what she's talking about, super gluing rounds in, no, you wouldn't do that. It like, if you were going to like make these permanent dummies, I could see you maybe like having some epoxy in there, some like epoxy resin, like some shit like this, like use that and like force things together, but like a little drop and like it'd be sitting on a spacer or something. So it stays in the gun, but super gluing the rounds in, that just, it's because she's not a gun person either. Super glue for metal on metal, that's a separate matter. That's a separate matter as well. Yeah, Porcelain Thunder says you are bending metal in a cylindrical form. 2 cylindrical pieces of metal and you're forcing them together. Takes a lot of force. A lot of force. FN recommends gluing 5.7 for reloads. She has no idea what a 5.7 is. We're not going to do that. We're not going down that road. I can see permanent dummies being a solid slug of plastic. Yeah, like 3D printing them out. Or you heard the big time armor. The guy who's professional. You would hear Bronca say, I'm sorry, the professional armor said, you know what they did? They would take wood, and they took wood and they painted them up and got it like nice shiny gold paint and some black paint for the tips, and they made safe, completely harmless dummy rounds because there's no confusing those for a real round. So yes, there are ways around it. Bronca's saying there's a verdict. I don't know. Hold on, let me go check the Long Crime chat. Oh, real quick, guys, if you guys have not seen, over on Long Crime earlier was Natalie Lawyer Chick. Pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. People I've seen her interacted with and getting that on the show. That's pretty neat. So apparently the jurors have a question. We're going to go to the juror question here, guys. All right, here we go. Here's the juror question.
Are you going to share? Oh, Mr. Bowles has it. Okay, so it says, instruction 20, quote, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, end of quotation marks. Clarification on if, quote, intervening cause, unquote, could mean things that could have been changed to prevent it. Here, you can read this.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ooh, I think the jury's a little confused here. They're looking to see if they can give her the benefit of the doubt. Now, guys, this is normal. You both stand there and take a look at it and read it. Figure out if you can even answer it. Sometimes it's an impermissible question.
Yeah. Judge, do you have any thoughts about how to respond?
I'm just going to tell them to,
Just
we can't help them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Just gonna tell them to.
Yeah, they're gonna tell them. The answer going back to them is read your directions. That's all we can tell you. And they hate that. Jurors hate when that happens. But that's all you can say is, look, I can't help you. Go read your directions. Read your instructions. That's all we can tell you. So yeah, it's an instruction on the law. Well, how do you come to a verdict? That's for you to figure out. Sorry, guys. We can't help. We can't help with that. Also, guys, if you were wondering what I was working on, it is a 3D printed this. We might be able to get away with something because this will be completely safe and it's red, like a red gun. Mary says send them a dictionary, but here's the thing. That has a legal meaning, intervening factors. So no, they're asking a legitimate question. So sending them a dictionary won't help them. Not in this situation. So they're all done. Looks like.
Yes, thank you.
And now they're going into hour 3. And we wait. And we wait. I want to see carry and defend and prosecute in the same case. Yeah. Melly says, this is a bad sign they can't agree. Well, it depends. It depends who you are. For Hannah, that's a good thing, but also it depends on what they're not agreeing on ultimately, because we may think it's something and they may be stuck on a different issue. So who really knows right this second what's going on in there? I'm sure with this case, we're gonna get all kinds of like interviews, and we'll get like Ms. Becky doing a question there. So, Slade, what was the question? The question was, and hold on, I'm going to try to bring this up through a Law and Crimes thing, see if we could show it. The juror's question was, if intervening cause could mean things that could have been changed to prevent it, does an intervening cause mean something that could have been changed to prevent it? Now, that's generally not what the concept of an intervening cause is. The intervening cause is like a third-party action you had no control over. But that's something that's they have their legal definitions. They have to, the court's like, you got to use your definitions. KJ says, how come, KJ says, how come they're the only one not allowed a lawyer? That's an interesting way. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Everybody else gets counsel. But because here's the deal. I could go in there and tell them that's what it says. And then if they have more questions for me, what do I do? Because, like, think about it. I might have to say, that's it. And then it's like, well, fuck, what do I do? Like, and then let's say I'm an attorney, but I'm like, listen, guys, listen, you didn't hear this from me. This is all bullshit. Like, you get what I'm saying? Yes, I think the jury is about to blame the production crew. So, hold on here. Focus. I think the jury's about to fucking blame somebody else. So we'll see there. And yeah, ultimately because the judge decides a lot, not some lawyer. Yes. But those attorneys, if it came up, there was an answer they could provide, they have the right to say. And yes, it does suck that, that party doesn't get a counsel, but that's how it goes. Yes, defense only needs one. Porcelain says, have you ever thought about being a firearms lawyer? Not an expert, but part of the legal team to tear experts apart. Well, what I've always put myself out there when I meet attorneys and I'm in cases and things like that is, I put myself out there, like I demonstrate I have firearms knowledge. And like, I'm like, hey, if you ever have issues with a gun case or something like that, need a firearms guy to bounce stuff off of, let me know. It's like I've had attorneys ask me questions before and unofficially consult with me, and stuff like that, but never to the point where I'm like let's go to I'm advising them from a courtroom. But yes, attorneys are helpful. It's just like if I was, an engineer who has a law degree, that'd be very helpful in civil cases for things. But yeah, I'd like to be able to do that, but there's just not that many cases where that would be an issue. Juror 13 says there's unlimited intervening causes. Well, yeah, but yeah, that was Steven saying, what's the prosecution's percentage of wins versus losses? Well, Carrie Morrissey is typically a defense attorney, so for her, probably 0. Typically the prosecution, 90-some% of the time they win jury trials. There's already a 90% chance you're going to lose to start with. Well, actually, I'd probably say it's 80-some%, and 85% chance you're going to lose and the state wins. That's normal. There's no verdict. You thought about being a mall Santa, not a real Santa, but part of his team bringing cheer to every mall? No. Legally Alive says, I just failed so hard. Why? What happened? What did you do, McKinley? Answer the question. So, all right, guys, let's get on to Lucian Haig. He talks about, it's also interesting, this guy talks about freaking JFK getting clipped for the Telegraph. But anyways, we're gonna skip to this and we're gonna show him coming in.
Firearm safety.
This guy's really good. This guy's good.
Mr. Rice is going to provide Mr. Haig with a box that has a firearm in it.
It has been cleared.
Yes. I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
It is cleared.
So,
Sir,
guys,
can you go ahead and state your full name?
So here we go.
It has been cleared.
Yes. I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
It is cleared.
Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Lucian C. Haig, spelled H-A-A-G,
How do you spell your first name?
Lucien.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own consulting firm in Carefree, Arizona, Forensic Science Services.
What does Forensic Science Services do?
I'm involved in firearms evidence examination, primarily the reconstructive aspects of shootings, distance determinations, long-range shootings. Is it a ricocheted bullet? How close was the gun when it was discharged? Those are all reconstructive issues beyond the usual identifying a bullet or cartridge as having been fired from a gun. That's something I also do, but my main focus is the reconstructive aspects of shootings.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Well, a number of things to determine how
And let me stop you real quick. Were you asked to do reconstruction, or were you asked to do more examination and identification?
Identification was a small part of what I did. I did do that with the evidence cartridge case, but primarily reconstruction.
In this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you give the jurors an idea of your background and experience, please?
Yes, most criminalists, which is my professional title, have a degree in one of the physical sciences. Mine is in chemistry with some minor in physics. That was obtained in 1963 from the University of California at Berkeley. I then went to California State College at Long Beach, taking 2 more years of study, which included 2 semesters of criminalistics. That course was taught by the primary firearms examiner for the city of Los Angeles. Other courses were mathematics, clinical chemistry, documents examination. That takes me to 1965, when I gained employment with the City of Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory as an entry-level criminalist. I was sent on to Arizona State University, local university, for additional coursework. I started attending meetings of.
Notice we didn't hear about, well, I was in the Boy Scouts. I was in the Boy Scouts. And John Scott for $4.99, thank you, John, is saying, jury, Bowles shows failure on argument to address intervening cause. Yep, but if the jury's going to go down that road, they're allowed to go down that road on their own. So this may be okay. And then Unhung Hero for $2 says, what brands would you consider FUD/Boomer? There aren't really FUD or Boomer brands of guns, except for maybe like Taurus. But it's like FUD, being a FUD or a Boomer is a state of mind more than anything. So that's the thing. Boomer is a state of mind.
Professional organizations that deal with firearms evidence, because that became my main focus in the crime lab. Although I worked in all sections, I later supervised them. My real interest and passion was the ballistics or firearms unit of the laboratory. I left there being the City of Phoenix Crime Lab in 1982. So I was there about 18 years. I'd been doing some private consulting, some teaching at that time. I was an instructor in criminalistics, which included firearms evidence. I started my own company when I left the City of Phoenix. My company became my full-time employer, and I've been working there ever since.
Sir, do you have any professional memberships?
Yes, there are a number of them. The most important one is an organization called AFTE, A-F-T-E, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. I'm a longtime member. I became president in 1985 and 86, served on a number of committees. Other organizations include the California Association of Criminalists. That's the nearest regional area. I'm a distinguished member of that organization. I'm a member and fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which has a criminalistic section. I'm an associate member in a European organization That's most of them.
Okay. Can you summarize for us your presentations and publications?
Yes, I'm very passionate about presenting evidence among our peers in the AFTI group. So to date, I've presented, and most of them have been published, about 200 publications over the last 50 years or so. I've authored with my younger son, who you'll probably hear about, a textbook on shooting incident reconstruction, which is now in its 3rd edition with the unimaginative title, Shooting Incident Reconstruction.
Have you received any citations or awards?
Yes, the AFTI group I mentioned before has voted me Key Member of the Year award several times, distinguished member status. Likewise, the California Association of Criminalists, and they have a fairly uncommon award called the Roger Green Award that's for historical work. And I'm very interested in history, especially cases that involve the use or misuse of firearms. So I received that award from the CAC.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of firearm examination and or reconstruction?
Many times.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the last, more than half a century, 57 years, several hundred times, I'm sure.
Have you been qualified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified in numerous states in the United States?
About half of the states in the United States and several foreign countries.
What foreign countries?
Northern Ireland, case in Guam, I think, and in Canada.
So, McKinley, this is the state's firearms expert, a guy who actually knows what he's talking about. And I just wanted to compare them right after each other to that. I did the bumbling guy from the defense team first. And this is a real expert. He doesn't talk about like that guy was just a freaking Yahoo. Now, this guy's an old timer, but he understands guns and knows guns. So, yeah, like they picked a good expert, which, I will give Kerry Morrissey credit. They did their homework and found a good gun guy. So they were probably told if you need single action guns, go to Lucian Hegg. So yeah, like this guy is actually really good. So that's why we're kind of reviewing him and, kind of reviewing like good testifying versus shitty testifying. Good witnesses versus shitty witnesses. So this is what a good witness looks like. So this is some dude being true to the hood, as the kids say. So, no, this is not Tubin. Our arson investigator says toolmark examination is junk science. Okay, yes, there are some parts of toolmark examination which are junk science. The big deal with toolmark examination is when there's an obvious defect or something wrong in the item they're examining, but usually when it's that obvious, you don't need an examiner to tell you about all that. So, yes, in general, toolmark examination stuff is bullshit. But at least he's got a thing he can rely on and talk about. That other guy's like, well, my dad fought in World War II. And it's like, this guy probably did fight in World War II. But yes, toolmark examination is junk science. A lot of forensic stuff is really junk science at the end of the day. If the forensic community was going to be honest. So we're going to keep going here, guys. Hold on here. Let's keep this going.
Okay.
Several times.
Sir, do you have any particular interest or expertise in single action revolvers or old Western style revolvers?
Yes, I'm interested in all types of firearms and their mechanisms, but single action guns are, of course, what we see in Western movies. They're fairly straightforward. They're historic. Sam Colt is a well-known name. And he was an inventive genius, and his firearms
I'm going to send
to
you a
this
link
day
if you're
are
bored.
still prized as collector item if you're so lucky as to have an original.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I think it started with a phone call in March of last year. I was well aware of the case. I'd heard about it. I didn't know much about it other than there'd been some sort of a misadventure on a set with a death and an injury. So after that, documents were received. That's where I start every case. I want to read what's known about the case, what the issues are. Interviews were sent to me, a lot of photographs, and ultimately, in July of last year, I went to the local property room with the custodian there, and along with my younger son, Mike, we received, well, I think it inventoried over 50 some items, but some of these had sub items in them. So that was the beginning.
As a part of the document review that you did in this case, did you review the ballistics report and the case notes from the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so expert.
Okay, is there any objection to tendering I'll ask the court to accept Mr. Haig as an expert in firearms examination and reconstruction.
All right, no objection. Yes, he's such an expert. Thank you.
Sir, so in addition to reviewing
Just
the
make sure you tell me when you said I was going to be on. I'll be on. I promise.
examination report and the case notes, you also took numerous items of evidence into your.
Hey, McKinley, how you doing?
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. So it's McKinley from Legally Live, over here on YouTube. She's an attorney down in Austin, Tejas.
Mm-hmm.
What do they call Austin in Spanish? I don't know.
I don't know. I've never
Oh,
heard.
Okay, well, Tejas, the Tejas part I know. So,
Yep.
she is a defense attorney down that way. I just saw your thing about like an appearance. Just tell me when I'm supposed to be there. I'll make it work. Okay.
All right. Cool.
So were you watching any of this afternoon?
No.
Okay, so
Came into your chat for like 10 minutes.
okay. So yeah, this was the state's firearms expert who's a very good guy. Not pointing his guns around like not pointing guns willy-nilly like the defense's guy. And then the defense this morning, they put on a director for like 10 minutes and then he was done. And then the defense rested.
The defense put on a director?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, the guy's like, well, yeah, I guess it would be bad if people got shot, and yes, the armor should be in charge of safety, but it didn't help them. It didn't help them. And then
The director said yes, the armor should be in charge of safety.
well, the first assistant director is ultimately in charge of safety, but the armor is in charge of making sure people don't get hurt with the guns. It's their job to protect everything. So, yeah, and it's and it's like, but would you have like he also then started harping on. He started harping on, would you only have a part-time armor? He's like, no, that'd be really dangerous. What would you want producers who did this and that? And he's like, well, no, I wouldn't want that. It was more of that trying to show, look, it's the bad man, it's the production company. It didn't go anywhere.
That there's a verdict.
Well, okay, well, you have to be careful.
I know they lied to me today.
Oh, that's what they all do.
And I listened.
Oh shit, verdict is in. Fuck, here we go.
Oh, for real? See,
game time, yeah. No, they always say that the judge is back. They used to troll Nick when he was doing Rittenhouse and like Johnny
really?
Depp. They would do that all the fucking time. All the time. And it sucks because I started printing this thing out last night and I'm not done yet.
Oh, wow. Let me see. Are you? Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, but see, it's safety because it's red. And it even has a cylinder in it and it'll spin.
Nice.
It'll be like, yeah, so it's like a training aid because everybody else is like, I'll show you how the gun works. And then YouTube nukes them. I'll be like, look, it's a training gun. It's safe.
Nice.
And
hi, EU.
Also, McKinley, that doesn't sound, that didn't come across the way I think you wanted to make it sound.
No, that's how I wanted to make it sound.
Okay. All right. Oh, hold on one second.
Phrasing?
Okay. So, but okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew. Okay. Ooh, they got the security in there. They got the chungas. I could say that as a big guy.
Is my mic too high?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
If they're saying you're too loud or you're coming in hot, don't worry.
They aren't.
Okay.
I just always worry.
That guy has a bass Sam Colt ring. Yes, he does. So El culo de Tejas.
Really?
That means ass, right?
I have no idea.
That's butthole. I don't know. Well, I'd say you don't know what the people are yelling at you down there if you cut them off in traffic.
What?
Well, no, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know what some of these Spanish words are. I'm assuming they're swear words. And I'm like, well, you live in Texas and like you get cut off in traffic. People are like, sucio como
I
un
think the
culo.
only one that I ever hear is like punta or punto or something like that.
Okay. And then they call you a Mary cone. You're like, oh, they think I'm a happy ice cream cone. Like, that's not what they're saying. I know that much.
I don't even know what that means.
A Mary cone, I think that means like motherfucker in Spanish.
It sounds like they're saying
Americone.
American.
No. Well, I know I butchered that. So you're saying Christ on a cracker. Yeah. Chat does not lie. Yeah, that's rule number 1. Chat lies most of the time.
Does lie. They lie. They lied to me
Yeah.
earlier.
Maricone means gay. Oh, okay.
What's that?
Who's that?
Yeah.
That's Bowles. That's Hannah Reed's attorney.
No, but the woman.
I don't know. I don't know.
She's fancy.
I'm a native to Ohio. There aren't Mexicans there? No, it's Ohio. We don't have Mexicans here. They're seasonal. They don't stick around. It's cold out. Stabby, yes, we are going to do that later. If this really comes in like this quick, we might be doing this soon, but we are going to do the Ashley Merkant testimony to the Georgia Senate in a little bit, but it won't be. We got to get.
I'm sure he doesn't care, EU. I don't know. Did you see that?
Hella D went on?
Huh?
Does Hella went on? I forgot that.
They want to stream snipe you.
Oh, they stream snipe me. Do whatever you want. It's all good. As long as you don't have like 20,000 people, then I'll be like a little bit like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
So, all right, chat. What are you guys thinking? Hold on. We got to do a verdict here. Hold on. What do you guys think? Guilty, not guilty? Hold on. I'm going to put the verdict up. Let's see what happens. Poll.
That's okay, Hella. He said it's okay.
Yeah, do whatever you want. It's all good.
Did Hella say she wanted a link?
Oh, I don't know if she's gonna.
Just said that Hella and Jim want a link or something like that. I don't know.
Who's Jim?
I don't know who that is. So maybe it was. I gotta stop looking at chat.
Okay. Oh, Jim. No, McKinley, don't worry about that. No. Don't worry about that, Jim. That's not a real Jim.
Oh, who is it?
That's Mr. Yeah, there's no third option, guys. It's either a 1-word verdict or a 2-word verdict. Okay? Like, come on now.
This is too hard.
Yes. The one person I would let me snipe with 20,000 people watching would be Jim Mediker, but that's not happening. So.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's who they're talking about. Well, Jim is a real Jim, yes, but you guys are being asshole. What's going to happen? Guilty.
2 words no.
Guilty.
Yeah, that's what I put on the poll.
Yeah. Oh, so you said guilty in both counts or just one?
Well, didn't you? It was only one option.
Well, I forgot there's a. Oh gosh, I'll fix it here. Hold on.
I think she's just guilty of the. I really don't think she's guilty of either, but.
Okay, hold on here. We'll do. I got to redo the poll, chat.
We don't. Jim Mediker. I probably said that wrong.
No, you got it right. Adding another option. And then. Okay, guys, so here are there's 4 options. Guilty both counts, not guilty both counts, guilty on manslaughter, guilty tampering. If you think it's only going to be one or the other, pick that one in the middle, like the two in the middle.
I put guilty involuntary manslaughter.
I'm going to pick, well, I can't vote because it won't let me vote, but I think maybe guilty tampering. Otherwise,
I didn't see the tampering part, I don't think.
well, when she gave the Coke to her, like the lady she was working with, hold
Yeah, I
my
never saw
cocaine
them
for
go
me.
over that.
Oh yeah, she's like hold this baggie for me. And after she
Okay.
went to the police station, so it's like
I take
yeah.
mine
So-
back. I really hope it's not guilty on the manslaughter.
Yes.
I think the tampering is stupid too, but
No, because well, yeah, but I mean, like, well, they do that all the time. Like, your guy's running away and he throws something down. Oh, he's tampering. It's like,
for sure.
I hate that one. It's like, what the fuck? He's supposed to do something. Like,
No,
fuck,
he
what the
should
heck
have.
happened?
I would have been really mad at him if he held on to the Coke or the
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah. So. Oh, okay. People are asking if you have a GGPP.
Totally do. But I did not my phone that.
Yes. Let's go. Brandon for $4.99 says, repeal the 19th.
Brandon, I'm so happy he's back.
Was he banned or something, or was he on
No,
vacation?
he was
or-
like, I think he wasn't feeling well, but he just wasn't like on
Yeah.
streams for a while.
Yes. And then Salvador Dali says, who is Jim? Jim is a internet pillar of the community, pillar of the internet. And then Unhung Hero for $2 says, I am Sparta. I mean Jim. Yes, we're all Jim. And then I gotta fix the thing in.
yeah, Garrett.
Hold on here.
Oh,
Got quite a few people guys watching. So hello everybody. We are waiting on the verdict. The verdict is about to be announced. So here we go. It should be interesting. We are sound is up. We're ready to go. Oh, let's just have Hella. Hi, Hella.
Hey,
I was going like that because usually you don't see me.
Aaron says verdict already. That was 15 minutes. No, it was 2.5 hours, roughly.
Oh yeah, we gotta tap the thumbs up. I can't. I would.
I've got to say hello to everyone who's stream sniping us. Hi.
Hi,
Hi guys. Hi guys.
Who's all stream sniping us?
Yeah. Sal and Wilhelma and their
Okay.
chat. I was just over. I was just over there, and now I'm in here. Now
Okay.
I'm in this box.
Yeah.
Also, Vilhammer, since the trial's going to be ending, I have time tomorrow. We're going to work on my audio, get that fixed up. Or, you know, and guys, that's the thing.
3:30. Will you be free?
3:30 tomorrow?
Well,
I
so
can
for
be.
you it's 4:30.
I can be.
Okay. Cool.
I can
What's
be.
tomorrow?
I'm just doing the same stream again, but I told them like, oh, go check out Sean. Oh, y'all remember him from the other night? He's from Ohio, and they want to hear about the order in Ohio.
Do we have any information on that order from the Hales?
No, but just like
Because if I could see a copy of it, I could do a lot with it.
I can look for it, or somebody might have it. I think Megan Fox might have it, but I don't have a line to Megan Fox.
But yes, guys, Vilhammer is helping me out, so I would like to help him out. If you guys are not subscribed to Vilhammer Media, no, he is not. His channel does not involve hammering down pieces of veal for like Wiener Schnitzel. But Vilhammer is helping me with my audio issues, so if you guys could help him out, I would appreciate that because he is helping me.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
He helps me too.
He helps everyone. He's amazing.
So good. And all
Peacock says Ohio's EST. How am I ahead? Well, remember, this is out in Mountain Time Zone. This is out in New Mexico, so it's Mountain Time Zone. Ooh, there's Souza. Joel Souza. Oh, ain't nobody on Hannah's side, really.
I'm not ahead. It's 3:30 here and 4:30 there.
Yeah, so well, you're Central Time. Mountain Time's an hour behind. And then there's out in LA. Well, they're on the Pacific time. So yeah, you
And
guys are
then
telling
there's
me to talk
me.
to Megan. Megan doesn't have it. I'm reaching out to Larry to see if he can get me a copy of
Okay,
it.
cool.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
what
I'm just
Seth
like
Kenny,
so
I'm
far
sorry.
ahead of you
Yeah,
all.
it's Seth Kenny. It's Seth Kenny. I'm sorry. It's Seth Kenny. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I bet Susan will show up. It's interesting. Seth Kenny is not sitting on Hannah's side.
Oh, you know what I think it was? I think that the judge asked him not to disseminate the order or something, and I think he agreed. Maybe.
Well, that order is not from that court's purview. That's a court order from Ohio, so he has no authority over that.
Okay.
And at least I could look at it privately.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Seth Kenny. My bad, guys. Bowles is there. Where's Hannah? Oh my god, I hope Hannah.
where is she?
I hope Hannah didn't fucking run. I've had clients do that before.
Yeah.
Really?
It happens. Oh yeah. I've had a client get ready for sentencing, and we're sitting there waiting to get called, and I'm like, I've read through it. I've talked with them. Look, we're probably gonna get probation. Everything's supportive of. Even the prosecutor agrees probation. The victim agrees probation, and the dude runs out of the courthouse.
Nice.
And I turned around, Hella. I turned around and I looked.
Yeah.
And the judge is like, "Well, you ready?" And I'm like, "Your Honor, I don't know where my guy's at." And I check the bathroom. I check everywhere. And I walk all the way down to the downstairs of the courthouse. And I wasn't this fat then. I was a little less fat. So it was a rough. I said, "Have you seen a guy?" And they're like, "Yeah, he went running out here like he was on fire."
Yep.
And I'm like, so I went back upstairs and she was crying. I bet she's crying. You guys realize how stressful this
I'm
is?
so nervous. I feel sad.
This is stressful as hell.
Oh, poor little munchkin.
I guarantee you she is on some Valium right now.
Dude, and if it gets convicted, won't she go into custody? Probably. They'll probably
no, because it's not mandatory sentence. I don't think so.
Okay.
That's the head shaking guy. That guy there, he's been shaking his head at the jury the whole time.
Okay. That lady smiling in the back's a little creepy there. Yeah, but she got a person killed, but it's a low-level criminal offense, guys. I mean, she killed someone. She's looking at 18 months, so it's not like it's not murder. Like even in like cases where you murder someone in a DUI case,
she's about to hyperventilate. Poor thing.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, generally not getting out there is staying out on bond isn't really that big of an issue. She's been there. She's always showed up. Like, there's no reason to keep her. Oh God, I got cold. There's nothing there to make it any better. So
the whole idea of going to prison is pretty scary, regardless of the sentence.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. We're gonna go down the.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, guys, here we go. The jury's in.
Just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, through the foreperson, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
All right, let me see the verdict form.
She needs a hearing.
Oh.
Just in time.
Can't stand ya.
Poll's getting shut off, chat. So here we go. Oh wow, 36% saying guilty of manslaughter only. 34 both counts. 17% not guilty, and guilty just tampering 11%. Yeah, I think she's going to get pinged for at least one, but I have a feeling both. I'm guilty.
All right, so let me repeat. I said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, through the foreperson, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
All right, and do you wish to read the verdicts?
You'll
Okay.
tell me the
I
verdict?
would start
Wow.
with count one. Okay. You have both of them. Will the
Wow.
defendant please stand?
Weird. Not making the court staff read it or the judge.
We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count one. We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, not guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in count two.
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
Really?
Let me get those forms, retrieve those forms.
Really?
I'm going to do what's called polling the jury. What I need to put on the record is that this is your individual verdict, okay? So I'm going to start with the gentleman in the back. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict? Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict? Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict? Okay, thank you. All right, so you've completed your service. Thank you so much for being here. It was a long trial. People may want to talk to you. You know, this has been pretty much a lot of publicity, and you don't have to, okay? So you can just simply say, I do not wish to talk, and move on. And if anybody bothers you, we really try to protect your privacy. If anybody bothers you, simply call my division, and we'll figure out what to do. But you also may talk, okay? So it's entirely up to you, okay? All right, so you can escort them out.
Yes, Your
All right. Thank you. All right.
All rise.
George, just a minute.
Okay, waiting for the jury to get out. That was interesting. Yes, guilty of manslaughter.
You should probably stay here, but I want
Is that her mum behind there?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, you may be seated. All right, is there anything that the state's requesting based upon the verdict?
We would request that Ms. Gutierrez be taken into custody.
Mr. Bowles?
Me?
Your Honor, we would request under, pull up the rule, Your Honor.
I mean, you got to know this. Come on. There's multiple reasons why to keep
Your
it
Honor, Rule 5402,
Look it up.
release pending sentencing. In this court's discretion, under the same conditions or other conditions as this court would deem necessary. Ms. Gutierrez has been on conditions. She has not violated those conditions. She has voluntarily appeared at all court proceedings. Your Honor, I would request this court to continue conditions or whatever conditions this court would have on release.
All right, thank you. I'm going to remand you, and the reason why I'm going to remand you is you are now convicted. And so, and this is a death. It's a criminal negligence, but it's still a death. And so, deputies, you're going
That's
to
a bullshit.
take her into custody, and we will set a sentencing date. What is the best, what do you want to look like on that? And we need an order of remand, do we?
You had to know it, Mom.
Counsel?
In terms of the sentencing date?
Yes.
At the court's convenience. Will
Oh,
be available. There are 2 weeks in May that I'm unavailable. Those are the last 2 weeks of May.
All right. Mr. Bowles?
Your Honor, as soon as this court has time, we will be available.
All right, so, do you have any conflict like that? She said May. Do you have any conflict?
I don't know for sure, Your Honor, that I do have other trials, but I think mid-May.
Well, I can do it sooner.
Okay.
I just wondered if you had any conflicts along the way.
Doesn't look like mid-May, Your Honor. I do. I don't think I have any conflicts.
I'm sorry, not understanding. Do you have, okay, we're in March, do you have time before May?
We have time in April.
Okay,
Sure.
all right, okay. All right,
Wow.
anything else before the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, we're in recess.
Oh wow, she looks terrified.
Well, yeah, because she's going to jail. I mean,
Yep.
that's never a good thing. Like, you know,
And she
that's
doesn't
maybe
have
really that's really rough that it's hitting her like that. But yeah, that's
Yep. I
um
think she had no idea. She really didn't think it was going to happen.
um
Her mom was so sad. She was
like I
like,
said, I wish, you know what, I wish I could invite Eric Hunley. Like, you know, I'm just gonna send Eric Hunley a link because hopefully he's available. But like,
Mm,
it'll be weird because he's got some information I wish I could share, and I don't know if I can.
probably
Because
not because Alec,
what?
right?
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Involuntary manslaughter and also not guilty for the tampering with evidence charge.
I think it was spot on. I think I would have found her guilty. All of the evidence was there. I thought the tampering charge, again, I've said this time and time again, I hate to use the word bogus, but I don't know.
Yeah, so those are bogus charges with the tampering and stuff like that. Oh, hold on, I gotta get you guys on here. So yeah, it's so is she going to jail or prison right now? She is going to jail. She's not going to prison yet. She will go to prison unless they have a program where they can keep her locally. But for right now, she's gonna go sit at the jail. So so who sentences her? That'll be the judge. And it looks like Judge Somers will sentence her at some point coming up, but that'll be later. And Charlie said there's no worse feeling walking into court free and not leaving the same door you walked in. I can only imagine. But yeah, she's HM says she's not getting probation. That's not guaranteed. I mean, she could get like 3 more months in jail plus probation. Like, she can get a lot of stuff. There's a lot of different ways the sentencing can be worked out. I don't know what it'll be.
But I mean, it would seem that the judge is not leaning towards probation if she went ahead and remanded her.
Yeah, but I mean, like that kind of moronic, like, well, there was a death here, so I'm gonna, like, that just seems like, okay, well, she's an idiot, like, when it comes to that. So, that because, you know, it's like I've seen all kinds of people still get you know, bond while waiting sentencing, even for like homicide level offenses. Like, it's the I just thought that was ridiculous. I thought that was redunculastic.
Redunculastic.
Yeah, I just, that was just nonsense, and I don't think it had to be done that way.
HM, you said why go through a trial if they're going to give her probation? They would have offered probation on a plea deal. I'm sure they did offer her probation, but I don't think
there was no offer to probation or anything.
there wasn't.
No, the probation was that they would only they'd recommend 18 months
In jail.
Well, prison.
Yeah. Okay. Prison.
Yeah.
They weren't willing to work out to.
That's all they wanted because she was still in trouble. So that's what they wanted from her. They wanted her to say who gave her the ammo.
Why did the other dude, the director or whatever, not
get pled out? Because he ultimately would have been in charge of the guns. It's Hannah who was in charge of the guns. And that guy pled out and was cooperative the whole time.
Yeah.
But Hannah was the one who ultimately handled him. So that's on her.
Also, I Am Dave says, this is a very public trial. The judge is going to be harsh. She's probably, she knows she's in the spotlight.
Yeah, but if she could say I totally do this all the time, she'd be fine. You know, within a month she'll be forgotten. So Melanie says, can you explain this verdict? It was a compromise, or at least, you know, nowadays with more and more adults, they realize these drug charges are bullshit. So I hope they did. It'll be good for her. I mean, like, I thought she's going to get convicted on him because that lady's testimony was pretty good. But it did work out. And then Juror 13 says, Your Honor, none of us can read on the jury. And Kia Patrick says, passing cocaine is not a crime. Nova said, you can't prove there was coke in the bag, so not guilty on that. There's no lab proof, but I mean, Nova, the big problem is, she said, can you hold on to this for me? She asked somebody to hold on to her things because she just got home from the police station. Like, I wouldn't give you something to hold on to if it was like legal and innocuous. Like it was baking soda or it was sugar. Well, why would I ask you to hold on to it then? I wouldn't. So that's it. I think that like they're lucky this jury was reasonable because they could have easily convicted her, and that conviction would have stood.
That's crazy to convict somebody of possession of drugs or jury tampering on because not jury tampering.
Tampering with evidence,
right?
Evidence,
On evidence you don't even for sure know is evidence.
Well, well, here's the thing though, and this is where I would say, and this is the tampering statute.
Yeah.
It's so tampering with evidence consists of destroying, changing, hiding, placing, or fabricating any physical evidence with intent to prevent the apprehension or prosecution of any person or to throw suspicion of the commission of a crime upon another. Now, it's not clear here, but I use Ohio's because Ohio's got a great example of Ohio's tampering statute, and this is a little more in depth. So I think if you were to go into the laws of New Mexico or court rulings, you'd find some information there. But
research, who does that?
Yeah, I know, real lawyers. I know, doing real lawyer stuff.
Practicing lawyer.
Yeah. Yes. Vilhammer Media, guys. Vilhammer Media. He is helping me, so I'd like if you guys.
It's up to him.
He does great audio reconstruction of some of these older trials. If you guys go to his channel, you could see like he resurrected audio from like the Jeffrey Dahmer hearings. It's actually really well done.
His audio is great.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any commentary. It's just like
Stacy's saying it wasn't evidence in the case. Yes, it was. You saw her when she's sitting there by herself when she first gets in there and she's pulling things out. She pulls a bag out. She does the oh shit, that's drugs, and she puts it back in.
Oh, I
so
can't.
Yes, there was evidence, Stacy. The evidence was from that witness who said she gave it to me. Now, this is where I say like tampering with evidence. It doesn't take much because once you know an investigation is in progress or is about to likely be instituted, destroy, alter, conceal, remove anything with purpose to impair its value or availability as evidence, okay, in a proceeding or investigation. So, like, they'd want to know what was in that fucking bag. Oh, it's just sugar. Okay, cool. Never mind. Whereas if they think, oh my God, she was drunk and high, well, that's where it becomes an issue about what she did to remove that. So an innocent person could destroy evidence. You could destroy evidence on a very innocuous thing and still be in trouble. So that's my only point to that is it's not not straightforward with that.
Private chat.
Okay. I'm not a mod. I forgot tried to link it. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We'll throw that up real quick right here. Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, this is Vielhammer's page. He's a great guy. And he says what he does, and
I meant like so you can drop it if you want. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna do that too, but yes.
Dali's already put his link in chat.
I'll fix that for you too. So, but anyways, that's Vielhammer's page, guys. It's very good there. Rick Nikita says no surprise on the verdict. Yeah. Ultimately. Otto says Sarah tampered with evidence that she gets immunity. Well,
exactly.
Well, that's it's. I think it's all about how, like, I'm assuming Hannah didn't help herself. There's probably a little bit to this. I mean, Hannah ultimately was the armorer. Yes, Sarah was like learning it and doing some things, but ultimately this was Hannah's rodeo.
I feel like that other dude should be held responsible.
Dave Halls?
No, not him. The guy that had the bullets or whatever you call it.
Kenny? That's who you're talking about? The arm and prop guy?
That was sleeping with all the women, or it seemed like it. Yeah.
Oh, Seth Kenny? Yeah. I'm sure he's mentoring. I'm sure he gave Sarah Zachary all kinds of mentoring. But here's the deal. The live ammunition found at Seth's studio and shop did not match the live ammunition found on set. So there's a bunch of issues that it sounds like Hannah brought her own ammo to the set and was working on it and messing with it and didn't pay attention.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was bullet pullers. Are they called bullet pullers?
Yeah, and if you guys could talk for a minute, I'm going to go grab mine. Hold on.
What does that mean?
Sure.
Just talk for 2
Are you going
minutes.
to go grab your bullet puller?
Yes.
What's a bullet puller?
I'll show you.
Okay, well,
oh, okay.
I only learned about this the other day.
I'll go
because I
grab
was
one.
chatting with I was chatting with these guys on my
Got
show
to
the
grab
other
it
day,
earlier. So if you
and
guys go by the
apparently,
store, please.
yeah, apparently they cost like $14.99 or something, and you can get them at a specialty store or delivered. And yeah, like they're for pulling out the live ammo from inside the cartridge, and you can stuff it full of something else, right? So yeah, apparently she had these things on the set because she was worried
pull out,
potentially,
like, 'cause she had
potentially.
her own dummies or something, or her own.
Yeah, because she
Like-
may have been concerned about not having enough dummy rounds on set. Because
That's-
like it's a long way out, like they're in the middle of goddamn nowhere.
That's crazy if she did that.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I don't know enough about this stuff, but it sounds really dangerous to me to be messing around with, like, you've got live ammo, and then you've got dummies, and then you've got ones that you're just sort of messing about with, and having them all kind of all over the place sounds really, really, really dangerous
Crazy
to me. Yeah.
You
Greg
better.
McCutcheon, Sean's getting his Bordeaux extractor.
Huh?
Oh, just something about a Bordeaux extractor.
Oh,
yeah, sweet tooth berry. Yeah. Well, thank you. I think that's the point, that if she was getting live ammunition and actually pulling the innards out of the bullets herself with one of these devices, stuffing something else inside it, which I don't know, guys, you got to help me out here. I don't know what it is you stuff inside them to make them into, take the inertia out of them and make them so that they're a dummy round. But if you're doing that yourself, I don't know how effective that is. I don't know how effective that is. The giblets, really, Hubbleson? That sounds like something from a chicken. No, gunpowder. Yeah, okay. Mayonnaise. Now you guys are playing with me.
Yeah,
now you
they are.
guys are playing me. next thing you're gonna tell me I'm muted. You're all playing with me, you buggers. No powder. Okay. So it's different from a dummy and a blank. Dummies have no gunpowder.
Dummies are nothing inside, and blanks have powder, just different amounts of it. And
yeah,
I'm not sure what it is that prevents them from firing now. What are they missing?
Look, okay. So anyway, apparently this bullet puller thing, it's worth like $14.99, and it's not that hard to come by. But like out in the desert there, I would think you can't just like pop down to the normal shops and get one. Like you would need to have it delivered to you somewhere else. You would need to like get one beforehand. But she apparently had one of these things, and there's evidence getting around of there being like casings and things, and her having pulled in her hotel room, having pulled these things apart.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look very good. Oh, aisle 3987 at Costco, Hubbleson. Okay. I don't know if there's a Costco like nearby of where the set is. But Costco, obviously, there's Costco's everywhere around in the city areas where she might live, I suppose.
Oh, why did I feel she was not guilty? Well, first, Tilly, to be fair, I did not watch like half the trial or more, because I have been working, and just I think I was like watching the beginning of it with you guys, but I definitely missed a lot. And I think I thought she was not guilty because I am a defense attorney, and I always think people are not guilty unless it's just like so obvious. And I definitely didn't see the thing about the bullet puller or whatever you call it. That would have been that's a problem.
And Jack Johnson, yeah, this is bad as the defense's gun expert. Yes, I'm as bad as the defense's gun expert. Any day, put me up there and call me a defense gun expert. That's me, Australian chick who knows nothing about guns. Everything I know about guns, I've learned from like this guy and Branka, just from like hanging out with them on street. I've never even touched a gun.
So Regine Simlor, and I know I keep messing it up. I'm so sorry. Awesome week and a half. So glad I decided to look into your stuff, Sean. You're a great guy and you cover interesting stuff in a fun way. Keep it up, big guy. Much love. Well, I'm gonna take the shoulder pat. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Of course, that's when I come back. All right. So first we start off. YouTube can't hurt me. This is a snap cap. This is a piece of aluminum and it's a bullet. Okay. It's meant to simulate one so you can practice loading, unloading, and firing one. Okay. So what you do is this is called a bullet puller.
I'm sorry, I was typing.
That's the bullet puller. Okay.
This is not real. This is fake. So I
That's
can
fake.
shoot the gun and you don't
Like
hurt-
Australia.
Yes. Okay. So this is a bullet puller. This is called also, an inertia puller. Okay. So the way
Okay.
these work is, and it's made out of pretty dense plastic.
It's pretty big.
Yeah. Well,
That's what she said.
So the way it would work is, and I didn't have a chance, I'd run out my garage and my feet were cold. So what you do is they make these little collars that they fit around. You can see the bottom end of that right there. See how there's the rim of the cartridge? Okay.
Yep.
There's this collar that bites onto the rim basically. Okay. You grab the right size one for small, medium, or large casings. Okay. You fit the whole thing into this end right here and it sits right there. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna do
And
it.
because if I put it in right now, it'll just fall all the way to the bottom because there's nothing there holding it. Okay. So it sits right there and you screw this over the top of it.
Mhm.
So it's all collapsed nice and tight down.
Mhm.
Now, nothing can happen to it because it's being held in here. So you take this and you can, if you're sitting like in your garage, like I'd be sitting in my garage and I could just go and just whap it on the ground. And the way it works is you just go like, and you have to hit it with a little bit of force.
Hmm.
The inertia, because the bullet is the heaviest part of this right here. The bullet actually is made out of a piece of lead wrapped in copper. The brass is not, the casing is not very heavy in terms of mass. The
Right.
powder is not heavy in terms of mass.
Right.
So, for example, if you throw bullets into a fire, what happens is the casing shoots off because the bullet's the heavier part,
Yeah.
Right.
typically. So the bullet is always the heavier piece you're dealing with. So what would happen is the bullet comes out because the inertia, because the casing's stuck. And because it's, this is all leverage and physics and whatever the heck it is, there's the force is magnified. And sometimes you have to give these a really good freaking whack. Like I've cracked one before because I had a round that didn't want to come out.
Right.
Anyways, the bullet falls down into the bottom right here and all the powder falls out because by that point it's all upside down and there's no more, anything holding
Yeah.
the powder in. So once that's done, you can pull it out and you have a casing with a primer in it and that's all. All the powder's
Okay.
in the bottom and the bullets in the bottom. So if I
Right.
want to save the powder, I can, as long as I know what type of powder it is, I could put it back in that powder, whatever can of powder it came out. If I don't know what it is, I might just pour the powder out and light it on fire and it just goes. Because if I don't know what type of powder it is, you can't mix it. You don't know what it is. It might be the wrong type of powder. So,
Right.
like if I didn't know who loaded that round, if it didn't come from factory, and then I
Yeah.
just have a bullet, I have a projectile, and then I can go reload it or do whatever with it. So that's how.
So
these
that
work.
projectile, you could make it into a dummy round.
Yeah, I could do whatever I wanted with it. I could reload it and make it a live round again too.
Did you make it a
So-
blank?
No. And the reason why you can't make a blank is a blank, in the sense of what you're thinking about would be, hold on here.
How would you make it into a dummy round?
Well, you would just take it and as the boomer guy said, you would open the throat of the casing back up, you would shove the bullet back in and then just properly reseat it. You don't have to glue them in there because they don't come out unless you're swinging this thing. Otherwise, the bullet can't come out of the casing.
Right.
You can't just pull bullets out unless there's there's a massive problem.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the idea of gluing it, that's just dumb. Now, if I was making these for like a movie set and there's going to be a long-term like wear and tear on these items, what I
Yeah.
probably would do is, and it'd be a little more cost effective, but they would last forever, is you do the hole, drill the hole and do all that. But also to make sure nothing happens to the bullets, because the thing is what you could do to a bullet if enough wear and tear happens on a bullet, you could start smacking it. It smacks around. The bullet can get seated farther and farther and farther in the casing.
Yeah.
Okay. To avoid that, I would probably take like something and put something on the inside of it to brace it and reinforce it.
Right.
And just that way the bullet can't ever move.
Yep.
That'd probably be another way to make it work. But that'd probably be a little cost prohibitive.
Okay. So she was messing around with that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, you could 3D print them, but the problem is, Hubbleson, if I'm trying to make it for a movie set, you need brass casings because you need it to look good for the set. So, but here's the thing with a blank, McKinley, because a blank is a special type of round.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's an actual good example of. Let me see if I can bring this up in a way that, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good picture. And those are too small. Okay, this one might work for what we need. Big enough. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. This will work. This one will work. So a blank. So these are rounds of ammunition here, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, this one's live, this one's live, this one's live, this one's live.
And this one's not. It's missing a projectile thing.
Yes, but also if you notice, it's got a special. They
Crimp.
fold all this down here at the end. Yeah, the pedals have been crimped in a special way.
Yeah.
That's not something you generally can do on your own. And there might be some tools and some processes, but generally you buy blanks from a supplier. Now the problem is when you shoot a blank, this is meant to keep everything together. When the blank gets fired, though, these kind of all flare out.
Oh.
Okay.
Right.
So a blank, you can't, and the problem is you can't really reuse a blank at that point. Blanks are a one-time use because the brass, it's called work hardening. It's like a paper clip. You bend a paper clip too much, it breaks. Well, with these, if you try to keep refolding them back down, you weaken these pedals. And yes, when a blank goes off again, those pedals can shoot out and people get injured from those. So reusing blanks, that's why you don't. Blanks are a one-time use. Yeah, so that's why you wouldn't really make your own blanks. You would buy blanks.
What kind of bullets are those?
Those are rifle bullets.
Those are gigantic.
Well,
that's what she said.
How big is a rifle bullet?
What's that?
Like, show me how big is a rifle bullet.
Well, it depends what you're looking at. I mean, like the M16's bullet could fit in your hand, but like a 50 cal, you're gonna if I gave you the 50 cal round, you look like those chicks in porn. You'd be like, at looking at it. I mean, there's all kinds of I'll try to hold on. Let me grab something here. Okay.
Huge.
Let's see.
The D large.
Yeah, so let me see here. 50 cal. Why did I say 50 cal? Let me see if I can show you the difference in the two sizes. Okay. So this picture right here. This is actually a good example. That little bullet right there, the whole cartridge right there, that's what an AR-15 shoots, okay?
The smaller one?
Yeah, that little small guy, this little guy right here.
Yeah.
That's for an AR-15. That thing right there, that's the bullet for a 50 caliber machine gun or rifle. That's the bullet, not the rest of the casing. The rest of the casing would be like, what's the brass part? That's not there.
I don't see which thing you're pointing at, I don't think.
Okay, so, hold on here. Shoot, sorry.
Okay.
So this is an AR-15 bullet, okay, cartridge. Bullet and casing. This right here is a 50 cal bullet, okay?
Yeah.
That thing right here is that thing right here.
That's crazy.
Well, that's not even, and there's all kinds of sizes.
What do you put that in?
The 50 cal bullet?
Yeah.
Like a 50 caliber machine gun or a 50 caliber rifle?
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, like heck, they make a...
That's giant. That is so scary.
Well, heck, they make a... You want to see...
Oh my God. So like a sniper rifle?
Well, so like actually here, this is a good example of a gun.
Oh, that thing's like not even a gun. That's a machine.
Well, no, but that's a 20 millimeter rifle.
That is crazy.
Holy cow, that's massive.
That's like
Yeah.
for a tank or something.
Yo.
Yeah, tank, armored car, helicopter,
Hunting.
any light armored vehicle you need to deal with. And here's actually a better version of it.
Oh my! Can you get those to hunt?
Well, no, that's too big to hunt with. But this gun is like, how much are the Anzio rifle worth? How much is this bad boy? Because these guys require a big deposit when you hold on. Let me see.
Quite a big deposit.
Yeah, well, like a single shot version of those is only $9,800. It's only $9,800.
Okay.
But with the silencer on the front of it, it's a lot of money. But you have to put down a lot of money with these guys ahead of time for them to make you one of those. And that's just a 20 millimeter cannon rifle round, and it requires like this thing here.
Oh, look at that!
That's got a suppressor on the front. So that requires like $20,000.
Well, I couldn't think of a better way to spend $20,000.
I gotta hop off.
Oh, you got to? Okay. Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a message.
Okay, thanks.
Bye, y'all. Have fun.
Bye.
Yeah.
Sky Queen, that would be bigger than me. That would definitely be bigger than me.
Yeah.
That thing.
Well, that looks like it's bigger than your wrist.
Like my wrist's really little.
But no, that's well, you know what the cool thing is? You could do a collab with. There are some dudes out in Australia. They're called Mark and Sam. After they live out in Western Australia, and they do like. I can't show them because YouTube will fucking smack us if we do it.
Yep.
They do like mile and a half long precision long range shooting out in Australia, out in the middle of nowhere. So,
I've got a friend in Western Australia. I should ask her. Yeah, one of my mods, Lil Pill, she's over in West Australia, but we tried to build a wall to keep the West Australians out.
Okay. One. Okay. Well, that's
anyway. So people are asking about how this affects Alec.
I mean, it's not good. It's not good for Alec. That means the jury's willing to buy this idea, and he ended up pulling out a gun and smoking a lady. So yeah, it's not good for her. It's not. Alec is going to have a rough day with this. Ultimately, he is not going to have a good day.
It doesn't make him look better, like in that she is responsible in some way. He can't like push this off onto her now.
No, because he's still responsible for pointing a gun at someone and shooting him. So he's still got his own problems. His liability is still there, and he's gonna have to answer for it. And yeah, he's gonna have a rough day. So
because I mean, his whole story all along really has been it wasn't my fault because like it was the armorer's fault. Right?
Yeah, that's been his argument the whole time, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's the armorer's fault. Okay, you still did it. And people aren't going to be wowed by him. Like he's not going to be able to bullshit his way through things. Like this is it's not going to go away. It's not going to go away, Alec. They aren't forgetting about you.
Do you think he's going to take the stand?
Because he's vain and a psychopath. Yes.
Yeah. So do I. I don't think he can help himself.
He can't not.
The dude just can't stop talking.
No. Yeah. He's gonna go. He's gonna try to help himself, and we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch him crash and burn.
This is going to be just popcorn fest.
Yes,
it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
Huge.
Yes.
Hold on here.
Vilhammer, he's going to talk himself right into jail.
Yeah, he will. And he's also just an asshole, and he's already known for being an asshole, so it's not gonna end well for him. It's not gonna end well.
No.
So.
And I mean, even if he didn't take the stand, so all those interviews and things that he's done,
all those are admissible.
They're all admissible, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So everything he said.
He can't say it's not him. He can't say it's not him.
No. He's talked so much.
Yeah.
It's just so stupid.
Yeah.
His ego he couldn't.
Chauncey,
God.
nothing in this court case will be used against him. Well, the same experts will be used against him, is what I'm trying to say. This was all a dry run. Everything they did here, all those experts can be used later. But no, the fact Hannah got convicted is not any bearing on him because, well, Hannah did something wrong, therefore Alex did something wrong. You can't do that. So that's not allowable. But like the experts, the armory guy, like all these people are going to come back in, and like the guy who tested the gun and had to break it to make it work. All those people are going to be, Alex is going to have a rough day. Alex is going to have a rough.
Because with that, like, hasn't he said actually that he didn't even pull the trigger, like he didn't even fire, that it just went off?
He has said that, and
So that's been disproven, right?
Yeah, they literally took the gun and smacked it with a hammer and broke it to show that it was impossible for him to show what happened. So, yeah. Great test run for the state. And now they know their theory is sound and people are going to buy it. They already sold it to a jury. So they have confidence they can do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so this is not bad. This verdict, they could be like, oh, this is for justice and Helena and all that. Yeah, but at the end of the day, now Carrie knows, okay, the jury's going to buy this. I can convict Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take this a step further. So his charge is manslaughter?
Yep, what he did was just manslaughter. Yep.
So what's his minimum?
Same thing Hannah's looking at, 18 months. Yep. Now, he doesn't have any other charges like Hannah did, though.
Okay.
That's the difference. So.
Okay. It seems low. Manslaughter, 18 months.
No, that sounds about right. I mean, like, you killed somebody accidentally doing something legal, and you were stupid about it.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to punish you, but we're not throwing you in jail forever. I mean, like, that's a bit much. And also, look, chat, we have our safe non-gun single action.
It's so impressive looking.
Yeah. Start printing. It's got a bunch of JB Weld gluing it together, so hopefully it doesn't melt.
Did you 3D print that?
Yes.
Nice.
You got to be careful saying 3D print will probably make YouTube squeal.
Will it? Why?
Because YouTube doesn't like the words 3D printed and guns set together.
Really?
Yeah, YouTube is very,
That's weird.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So, yeah,
well, that was.
Nice. So it was.
That was cool.
Yeah, Hannah had a bad day, but I think ultimately Ray Charles saw that coming. So.
Yeah, Ray Charles saw it coming.
I mean, especially once we saw how bad she was at her job, it's like, well, how can you not punish her?
Yeah.
Because that was just garbage what she did. Like I said, I really wish Eric Cummings was here because I want to talk about some of the things he had mentioned. Like Hannah, about Hannah, it's just like I hope she understands now she really was wrong. It was her fault. Like, and I don't know if she gets that yet because
I don't think so.
I have a feeling she doesn't think she did anything wrong, or if she does,
no.
Well, I'm the fall guy. It's like, you know what? You may be the scapegoat ultimately, but you still did something wrong. It's still your fault.
Yeah, I agree. I think she feels like she's being thrown under the bus, and
I'm sure she's like, oh, it's unfair.
It's so unfair, poor me. And she really doesn't get it. And I mean, that's a lot of defendants feel that way.
But this this is different though. In her situation, she really did kind of get sold out. But
look, yes, but she did do something wrong. And
I agree. But I think she did kind of get hosed.
She did, yeah, for sure.
But she signed up, so
she did. But let's hope though that the person and people who also did something wrong, especially her big boss, doesn't just get away with it now. So, and I'm pretty sure he won't. I'm pretty sure he's not going to. So, and it's good. And I think, was it Chaucerian Fraud a minute ago just said something, or is it? Let's go back. If I could find. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's good she got remanded. She gets credit towards a sentence immediately.
Yeah, she does. She gets time credit for that. So
yeah,
it does.
absolutely.
It's not like Snake Plissken says, where can I get that model? Go onto printables.com. And if you go into printables.com and how did I do it? If you go into it and you type in prop gun revolver single action, you'll find one of the ones I was looking at. But there's a couple different ones on there. But you'll see pretty quick which one I was looking at if you go to printables.com.
Mhm.
And I don't want to put the link up because the YouTube probably will yeet me for doing that. If I put up anything regarding that. You would pay me to watch me do the HK slap video, yeah. So.
All right, I'm going to leave you guys alone. You guys have an awesome day, evening. It's evening for you guys.
Yes, it
is Thursday morning for me. I'm going to go teach a class shortly and get my Zach stream ready for tomorrow.
All right, that sounds great. Hella guys, hella overexcited utterance.
Thanks for putting up with my very extremely limited gun knowledge.
I'm glad to share knowledge where I can.
You are awesome and love you all. Thank you for everything. That was really interesting.
Yes. Yes, it was. It was very interesting. So take care, Helen. Yep.
See you.
Bye. I'm Stabby saying FGC9 win. That's coming up. That's coming up, guys. Go to DefCAD. DefCAD's no, because they're scummy. They try to rip people off. So no DefCAD. DefCAD bad. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats here. Pendergast once sent you a second email. I didn't scare you away, did you? No. I've read through it and I'm trying to figure out what. Look into that a little bit more for you. But no, I did take a look at it. I need to get back to you this week, and I will. And then Rick, yep, you already got that one. Okay, so yeah, guys, that's it. Hannah Reed, we don't know what date it'll be. It'll be coming up soon, probably 45 to 60 days out to allow a pre-sentence investigation report to get done. And yeah, that is it for Hannah Reed, the saga there. Now, could I see her spilling tea at her sentencing? Oh, 100%. I definitely could see her doing that. So tonight, guys, probably I don't know, what time is it right now? 6:52. About 7:30, we are going to go live with the Ashley Merchant hearing that she held in front of the Atlanta Senate, or the Georgia Senate, the Georgia Senate hearing about Fannie Willis's corruption and the and Fannie Willis's corrupt activities as DA. So Ashley Merchant, the attorney who blew open everything and started this whole this onslaught against Fannie, it was really good today. She dropped the receipts and did a very good job. 7:30 tonight. Yeah, we're gonna get this one done because it's So am I opposite? Why? Actually, I'm saying 7:30. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do 8. We're gonna do 8. We'll do 8 and we'll run. We'll run there. Stop Moss B for $5 says DefCAD's more like FegCAD. Go to the catalog instead. Highly recommend the catalog. Highly recommend. Regin said this is awesome again. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate everything, guys. If you guys are new, please like and please put a like down there if you like this. If you do subscribe, I would appreciate that. Like I said, we will be on again tonight at 8, going over the Ashley Merchant and her testimony from the Georgia Senate. Because she's not bound by the rules of evidence there's all kinds of good information she drops from what I've been told. All about Fannie and her corruption as a DA. We'll be doing that. And then if you guys do ever want to join us and you are new, we do a Thursday night stream. So tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern, we do a stream. It's the Thursday night crime stream. I know it's so inventive. Got a lot to talk about. We do that every Thursday. Well, why is that not bannering? I wanted that to banner. So we do that every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Or no, I'm sorry, 9 p.m. Why did I do that? 9:30 Eastern time. I didn't even mess up the right times for my shows. We talk about a lot of things that are going on here. There are also more affidavits coming out about Fannie Willis. We'll cover those. We are going to cover just briefly the Trump SCOTUS ruling. I did that on Monday night, but in case you guys weren't there for it, you don't want to watch the whole thing, we'll do it too long. Didn't read for you guys. There's some other things we're going to be talking about. Michael Avenatti had his appeal finally shot down, so he's screwed and is going to stay in prison. And a couple other things we'll talk about. And then after that show, we will be hanging out tomorrow night on Locals, hanging out, and that's at potentiallycriminal.locals.com. You guys can join there for free. If you want to support, though, it's $3 a month. If you're not sure what you want to do, you can use the promo code CRIMINALS2024 to get 1 month free access. And that gets you access to all the live streams, because that is really probably one of the more defining things on the site there is if you are supporting, you get access to the live streams. If you're just a member, you get access to the feed you get the community wall, but not to the live shows. So I would see you guys there on Thursday night. But like I said, tonight at 8 o'clock, guys, we will be doing the Ashley Merkin hearing. So let me see here. What else you guys got going on here? Yes, tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern, I'm going to be on with Legally Live. I'm not sure what for, but we'll be talking about it. Talk about something. I think it's with the Hales, the What the Hales. So we'll talk then. So guys, until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Except for Hannah. She is guilty. Sadly. So I will see you guys at 8 o'clock tonight. So take care, everybody. Bye.